turns out. Both of you were registering, so that should be fine. But we're going to find out, okay? And we want everyone else to join us and tell us how we're doing, whether or not you can hear us. And that would include, of course, Peter Moon and Aristides, who are with us. So let's hear from the listeners. In the meantime, Peter and Aristides are welcome to check in their own manner as to whether or not we're being heard.
All right, I can do that in a minute.
Okay, and I'll finish just chewing this little zinc tab that's sitting under my tongue. These things are stone and they don't dissolve. So, all that being said, we'll catch up on situational status report with everything in a moment. And I promised, of course, Victoria Lauren Hobbs, I'd give her a shout out, both in the beginning and later in the show, which I will do. Let's just make certain we settle into recognizing whether or not we're actually transmitting. Okay. Or whether or not people are receiving us. We seem to be transmitting. As to whether or not anyone's receiving. Okay, Sammy Romero says loud and clear, Doug. Goddess bless you, Sammy Romero. Goddess bless you and keep you. Oh my fucking God. I should be, I keep forgetting because it's been so long. He's so responsible now with being a father of 2 children. I've really got to start keeping him more in the loop with everything. Probably a backup of things I need to send him. So let's take a look at this. Looks like that dog video that I sent has been taken or scrubbed from YouTube. The one that I had sent all of you, because I'm not seeing it manifest on Sammy Romero's. That was like the last thing I sent him, and it's not manifesting now on his Skype messages. So that means it was probably scrubbed from YouTube. Well, what else is new? Okay.
Yeah, I wonder why.
Thank you. We've got half a dozen people listening, so certainly somebody out there can respond and let us know whether or not you can hear us. You probably just heard the laconic remarks from Peter Moon. Very dry. Eric Cradle says, "Hey, Doug." Okay, good. I mean, that's nice, but we need technical feedback. Hey.
Yeah, I checked and I can hear it.
Okay, good. And that's good, but I always want to make sure the listeners can as well. I'm sure they can, but, we just want to make super sure of it. I mean, this is the moment where we're gathering people anyway. So, Eric Cradle, let us know if you hear us. And shout out to Victoria Lauren Hobbs. And we're 3 minutes into the program, but I want to make certain that we get people listening before I provide some good news about her state. There's been a happy occurrence in her state, and I'll follow up on that during the night. But some positives on the minor scale, just trivial little things that are good. JP contributed 12 United States dollars by mail. So Goddess bless you, JP, and I appreciate you doing that. With the other positive, I would say that I've been to the doctor on Thursday. What they call head and neck surgery these days, what we used to refer to as an eye, ear, nose, and throat doctor. But since the majority of them perform surgery, they have to put surgery into the title of the department, so nobody refers to them as head, ear, nose, and throat doctors anymore. They call them head and neck surgeons. So I have some news. Nothing particularly negative here, thank God. By the way, there was once a wonderful individual named Doc Marquis, who I had interviewed more than once, maybe about 2 or 3 times in my lifetime, that he was still with us. And it was just a horrible day for humanity when that poor bastard went on his Facebook timeline and said, "I've been to the doctor and I have some news." And then he followed up by saying he had a brain tumor that was fatal, inoperable, fatal, and he was dying. And that he would die horribly because he would lose cognition and all of his faculties as it grew and just destroyed him. Which, of course, I was told that by some people indicating that they were providing care for him, that is what happened to him in his last months. Just horrible, tragic. Well, I've been to the doctor, and I have some news, and it's, thank the gods of my ancestors, nothing like that. Nevertheless, it is something that provides interesting context to factors about my life that many people would probably find, they couldn't relate to it because nothing like this ever happens in their lives. And Eric Cradle says, all clear, my friend. So good. Do me a favor before I let people in on the details of what's going on with my sinuses. Let's hear from Peter Moon. Just say hello, and then Aristides say hello, just so everybody can make certain that they echo your greetings.
Hello. Let it be known if you can hear me.
Yes, thank you. And Aristides?
Hello. Yep. Hello, Peter, and I hope everyone can hear us.
Good. We're over a dozen people now. Excellent. So we look forward to those responses. And bless you, Eric Cradle. We appreciate what you're doing profoundly. Now, everybody who's joining us, I'm already getting questions about the image and thumbnail of live stream. Well, understand that this is more than just Memorial Day weekend. It is also National Missing Children's Day weekend. I can't think of anything more appropriate. Matter of fact, I was taking the Blood Boys into a field trip to show them some areas of San Francisco that were particularly infamous in this regard, without even necessarily touching on the Presidio subject. So when it comes to responding to dear Aristides here, just acknowledging his message sent to me with a token emoji there, and with that we return back to the subject at hand. And also I want people to know, aside from the fact that it's National Missing Children's Day weekend, it's also Africa Day weekend. And this blended into Memorial Day weekend, at least for this year. All three of those should probably be convergent every year simply by the dating process. Some things change with every year, and I don't know why. Last year, I swear it was around this time, that we had the National Gun Violence Awareness Month begin, but it doesn't begin this year until June 7th. But what I'm going to do is address some of the gun issues a little bit tonight, just to open up with in California. But certainly, now that I think we've got a majority of people listening, he says May 24th was also World Schizophrenia Awareness Day from Aristides. Thank you for that. I appreciate that. Not particularly a subject that converges into much of what I cover, but nevertheless appreciated. And and not at all to be discouraged. I mean, there's all kinds of awareness days. Every day is an awareness day. Of course, there's only so many of the days that we can cover as relevant to ourselves. So in the case of Team Dietrich, it's going to be around certain subjects that, of course, are relevant to what I teach the Blood Boys or what I teach all of you out here. And so there's only a certain number of subjects that I feel that I have the capacity to deal with coherently. Schizophrenia I could actually touch upon, but it's not a chronically relevant topic. It's not something that is always relevant. But before I get back into the medical situation report, I want to say thank you to everyone who's gathered. Ask them to participate, and we'll spend a while talking before we turn things over to Aristides, because he's dealing with some domestic responsibilities at home himself. And I do want people to understand that for Victoria Lauren Hobbs, who I'll provide the formal first shout out tonight to, and then I'll give her a shout out again at least 2 more times tonight. One when we transition into roundtable for a short period of time, and then again sometime during the monologue, in which I will be speaking more in depth about what's happening in her state. So with this shout out unto the young Mademoiselle Victoria Lorraine Hobbs, I want people to understand that scientists have just discovered an enormous lithium reservoir under Pennsylvania, her state. So this new source of lithium which could meet up to 40% of United States demand, was discovered in fracking wastewater. So there's a lot more to the story, of course. I'll go into that again in monologue, but definitely wanted to bring that up just now so she can hear it and then search for that later, or I'll even provide her a timestamp. But as for negatives, we have a continuing YouTube content removal issue. I'm going to try now to forward the notification for that to our affiliates. And so let me take care of that and press the forward button in a moment. Going to make certain that we send it to Peter Moon and, of course, to who else is our dear friends here, Aristides, and we're going to as well send it to Brendan Zogit. And I forgot what Nemo was again. Nemo had another really bizarre email, and we'll have to wait until he gets back on again because I forget where he is. Let me take a look for that.
Skype or email?
I'm saying this in email because it was sent to me in an email, so I'm just going to forward it. And what I want to do is see if I can find something here. Let me try and find Nemo's because I hate to forward things multiple times because that destroys the message ultimately. So be patient with that. And it was for the same subject, the Battle of Los Angeles, which we can't say much more beyond that. That's what they're desperately trying to hide. Apparently that was mentioned in this episode, and then they were using that as an excuse to remove an entire episode. So, okay, so let me check my send button and see what I've sent in the past to what was Nemo. And, damn him and his stupidly obtuse email address. If you guys want to receive email, don't give yourself stupid, obtuse email addresses that are like just impossible to remember, that have nothing to do with your name. Okay, well, I'll just have to send it to him separately. So, okay, let's press that forward button. We're going to press the send button here and get it to a number of people. And after that, let me press it as unread. And then we'll get back to the issue. So the reason it's important to send it to Nemo is because he is in charge of our backup content. All that being said, let's get back to the task at hand. So we have a continuing YouTube content removal issue. And it's something that we need to make certain everyone has a backup of, and make certain that Nemo has a backup of it. So we'll have to wait till he joins us later. Let me check into chat and see if he's joined us at all. And we've got a number of people joining us, but it's not him. We also want to emphasize, in terms of a negative, the urgency of situational status in context of the cessation of the Affordable Connectivity Program, which means my bills will go up by some $30, 30 United States dollars a month. So I certainly need more monetary input from my listeners to maintain the program at all. We will also put this into both the text box, and we will put this into the chat. So I'm entering a link into chat right now. I will also link it into text box. And this is for people who doubt, as if anybody could doubt, the military applications of the Holocaust dogs and the cooperation between Israel and the Sino-Slavic Synaxis. So this I will put into the Peter Moon private messages as well, and just so he can see this. And this is, of course, the Communist Chinese are now unveiling their dogs of war based on these models, but less they seem to be less miniature. They seem to be bigger and more bulky because they're trying to mount machine guns on them, which I think is far less practical than the flamethrower projectile platform that was the purpose of the Holocaust dogs. Now, with that being stated, people are made further aware of AI warfare. Due to the situation of the world, I feel that's more important tonight to go into cultural issues. Obviously, we're going to touch upon some of the AI issues again, but we'll probably return heavily into AI warfare on Wednesday. Tonight, we're going to talk more about cultural issues, just a lot of cultural issues going on. For instance, there needs to be a clarification of miscommunications. I must emphasize regime change in mainland China is imperative. I am promoting regime change in communist China, but that does not imply cultural imposition, which has been impossible per the example of Japan. That's one of the reasons I'll go again into cultural issues tonight of many sorts, domestic and foreign. But I do want people to understand I got a lot of responses from our latest episode with George Knight, in which people thought that because I said I'm not really seeking regime change in Japan or China, I meant to say when I was talking about China, they misunderstood what I meant by that. What I meant was a cultural change. I'm not really seeking a cultural change. You're seeking basically maybe getting rid of Xi Jinping, the Communist Party of China. As for what I would replace them with, I can explain that probably next Wednesday. I mean, we can allude to that tonight during the roundtable, or if Peter asks about it, if it rises organically, we can address that a bit as well. Other than that, all of that will be in passing. So, also in passing, just so people are aware of the situation, is that when I went to see Dr. Epstein, who, as I've said before, is either Russian or Ukrainian, I really can't remember. It really doesn't matter. She got her name from marriage, but Dr. Epstein basically showed me the images with a medical interpretation by a professional grade medical interpretation. And she emphasized the urgency of bringing me in. And of course, when I tried to get in, I found out that my records had been sabotaged in the system. Now, apparently this was done only through the head and neck surgery department's records. When I called the nurse case manager, my nurse case manager who works with my general internal medicine practitioner on Friday, I believe, at the same time I was probably going back and forth with Peter Moon a little bit, being in San Francisco with the blood poison, able to use the cell phone safely. When I went in there and then communicated as well with the nurse case manager, she said everything was clear in their records and they had the correct phone number. So if somebody went in specifically into the head and neck surgery department's records and altered the phone number in their record system. And this was done right after my scan was taken and right after the doctor said she needed to see me urgently. So somebody obviously wanted to prevent that. Now, when I went in to see her after taking care of all that, which, as I said, took a combination of threats to report to upper levels of management, etc., with the staff, having nothing to do with Dr. Epstein, of course. This all had to do with the staff over there at that department that was scheduling. I managed to get things arranged so that I saw her on Thursday as she wished. And so she took me as her last appointment for the day. And when I went in to see her, of course, the first thing she was astonished by was that I was able to breathe. And she was basically, of course, put the numbing gel up my nostrils, after which she shoved the tubes with the cameras up my nose, but was again astonished to find that my nasal passages, which is to be disambiguated from my sinuses, which are the big cavities behind my eyes, and yours, but in my case, should have led to a condition in which I was unable to breathe and had very inflamed nostrils, within the nose, the nasal passages. None of that was the case. So she asked me if I had a headache, and she said the pressure behind your eyes should be such that your eyes should be even bulging out by now, but you're asymptomatic. So she was astonished that the issue was contained. But basically what she said was, and I know what happened. This is like sometimes we have an innate rhythm with our body. We understand what's going on with our body. And sometimes without a doctor explaining or a doctor ever being able to explain. And you could explain to a doctor what you know is going on in your body and they're never going to agree because they just don't have evidence for what you're saying. And most of the time people will be wrong. people will have pet theories about what's going on with their body, and doctors don't want to get into a shouting match, so they simply don't argue, and they basically say, we have a treatment. Do you want to go with the treatment or not? So in my case, however, the situation was that the scan that was taken, which she was very angry about because they took only half my head, which didn't make any sense. So there's all kinds of strange things going on. The last time they took a scan of my head, they took the full head with the teeth, which is very important because she needs to make sure whether or not there's a tooth infection that leads to a sinus infection. Well, last time the scan of my teeth, the teeth were excellent. So she couldn't see the teeth in the scan because they only took it to the tooth level and stopped. Again, as if somebody had sabotaged the entire procedure because that's not what she ordered. So we are going to take a second scan after the treatment she's giving me of steroids and antibiotics. But as Dr. Chung said, my general internal medicine practitioner, my sinuses inside my head are constantly inflamed. These are, of course, the cavities in my skull that are not necessarily the nasal passages per se, the nasal passages. But what he said was that because of this, every once in a while, an infection will flare up. It's like having a sink that's always half full of water. At some point, it's going to get moldy, and you're going to have an explosion of mold or algae that needs to be cleaned. So periodically, I'll need some kind of antibiotic treatment as infections periodically erupt. This is something episodic and nothing that really can be stopped, and it's just something they prepare for. Now, of course, as I've said before, the reasons my sinuses are chronically inflamed, a lot of this has to do with eating food. My body is not built to process food in the solid sense. I'm hematophagic, and the more hematophagic I become, the more that food irritates my body. And then my body reacts by rejecting the food. And one way it rejects is by producing a lot of mucus to prevent me from eating it. This is what happened throughout my childhood, throughout my life, throughout my growing up. And which was why for the majority of my life, because I was unable to get regular access to blood to eat, to imbibe, to ingest, and digest, I was left with trying to solve my hunger pangs or sate my hunger pangs by eating solid food. But my body would reject it by producing going into hyperactive mode and producing voluminous amounts of mucus. So that I would choke on that and would stop eating because the body felt that that was dangerous, and rightly so, because it could lead to vasodepressor syncope because my body's not digesting it, not processing it, it just sits there, and eventually at some point it depresses the vagus nerve before being voided out of the body. So all of that being said, it's a vicious cycle that's only going to be solved as I grow to depend more and more on blood instead of food. As my source of sustenance. But there's another factor that kind of helps to relieve all this, and that is the nanobots, which apparently really kick into gear when I get these infections. Now, when this infection occurred, apparently it really exploded. So it's like I've got this image of my skull where the entire right side, the sinus, is solid. It's just blocked with mucus, which is why she said there should be pressure behind my eyes, my nose should be inflamed, and she brought me in as soon as possible because a person in that condition should not be able to breathe. However, I was breathing, my nasal passages are completely clear, and I'm able to breathe quite effectively. I'm getting 100% oxygen. And so she was completely puzzled by this and couldn't understand the paradox, but we all know what's going on. It's the nanobots, they contained the infection. So the infection is there, but it's so contained that it's not symptomatic and it's not impacting my breathing. I could probably have gone on for a fairly indefinite period of time without anything happening with this condition. And it's probably all on the right sinus because I sleep on my right side generally, and the gravity puts it there. But she, of course, sees this quite understandably and quite rightly as something that needs to be dealt with. Because the potential of it just sitting there is that it will, of course, really develop into something horrible. So you don't want it to develop into something beyond control. So she is committed to surgery. So we've arranged for surgery on April 14th in which she just goes in through my nose endoscopically. I will be rendered unconscious, and she'll go in and vacuum all the snot out, which, you know, I'm welcoming that. I'm looking forward to that, and all of that is fine. I'm quite happy about that. So all of that being said, she again used my blood tests to confirm that I'm not particularly allergic to anything. You know, there's a few things I might be moderately allergic to, but as she said, it couldn't be the mold in my house really that's causing this, because she could smell the mildew on me, and obviously if I were that allergic to mold, I would be truly dead by now. And she nevertheless, despite the fact that I come from this mildering crypt, and moldering crypt would be the term for it, all the rest of that, she was actually quite playful and friendly with me, and I was, you know, really glad to see that. But it was, I guess, just all the paradox of being a vampire. You have that charm even if you do smell like you came out of a graveyard. All that being said, we've got surgery ahead, and wanted people to know about that. This would be my version of Peter Moon's colonics. I'll probably be doing this maybe even episodically or periodically as the future proceeds, but hopefully not. It may be just exceptional. But basically what's going on is I'm asymptomatic, but I have a very severe sinus infection to the point where it's blocked out an entire cavity in my skull. She, of course, did point out the fact that, well, you know, some people might suspect it would be a cancerous tumor, but we know it's not that, because then I'd be highly symptomatic, losing weight, you know, and everything else would be impacted in my skull, including my thought processing, if I had something in my brain that was cancerous and tumorous that was that large. So it's not cancer, it's got to be snot. So there we have that. So all of that's contained. This is, again, proof of the nanobots in my plasma, because anyone else with this condition would be highly symptomatic. Okay, all that being said, I guess the only other things to catch everybody else on is the... I guess there's nothing else. It's going to be more or less a heavy monologue night after a short roundtable. We're going to have Peter dominate the opening hour. And now that I've kind of explained to everybody what I feel was the most important things to share, and we've got a good 20 people here. T. Tankberry says, good evening, loud and clear from Mendocino County. Thank you so much, dear T. Tankberry. Let's see if Aristides is ready to give some of his usual advice. Excellent.
Yes, I'm ready. Okay, so we need you to provide as many upvotes as possible for the show to counteract the downvotes that are given by bots or various nefarious actors. And so you do that by hitting the thumbs up. You can also hit the subscribe button underneath the video, and you can enable the notification bell, and that will presumably notify you when a program starts, which is also important in case we get cut off and restart. As far as upvotes, you need a YouTube account, as far as I know. Once you have one, you can create subordinate channels to your account for different purposes. But for our purposes, you can use them to provide additional upvotes, and you can do that with your same account. You just create different channel names, and each one of them, you switch between them in the little settings menu, and each of them can also provide an upvote. And I have provided no less than 3 upvotes so far, 2 from one device and 1 from another. So it's pretty easy. But if you do make multiple accounts, just for upvotes, just interact with us from your one main account, not random accounts, so that we can get to know you.
Thank you. And also, of course, and now forgive me because I was multitasking. Yep. You did mention the hitting the notification bell, right?
Yes.
Yes. Thank you so much. Mm-hmm. And so, as always, professional, very pleasant voice, and we hope to hear more of your voice as time progresses. And I definitely want everyone to understand that YouTube also unsubscribes people without their knowledge. So be aware of that, and always check to see if your subscription is maintained. Such being said, dear Aristides, turn it over to Peter for us.
Okay. Peter, I believe, is going to talk about the ever unfolding series of things, which are, he will hopefully get into the book. Unless we keep finding more things. But at some point, I guess, was he saying the other day? It's like, we keep digging up new things, and at some point, I can't put it all in the book.
Oh, got it. I got it. And by the way,
where do you call it? Like, where do you know?
Yeah.
Tough with anything.
Yeah, before we turn it over to Peter, I do want to answer a question somebody asked me. You were talking about showing the Blood Boys the missing children phenomenon in San Francisco outside of Presidio, and they wanted some clarification. So basically, Kevin Andrew Collins, if anybody remembers, Kevin Andrew Collins gained national attention as one of the first missing children to appear on milk cartons and on the cover of national publications such as Newsweek magazine in 1984. He was born in 1974, but he disappeared in 1984. This was at the time that I was in John O'Connell Vocational Institute of Technology, theoretically, but I had taken the GED so I could graduate early. So Kevin Collins was kind of like, after I was out of John O'Connell and basically entering City College of San Francisco. It was around that period of time. So I was taking the Blood Boys to see areas like where he was last seen, various parts of San Francisco, where many of these other children suffered this kind of disappearance. And this was all part of what then became identified as the quote-unquote satanic panic, when people began to realize, hey, children are just disappearing. And this individual, of course, was never found. But he became like the poster child, the exemplary. He became the personification of the missing child for many years. As a matter of fact, there were organizations that were named after him, Kevin Andrew Collins or Kevin Collins organizations of various sorts for people who were participating in the search for such victims. Again, this was all part of what was the National Missing Children's Day weekend. And I do want people to appreciate the horror of that ongoing phenomenon. I'm not quite sure I'll speak about it tonight simply because it's not necessarily geopolitically relevant or even necessarily culturally relevant in terms of so many things that I have to try and address tonight in order to get certain points across, obviously concerning recent developments in Taiwan, in Asia in particular, but also domestically here in the United States, and of course in the rest of the world. It is also Africa Day weekend. I will address a little bit about the East African nation, which is unbelievable to me. Kenya, the first East African nation's leader, was entertained at the White House in around 15 fucking years. And this is mind-boggling to me that the President of the United States entertains one African leader out of sub-Saharan Africa for the first time since the fucking Obama administration. It's like it's like Africa just doesn't exist to the United States, which as an imperial power, that's pretty fucking lame. So I will address a little bit about that because, believe it or not, it bleeds right into all of the child exploitation and the pedophile porn that many Kenyans got together to write the President of the United States about, because Kenya is going through a digital revolution and they have many people who are trying to filter what comes out of the United States into Kenya, and it's all just children being raped by dogs, children being raped by horses, children being raped by pigs. They can't believe what they're seeing. And they said that the people who are trying to filter this are killing themselves. It's so they wrote a letter to Biden about it. I doubt they'll get a response, but I'll tell you what I know. Again, profound bullshit that I'll do my best to summarize. but this is the horror of the world we live in. And this is America's main export. This is America's cultural export at this point. And the amazing thing is that not only are people like me assaulted and character assassinated for having been some of the first people on Earth to expose this at the industrial scale it was being trafficked in, but then I have to deal with people who were quote-unquote partners in the struggle, but I never, of course, really trusted, tried to keep around for as long as possible, simply because I tried to see the positive in people. That's really to my credit, but in the end, it's always been to my detriment in general. But one of them, good example, Brandon Young, who, then eventually comes to my show, on my show, and says that, Michael Aquino and Lilith Aquino are heroes and good people, and how they saved us off from the evil Chinese and their shellless turtles. Which, by the way, as I pointed out during, a private conversation with Aristides and George Edward Knight and Nemo, right after our last episode ended and we were on a private call for a few minutes, here's this guy named Brandon Young, and he takes kids, he teaches school children. I mean, at the younger levels, he's got to take them on some field trips, and you go to museums and you see turtle skeletons. Turtle skeletons. Try and think about what I'm saying. What does that mean? It means turtles are vertebrates. It means they don't have a shell. Crustaceans have shells. Invertebrates have shells. Turtles do not have fucking shells. They have a rib cage that is developed in a protective manner through evolution, but you cannot remove it. It would be like removing your rib cage. You can't have ribless people. If you have ribless people, they just die because all your guts are exposed. Same with a turtle. So the idea that this individual is teaching children comes on my show claiming that Michael Aquino and Lilith Aquino saved us all from the evil Chinese in San Francisco's Chinatown selling shellless turtles. And then, denies it on the next episode that he's on, despite the fact that it's recorded on the previous episode. It's like you're just left with these people are the enemy, and they've always been the enemy, and they're just there to sabotage you. And at some point, it just comes out where you can no longer deny it based on your desire to continually see the good in people. More often than not, there is no good there. The majority of people are simply no good. But all such being said, we shouldn't allow that to destroy our faith in humanity as a whole, as opposed to its individuals, which are hopeless. Okay, all of that being said, of course, there's plenty of good people out there, obviously in the minority, but such having been vented, cathartic, we now turn it over to our dear friend Peter Moon, who takes it from here through the rest of these opening hours. And of course, I'll be here with you all to participate and, of course, respond. Peter, take it away. Thank you so much for being here.
I want to start with a question. And the question is, did you inform your doctor does she know about your biological history as a vampire?
When I've tried to, of all people, I've tried to talk to my general internal medicine practitioner, Dr. Benjamin Chung, to a small degree about it. There's really only so far you can go with these things. He understands there's some exceptions concerning my physiology. But the people I spoke to the most about it, for obvious reasons, were the dentists. And so when it came to the dentists at UCSF, those were the ones that took years to finally get them to really work with me, and that's when they fucked with the insurance. And now I'm going to work with my nurse case manager and try and get into the member services department at Kaiser and see what we can do to get rid of parts of my insurance that prohibit me from going back to UCSF, and then see if I can insinuate myself back into UCSF. Now, forgive me while I'm multitasking with the production. The other thing I do want to bring to people's attention is that when it comes to the doctor, what would have been more pertinent with Dr. Epstein is actually not my vampirism, but my nanoplasma. And this is, of course, brings us to the point where, as Peter had said, Remember, you're only a quarter vampire. You're a damnfire who's 75% human, but really I'm not. I'm 25% inhuman by birth, and by the nanoplasmatic transfer, I'm probably about 50% inhuman at least, maybe 75%, depending on how impacted.
That's even more important to explain the nanoplasma, and that's something that they might be more responsive to. It wouldn't be as a weird to them.
I understand, and it's appreciated.
Still be weird,
Yeah.
but there also there has to be like a standard sort of occult X factor, just as when they would have weird births of people with fins and stuff, and before the eugenics program, which largely filtered that out.
It's true.
In other words, but it was something that nobody talked about.
Yes.
And there's got to be just like the police have certain things where, okay, if it's weird, we send it to, Mr. So-and-so, and it just kind of gets buried.
Yes, that's true.
So the medical people must have something like that. And that might be the way to approach them, like who's in charge of the X-Files here?
Yeah.
And it's probably something they're going to be remiss to mention.
Yeah.
But, in other words, well, I'm not going to talk about that sort of thing,
No.
It might even be interesting to probe to a certain degree.
I mean, yeah, certainly there were, when I was at the VA, like I said, and my father was still alive, and we were speaking to a nurse, and basically, said, what about Alexandria's Genesis? And, basically my dad's purple eyes, my purple eyes. And she just, there's no such thing. And look at us, we've got purple eyes. It's like, and she just said there's no such thing, and just finally just left the room. It's like, this is kind of like where you're stuck. Now, granted, that's a nurse, not an MD. When it comes to MDs, they've got to have seen a lot of weird shit. MDs see, it's like MDs get confessions on a daily basis, far more confessions of the sort that people used to deliver in a church confessional. MDs get confessions out of people concerned about their health and what they've been doing with drugs and sex and everything else. MDs get confessions on a daily basis, probably by the dozens or the scores, as opposed to a priest who would get an equal number in about a month or half a year. So doctors have seen it all. And I'm certain they've encountered their fair share of the inexplicable. So I will, of course, the good news is the regimen that I'm on of antibiotics and steroids will end very soon, within about a week, 10 days. And what's going to happen is I've got the CAT scan scheduled again for June 7th. So obviously I will be seeing Dr. Epstein again, and this will be in June. And then we've got, of course, August 14th is the surgery with Dr. Epstein. So, obviously I'll be seeing her at least once or twice before then. So I'll have some further chances to speak with her. But obviously everything she described, though it may be somewhat inexplicable to her, I know what's going on, and that's what's important. Of course, I'll try and share with her what I can in a manner that is as, how do I say it? I'll introduce
Palatable.
it. Yes, palatable as possible. I don't think it would be remiss or somehow irresponsible to start by saying that I was at the Presidio military base when it was operational, and there was a man named John Henry Hagman who experimented on me. There's nothing, first off, it's on public record this man did this sort of thing. So he's a known criminal, and therefore it should not be, she could find out everything I'm saying is obviously backed up by circumstantial evidence that this person exists, these sorts of things happen. So so there we have that, and I'll approach it from that perspective. All that was going on this time was that she made certain that she emphasized in no uncertain terms that when they take the scan this time, she wants a full head scan. So she can get my teeth in it, etc. And the important thing was getting these things done. And So all that being said, okay. The other thing that comes to mind, was there any other questions coming in that people had? Again, a few questions about the image in thumbnail of live stream. Yes, I'm in front of an incinerator and carrying a coffin. This is because Memorial Day. I, of course, at this point, for reasons that should be understandable to everyone, despise the United States military. This is an organization. I worked with the Department of Defense. I worked in the military. And basically, for being a public informant, for the amount of human child trafficking handled by the U.S. military, and this Memorial Day occurring on National Missing Children's Day weekend, that's beyond ironic. It's disgusting. And just remember that Memorial Day is for all those who have fallen, quote unquote, in service. And one of the most disgusting commercials I ever saw was a bunch of these scuzzy veterans, or people portraying scuzzy veterans, that were next to relations watching war films and saying, all these people on screen, going through this baptism of fire, and the people in the audience with the people sitting next to them saying, "I did it for you." I mean, this was on a commercial talking about Memorial Day. They did it for you. It's like, fuck you. I've had enough. These are the kind of people who claim I wasn't in the military, the very military which destroyed my records, rearranged them, altered them. Ironic, I take it as karmic for all the records I've destroyed, the cultural genocide I've committed as a documents destruction specialist. But believe me, it's the most morbid holiday on the calendar. It's got to be more morbid than Halloween. I mean, by far, by orders of magnitude. Halloween is fun. There's nothing fun about Memorial Day. I guess people I hope people enjoy it and have barbecues and are out there just living it up. Rather than dwelling on dead service personnel, but there's people out there who probably take this day to visit a gravesite and plant flags. Now, granted, when I was young, my father had us doing that. But then these are the same people who then later claimed he wasn't in the military, and that I wasn't in the military. So, I mean, what's the fucking point? It's like, this is why we've got to reinstate the draft, so that everybody's in the fucking military and they lose this quote-unquote professional mystique of this cult, where they've just used it to then take excommunicated members and try to defame them. Fuck them. And so all that being said, you understand the morbidity of the image for tonight's program and why it's apropos. And honestly, let's put the military coffin into the incinerator and be done with these people. They are destroying our culture and have taken us down to a bottomless pit, not to mention all the children they're raping and trading all over the world, which is the primary reason for the American military empire. So all that having been exposed in the past, and undoubtedly a subject we'll be dealing with on a chronic level, not to mention all the you creeps that have infiltrated Team Dietrich in the past in their attempts to sabotage this effort, which is basically at this point more my trying to survive than anything else. Yes, let us remind everyone that we do need your contributions. And I haven't been emphasizing that too much this month because I didn't CV this month, where the majority of my money goes monthly. And this was because this is probably why the infection flared up. There was a vitamin I was taking, a supplement called Breathe MD, which had herbs in it that apparently were efficacious. And I really didn't take them that seriously. But my body probably grew somewhat dependent on them. And when I stopped taking them 2 months ago is when I started feeling like I had a constant cold and allergic reaction. And that was the sinus infection, is really what it was. But that only cropped up after I stopped taking those vitamins. The other thing was I didn't get treated by V for 2 months in terms of my acupressure on my sinuses. So without that for 2 months, without the vitamins for 2 months, this sinus infection exploded. So it's these little innocuous things that I was doing that kept that from happening. I know that for a fact. Probably if I told a doctor that, they would just say, oh, there's no evidence for that. But the reality is we know what's going on because it never happened while I had those vitamins or while V was applying her acupressure. So there were a couple of mitigating factors as to why I didn't get the acupressure last month from her, even though I saw her. And this month I didn't see her at all because I really had to save my money for restocking all my supplements because they're that expensive. So these supplements are like when I went down to purchase the supplements, and you get several bottles at a time. I went down to Walgreens, and when I got the, buy one bottle, get one free, buy one bottle, get one half off, these usual deals at Walgreens, so you wind up buying several bottles, and then I had to get the eye drops I use to maintain moisture in my eyes, etc. And I get, 4 of those. You want to stock up. Altogether, it was well over $600 by the time I was finishing the Walgreens supplement run. And I still have about another $120 probably I need to spend with a few more supplements running out this month to get from Walgreens. And that included like a big bottle, a value size of sugarless fiber, which I've only found at Walgreens is sugarless fiber. I don't know why anyone would sell fiber with fucking sugar in it. It's sawdust. Why do you put sugar in? Oh, I guess to make the sawdust taste good? It's like, dude, it's sawdust. It's fiber. Why do you want to make it taste good? It is what it is. So anyhow, just getting stuff like that, it's extraordinarily expensive. That's why I couldn't see V this month. And, and it aided with the explosion of the sinus infection. So these things are necessary. And I do want to keep these things going and maintain my health. And, it's a lot more than just drinking blood. You've got to also supplement yourself. Blood gives a lot of things, but not everything. And supplements are important. They're also, my body doesn't reject them. My body doesn't reject supplements because supplements are, in a sense, pre-digested or pre-processed. Okay, so all that being explained to our lovely, infinitely patient Peter, and it's all yours. Take it away.
Thank you. Thank you for answering my question. And the reason I bring it up is, there is some curiosity involved, but it's also important that she knows what she's dealing with if she's going to open you up in any way, shape, or form.
Yes, true.
She has to be prepared to deal with something that's not normal. She should be informed to the degree that, is within her range of acceptability.
Oh, well, your point is well taken, but the thing to always remember is the nanoplasma or the nanobots. The nanobots do, nobody can see them. And without whatever tests would be used to look for nanobots, your average blood tests show absolutely nothing of them. They reproduce constantly. Obviously, I spew them out literally, physically, whenever ejaculating, because we know that for a fact, because my son contracted something that is supposedly congenital, which is Kawasaki syndrome. If you take a look at the image of my son in thumbnail of the last live stream preceding tonight's, you can see his eyes are pinkish, which is a mild form of Kawasaki syndrome. Rather than turning blood red like mine do, his eyes turn a kind of pink. This is Kawasaki syndrome that he never was born with, but apparently was contracted through sexual encounters with myself regularly over an extended period of time when he was still a girl before his sexual affirmation surgery. And this shows what they were trying to prove, what they were trying to find out at Letterman Army Medical Center when they sent a young lady in to have sex with me multiple times, several times a day, at least 3 times a day, for a period of almost 2 weeks. Around 14 to 17 days back in the nanoplasma transfusion time. And they wanted to see if the nanoplasma would transfer by sperm its traits onto the recipient and also the person's offspring. When it came to my case, obviously this is the case, which, I don't run out. They keep reproducing. The nanobots, but obviously they kind of die, replicate, and disintegrate. But they're just part of my bloodstream at this point, or my very physiology. And but nobody can see them, and unless they have some incredibly sophisticated test, which only would belong to the likes of the Department of Defense and highly specialized departments, no doctor is going to register them or on any normal medical test. So it's just something that is there, but in a sense, it's not. In other words, when she sucks out all this snot out of my skull by going in through my nose endoscopically, she'll probably take out a lot of those nanobots, but none of it's going to be known. And, you know, they've done their job and will divert their attention elsewhere. But definitely, I will let her know what I can and prepare her for anything that. But you know, it's likely nothing that's going to impede or alter what she's going to do. And with that, dear Peter, lovingly turning it back over to you. Now we got around a quarter of 100 people listening to us, so it's all yours.
Thank you for all of that. Well, there's a lot to touch on, but I will say that I think when I mentioned the book, and Aristides mentioned the book, I think I had about a 25-page chapter, and it was to cover the green llama,
Yes.
the emerald llama, rather.
Yes.
And then I broke that down into different chapters, and now there's a final chapter. I mean, I broke it down into 4 or 5 chapters, and the one I'm working on now, I said, God, this one last chapter is 25 pages in itself.
Wow.
So it's like, and this is why I'm reluctant to talk about it, because you know, it's like, okay, you know, I'm just trying to get to the final Vox Arca chapter.
Yes.
And this is going to take me from going depth into the mysteries of Asia, you know, back to Presidio. And we can't go into Unterland or Lemuria or the ancient continents of Lemuria and Muon, or whatever we want to refer to them as. That gets too deep.
Yes.
I don't know if I did mention I did have a dream of a indigenous inner earth. Well, it wasn't necessarily inner earth, but they were something that could only be explained as a Movian entity.
Wow.
That
Wonderful.
met me in, actually, it was an interesting dream. I'm thinking I recall it. I was on an elevator in the Scientology building that I used to live in, which has been completely renovated and made incredibly posh.
Wow.
The Fort Harrison Hotel on the address is 210 South Fort Harrison Avenue in Clearwater.
Wow.
33516. I even remember the zip code. But
Wow.
the 210 number is very significant because that was Jack Parsons' number in the OTO, Freighter 210.
Right.
And if you go to Pasadena, the highway that runs through Pasadena is the 210 highway, as if it was named after him. It wasn't named after him. These numbers have their own numbering.
Yeah.
The 210 highway.
Yes.
So one cannot dismiss these synchronicities. But in the dream, so there I am on the anchor of Jack Parsons. I'm in the hotel, and I'm going up the elevator, which I used to go up every day because I lived there. And I get off the elevator, and then I remember I'm missing my key. Where did I put my key? But then I realize I'm on the 6th floor, and I lived on the 9th floor. Now, the 9th floor is very significant, but the 6th floor, I'm going to explain. There was a, I guess, sort of a hierarchy to the floors. The the 10th floor was a ballroom. Above the 10th floor was a penthouse, which Hubbard had reserved for himself. Nobody lived in it. It was a small penthouse I never was in there, but I understand it was very small.
Okay.
And the 10th floor was a beautiful ballroom, which was used as a classroom. The 9th floor was reserved for Hubbard's personal office and his messengers, and the Hubbard children. So there was a certain amount of rank or prestige to it. That's where I lived. And at one point, I think, I think I lived next door to Quentin or Diana. I don't remember. We're certainly a couple doors down. But I think I lived right next door to them.
Mm-hmm.
The thing was, they were flooded out.
Whoa! In the dream or in real life?
Oh, in real life, I'm just saying this is the significance of the dream. In real life, what had happened is...
And explain a little bit about Quentin and Diana, who they are for our listeners.
Well, of course, Diana was the eldest child of Mary Sue Hubbard and L. Ron Hubbard, and she was the eldest. I think she was born in 1952. She was, just a little bit older than I was by a few months or something. Quentin was born, probably a year after I was. I was probably about a year older than him. And he was the eldest son of L. Ron Hubbard. He had an unfortunate early death, which was, that's a whole other story, which has been beat to death. He died in Las Vegas. I think it was ruled a suicide. There's some speculation to maybe that it wasn't.
Right.
Whatever it was. He lived there. This was before he went AWOL, which he eventually did. He had some issues. But what had happened is some mentally challenged person had to be put in isolation, just to protect them from others or possibly themselves. Because if the person, and I don't know what happened with this, I don't know any of the details of this person, but they backed up the water. Somehow I don't know why they would be put up on the 9th floor, but whatever they were put, they started, in protest, they just turned on the water full out, in whatever room they were in. And it ended up flooding Quentin, Diana, and I think Suzette, the other Hubbard daughter. I don't remember. Arthur was the son. I don't remember if he got flooded out too. I don't even remember him up there. But they got flooded out, and they had to move. I know Diana and her husband moved up to the penthouse. I don't know what, maybe Suzette did too. I don't know. But I really, she lived up there for a while. I really, maybe that might have been when Quentin went AWOL. Might have went AWOL shortly after that, because when you have your home flooded, it's symbolic of a lot of emotions, and he had a lot of emotional issues coming up.
Yeah.
So, because it wasn't too long after that I think that he, that was 76, in November of 76. So he wasn't in Clearwater very long. We had moved there on December 1st, 1975. And then, so, he didn't even live there a year. He might have moved over to apartments in Dunedin, where Hubbard lived.
Okay.
Which Dunedin's just right north of Clearwater. It's a short ride. Very short way. So in any case, yeah, and I think that this woman, I believe the woman who did the flooding was named Sibby Gilmore. Sibby Gilmore, and then they put her in isolation in the basement in a bathroom, the basement. Now, if this sounds brutal, it's not as brutal as it is, you know, what would orderlies with white coats do, you see?
Mm-hmm.
And it's a very sensitive area for the church. So they'd have the guardian's office over. I mean, I was not involved in it at all.
Right.
Just the one thing I do remember being out in the courtyard, you know, they had a pool and a patio. And I mean, during the, you know, warm seasons, I'd be in that pool 3 times a day playing water polo.
Cool.
Not a lot of us did. Not a lot of people did. I mean, it was a minority of us, and we'd be out there because it was really great to get exercise when I'd be mostly typing all day.
Right.
But I remember seeing this woman just screaming like a bona fide nut.
Wow.
And I remember seeing the Ron Anderson, the master at arms or ethics officer. He was out there, and he kind of had this, you know, like embarrassed smile on his face, almost like what the hell am I having to do this, you know?
Right.
He was a calm individual, and he's having to deal with this insanity. And I don't know what her circumstances were, but what's really funny is that when my wife, when I married her, she worked in the basement. Her office was actually this bathroom.
Mm-hmm.
She was doing publications. She was in charge of publications and the bookstore and stuff. And her office was in the basement, and it was basically, and she joked about, look at, I work in a toilet, you know, and she and I said, oh, this is Sibby cell, and she goes, what? Oh yeah, and I explained to her why Sibby. They called it Sibby cell, this bathroom,
Right.
because it was Sibby's cell.
Right.
And she, I've heard this place called Sibby cell, but I never knew why. The name just stuck. It just. And I learned it when I was in the rehabilitation project force, because they would routinely refer to Sibby cell
Right.
for whatever reason. I don't know if it was cleaning the heads, cleaning the bathrooms, or whatever.
Right.
But people would refer. Maybe there was stuff stored there, but people would now and then refer to Sibby cell, and that's how I learned what Sibby cell was. So it was part of the history of the what they called the land base.
Yes.
But my wife worked there, and she heard it, but she never knew. Sibby cell, it was after this, and I say it was not routine to incarcerate people like that.
Mm-hmm. I would hope not.
It wasn't definitely unheard of. What would they call it? They'd call it case isolation. Case isolation, in other words, when the person flips their lid. And what do? When you're basically a religious organization and a person goes nuts. What do? You have a responsibility to deal with them.
Yes.
Now, you're not just going to say, hey, get the hell out of here. So run out and run into a car or something. There was an infamous case of Lisa McPherson, which was she was somebody who was put in case isolation and was mistreated, abused in the name of the technology of Scientology, which was not being properly administered. And she, went on sort of a involuntary hunger strike. She couldn't eat, and she basically was I think she just starved to death.
Oh God.
I think what had happened is, but that was afterwards. She went at one point. I think she ran out of the hotel naked and created a big scene, and they took her to the local hospital, the Morton Plant Hospital, and it was a big scene. And then I think they came and got her, and they basically, when I say starved her to death, they weren't trying to starve her. They didn't know how to deal with her. And there's been testimony that what happened was David Miscavige himself, I mean, this was a big scene. It was before it became a public scene.
Yeah.
And with a lawsuit by the McPherson family, which they eventually got a settlement. And there was a whole negligent homicide case against this. And Miscavige, they manipulated the medical examiner to testify that it was, was not homicide. It was just, whatever. She died. She's dead now. But she fudged the reports. It was obviously negligent homicide.
Wow.
But what was so heinous about it, or heinous is the way you would say it, is that according to testimony of defected members, that Miscavige was personally supervising the case from a technical perspective. And he didn't have a clue as to what he was doing. He was acting like, oh, well, I can handle technical stuff. And he's completely incompetent to do that. It's like it would be far more egregious than, having you manage the San Francisco Giants World Series. You know something about baseball, but you're not going to know the fine points.
Oh fuck no.
Yeah. No, but and it could lead to, but it's more like you telling the doctor what to do in surgery.
Right.
It's just inappropriate.
Yes.
But you have enough medical training to fool yourself into thinking that you could do it.
Right.
And what he did was he had her declare clear.
Oh my God.
Which was insane.
Yeah.
Because in other words, his idea probably would have been, well, you've experienced all this invalidation. If we tell you you're clear, everything's going to clear up and you're fine, and all that negativity of self-invalidation is going to clear up. It didn't do anything. It just made her crazier.
Yes.
And he didn't know what he was doing. And he made a complete ass of himself. And that's what brought the house down on Scientology. And there was a whole Lisa McPherson Trust, which had an office that might have even been in the same office complex that Scientology was in. And they had that Lisa McPherson Trust Foundation, which was just fighting Scientology at every
step,
every way it could. And there was a guy named Bob Minton who was a millionaire banker from Massachusetts, and he thought he was this big guy that was going to bring Scientology down, and boy did they screw him over. I think he actually ended up pleading. They did something funny. I think they might have set him up with some Nigerian funny business that might not have been involved in. He might have been involved in it. I don't remember. And he just, they worked him over big time. And anyway, there was eventually a payout to the Lisa's family, and there was a negligent homicide investigation that was closed. Mm-hmm. And some of these people have fessed up that were involved in covering it up. Mm-hmm. So it's like, but back to my dream with the ninth floor.
Right.
That's how the Hubbard siblings got displaced from the ninth floor, as I recall it, where I lived. And I'm heading up to the 9th floor in the dream, but I get up on the 6th floor. Now, the 8th floor was for the Guardian's office. They were the ones that, you know, the dirty tricks department that did whatever they did to protect Scientology.
Yes, it was basically the church's intelligence unit. Go on.
Yes, yes. And they were considered below the personal office. And then below that, the 7th floor was the management. The people that manage Scientology internationally. The 6th floor was like the regular staff, and did the building, took care of the building, or the flag service org, that took care of the auditing and training. And then everybody below that would have been parishioners who were paying money to come. It went down to, I think, 3 floors. And I don't remember a 2nd floor, which might have been considered something else. But anyway, I get up on the 6th floor and I go, what the hell I'm on the wrong floor. But then I get back, and then there's this woman, and she's confused. And I say, oh, I was going up the 9th floor. She said, yeah, I got off on the wrong floor. So we get in the elevator, and then we see that the elevator only goes to the 6th floor, which wasn't the case in real life. It only goes to the 6th floor. Okay, so we have to go down the elevator. We get down to the bottom, and then we have to get in another elevator that goes to the 9th floor. So we're on our way up, and I look at her, and I begin to talk to her and engage, and I see that she's not. At first I thought she was a black woman, but she wasn't black. She was melanated, but almost blue.
Okay.
It was hard to say. She didn't look like a typical black person, if there is such a thing. She looked like, I said, oh, you're from, I just kind of I was thinking of Melanesia.
Right.
Or something like that, but she had a big smile on her face. She was otherworldly.
Okay.
And when I said otherworldly, it was more like she was from, ancient.
Yes.
Ancient.
I got it.
I said, oh, what those characters from, what's that stupid movie by James Cameron with the blue people?
Oh, Avatar.
Yeah, I've never watched that.
You aren't missing shit.
But yeah, it was evocative of, what maybe they were alluding to there.
Okay.
And so that was a very interesting dream that I had with regards to making contact with something that was evocative of the old world.
Yes.
And where that might parlay into the inner earth consciousness that Radu alludes to.
Right.
Because they're ultimately one and the same, but there's complicated nuances with the inner earth.
Yes.
And certainly there is great blockages and that sort of thing. So that dream was the dream where I made contact. Now, where it's interesting is I was going back to my old Scientology days, and going up to the 9th floor was like symbolic of rank and access to the deeper mysteries of what Scientology was. Because you see that there are certain mysteries in the information, and I'm not talking just about the stuff that gets blasted about, because that's that just gets into a huge distortion. But the actual mysteries of Hubbard himself and how he operated,
Yes.
that is almost like it's just I learned a completely different mindset and mentality than even most of my colleagues. And even to the point where I've heard messengers talk who worked with him day to day. They didn't understand some of the more nuanced stuff, because they were basically just kids that were learning. And he liked to have kids with a blank mind because then they wouldn't ask him too many questions. He didn't want to sit there and have to explain himself, on a day-to-day basis. He did have a steward who I knew quite well, and she used to tell me, oh, she'd ask him stuff and he'd talk to her. And he'd explain stuff to her. But that was in the context of, talking to him while she was serving him, whether it be tea, or a meal or whatever. And there'd be a lot of back and forth.
Right.
And casual. It wasn't like he wasn't giving her orders to, run 2 decks below and tell this person to get their act together.
Right.
Not like that. It was very conversational and very fluid and very polite. And I learned a lot about him from her, not exclusively by any means. And just also listening to, his conversations, that tape recorded and stuff like that.
Yes.
It was a very different perspective. On top of the fact that I was a serious student, whereas these messengers were basically there because they'd been dumped there by their parents.
Right.
To work with him. And you're born into it. You're not really there in the same capacity. But that was the dream, going back to the touching base with the inner earth people.
Yes.
And then I was missing my key. I said, where is my key? Why did I lose my key? Where did I put my key? I said, oh, I put it in the room, I think. Then I'm going to the 9th floor, and I think, I forget my room. I had at least 3 rooms on the 9th floor during my stay, because I transferred around 3 different rooms, and at least 3, maybe 4. So I said, well, which one's my room? Oh, I can figure it out. And then I know my key. I can't find my key. What is that key? That key, that lost key. And this was right after, or right before I heard how your mother was fascinated with the name Dietrich because it meant skeleton key.
That's right. Yes.
So there was the element of the key. I also had a dream many, many years ago, before I did my time travel education website, about David Anderson leaving keys for me on the lawn of a university. And that was the keys. It was the keys, and I had the keys, and I was driving. And again, it was a Scientology driver who was driving in the car with me. And so much of the Scientology that I did has pre-qualified me to deal with what I'm doing with. It's undeniable.
Yes.
And it's not a bad thing. But my former colleagues, they're not even close to being capable of even appreciating what I do.
Of course not.
And it's like it doesn't bother me.
They're stuck.
Whatever they are, it's like, okay, it is what it is. Even to the point where my ex-wife was openly fighting me, just like wanted to take me down.
Right.
And you can say a lot of reasons. You can say, well, it's because it was her own inner frustrations or her inner rage or her Scorpio Venus or whatever it was. It was very Edomite.
Right. Yes. Certainly obsessive and possessed almost.
Yeah. and the most egregious thing was the complete lack of consideration for our daughter. Didn't give a damn about the impact all this would have on my daughter.
Right.
Just didn't give a shit.
Right.
And as my attorney says, he says, and he was being objective with. He was a very sweet man, very expensive man, but a very sweet man.
You get what you pay for.
Yeah, oh yeah. And he said, you know, it's clear she just wants her as a pawn.
Right.
He said, very clear she doesn't want her, but she wants her because she'll get a pawn. She'll get money for her. You know, child.
Right.
And it was like, God, what and then what was interesting about this is it must have been, you know, the divorce was long since over, and she was still getting child support. She'd been paid off, and everything was relatively copacetic between the two of us. You know, we'd interact friendly. You know, we'd share my daughter on certain days. And then she called one day and said, "Oh, I've got a job for her." And she arranged for my daughter to go to work at a Scientology company. And my daughter did not necessarily know that. But she found out, and she was being paid a very good salary. She was then promoted, I think, to office manager, which was going to have a better salary. I think she's like making $25 an hour or something like that. And that's as a starter, as somebody who's just out of high school.
Right.
Okay. That was really good. And then it got weird. Because this guy was not only a Scientologist, he was obsessive. And he'd been kicked out of Scientology, declared a suppressive person by Scientology, which itself was acting suppressively.
Ooh.
Because his behavior was so incongruent or antisocial. And the reason they would tolerate him or let him back in is because he was making huge donations.
Wow.
You know, he ran a company that would go clean places, like he might call, you know, Toyota and, you know, charge them $10,000 to go clean out their
inventory.
not their inventory, their
facility. Clean their facility.
Facility, you know, and he'd go in there. He'd send a couple of guys in there. Would go in with high-powered water jets and stuff, and clean the job and charge an outrageous price. Because, you know, you're dealing with big organizations, big people. You know, he knew how to do it, and mostly what he did was, you know, have people go do his work for him.
Of course.
And but he always had a lot of debt, and he seemed very, because he could always earn a lot of money. He didn't care, you know, and so what he would do is sit there, and it was very inappropriate. My daughter said he'd just get up and he'd start talking to the staff about Scientology.
Weird.
And at one point, she even upbraided me. Why aren't you working with him? Why aren't you working with him? And he wanted to meet me because he heard about me. And then I met him. I went over to dinner at my ex-wife's house, and I think I'd given him my book, and then he just started to just go into a tirade.
Of course.
Telling me how he could take me out on the street and, you know, beat me up and stuff like this. And
why? What provoked that?
Because I wasn't on the Scientology
page.
He read my book, and he, you know, and he says, and I go, he goes, but you know, that's not the law. And but you know, I mean, you know, like he's telling me how much power he has, and I'm just listening to him. I said, you know, I'm like, you know, I'm not about to get physically aggressive with him. I just listen to him, and you know, he acknowledged that I had the rights to do what I wanted to do, but how, that was, he saw me as a great loss.
Ah, okay.
Like if I were to just drop Douglas Dietrich right now and say, oh, I'm going to go work with Sean David Morton, you would feel a tremendous loss.
Yes.
Supported that's, in other words, that's how he was perceiving it. It's like I had all of these experience,
Mm-hmm.
and he knew because he'd read it, how I, had experienced going out of my body with exteriorization. It's like I really got Scientology. I think Tom Cruise had the same sort of reaction when he read my book, because in other words, like God, like one of my friends, well, he never read my book. One of my close friends who really taught me a lot back when I first got into Scientology. I just admired the hell out of him, but he went downhill, and he, when he kind of saw where I was at, he viewed me as like Saruman, the evil wizard who had been Gandalf's mentor in The Lord of the Rings, and then he turned bad. He went into Saruman. Like, these people have no clue. They have no clue. They're very limited. And so I remember, after his tirade, I just, left, and I looked at him and I said, "Thank you for a very pleasant evening."
Yes.
That was exactly what I think The Godfather, Tom Hagen, said when he walked out of the movie producer's house. He says, "Thank you for a very pleasant evening." And then, they, put the horse's head in the guy's bed. And I just, and he says, "Oh, well, thank you," and I didn't react to him. And my ex-wife called me up. She was horrified at his behavior. Absolutely horrified. Just horrified. And now, in the meantime, my daughter was still working for him. And I would drive her to work or pick her up, at least on the days I had her. And because she could drive, but I needed the car or whatever, and I would drive her to work and pick her up. And he would, and so then it got into this crazy drama. And I remember taking my daughter out for pizza with one of her friends. And we went to Garden City, which is it was some pizza place she liked. And I remember she's sitting there. She goes, "My life is like a movie," because there was like this, like Scientology was fighting for her,
right?
Fighting for her soul.
Yeah.
And because she was the daughter of me and
yes.
my ex-wife, and it was like this fight. And one of my friends at the time, who was she was fascinated by what was going on, just like this Scientology drama that had been pulled into my daughter's life. And then what happened is, so I was explaining to her things, and she says, "Yeah, my life is like a movie." She felt like she was being torn between, Scientology and me, or I don't know what it was. But then I think she went to work on a weekend one day, and he does one of these these meetings where he's talking to the staff, unnecessary meetings. Like, what are you doing? Why are you having these meetings?
Because it makes him feel important.
Yeah, and he's trying to convert them to Scientology, or make them better Scientologists.
Right.
And he goes, "Now, who here gossips?" And my daughter is probably the only one that raises her hand.
Good God, she's courageous, because everybody fucking gossips.
And she says, "Why do you gossip?" And she goes, "Because I'm a 17-year-old girl."
There. Yeah, what the fuck?
Answer.
Thank you.
And he just like lit into her.
Oh my God. Fuck
and
him.
She goes, "Bye. Bye."
Good.
He says, "Are you leaving just for today or forever?" She goes, "Forever."
Good.
and she just walked out. She was not going to tolerate that. She just left. Now, she happened to have, I think, at that time she was hanging out with the Kung Fu Girls that were
Cool.
a band, a couple of Asian girls.
Right. Was that was that where she met the Korean girl who then later just kind of, disappeared, kind of like ghosted her?
No, that's different. These were Chinese girls.
Okay.
That, and I remember they corrected me when I used the word Oriental. Oh, they did not like that.
By the way, I don't mind that term myself, but yeah, for some,
Asian. I go, what the hell? What's pejorative about Oriental? I didn't know, but I said, okay, Asian. I thought it was silly.
Yeah, I do as well personally myself. I understand younger Asians, their entire trip is that they want to be identified as Asian. It really goes back to colonialism, and they feel it's a colonial term. But the reality was, in the old navigation days, the Asia was north on the map, and the navigators would orient their maps towards Asia because they're trying to reach the Asian market for the spice trade and everything else that was in the age of discovery, helping to, basically make Europe a Renaissance culture. And so it was called the Orient for that reason. The navigation was oriented towards there. But I think what happened was, or rather I know what happened, was that Orient became more and more affiliated with Asian India or South Asia, and Asians want to disambiguate themselves from South Asians. So Far East Asians, meaning Koreans, Vietnamese, Taiwanese, Japanese, and Chinese, don't like to be confused with South Asians who are like Asian Indians.
To me, a Southeast Asian is an Asian.
Yes, yeah, I know this. That's what some people argue. Yes,
to me, it's silly.
Yeah,
and however, if people do like to be called certain things, and they should have the respect of being called who they want to be called. So, but still, it's like big deal. But that's where I learned that Oriental could be termed pejorative, because I never even knew it could be pejorative. Right. What was pejorative, what I did learn, from the Jewish company we did a lot of work for, was, a Seb. Oh, that person's a Seb, or a Seb, or a SEB they'd write, which was a slant-eyed bastard. And they did a lot of work for Nintendo, which would be, some of it would be filtered down to us, and but they used the word SEB, Seb, a Seb, slant-eyed bastard, which I thought was extremely pejorative.
Yes, of course.
And I don't, I don't know that it was particularly malicious. It certainly sounds like it, but it's more like, cultural, clash of culture and not being respectful of it. But whatever. So, to get back to, that was a big, so what happened is the Kung Fu Girls had a mom who had a boyfriend who was an attorney. And he wrote a letter to the guy, an attorney letter, and he paid her. He wasn't going to pay her. In other words, so then, about this time, my friend Yonda came to visit me, and I started telling her about this. And she goes, "Oh, I know this guy." And she started telling me a whole situation, how I think her boyfriend's son had gone to work for this guy and had the same problem, and they had to use, some sort of threats or force to get paid. It's like, apparently would just, not pay people,
right,
if he got away with it. And then if they brought enough legal pressure, he'd pay them.
Right.
I think he paid my daughter in cash
Good.
because I think the check he sent her bounced or something
Oh,
like
of
that.
course.
Or
What a
maybe one he sent Yonda's kids bounced, or Yonda's boyfriend's kids. In other words, it was notorious. And of course, what this accomplished is it like my daughter did not have she was being exposed to Scientology. She was learning certain positive things. This completely alienated her from the subject.
yeah.
Completely.
Understandably.
I mean, what he did is he just created a huge divorce in her mind that Scientology could be anything. And what he was talking to me, I think we had the dinner, he's saying, how could you, but what about your daughter's immoral future? Like he thought that I was stopping her, her eternal freedom.
Right.
Like by not, like I was actually in the way of her internal or her, eternal freedom.
Right.
Which was completely absurd.
Yes.
But this was what he believed. And I don't even think my ex-wife would have thought that.
There.
But because she's very smart, but it depends what what mindset she's in. So at one point she came down really heavy, and she asked, and my daughter she tells me everything. She says, what do you, she says, she came down really hard on my daughter. What does your dad say to you about Scientology? What does he say? Like, was I the big suppressive on her case?
Ah.
Okay. She says, well, Dad, he doesn't say anything bad about it. He's kind of taught me to use it to deal with people.
Right.
She said, the tone scale, the emotional tone scale.
Right.
And I would point things out to her, just common sense stuff. And, she actually gave me a positive review without me prompting her, She was honest, and it's okay, well, he's not the one, because I think she thought that my daughter's problems might have to do with, me.
Right.
Telling evil shit about Scientology. It's just like, this is how completely misled these people are.
Yes.
And how, malfunctioning. But I would say that my ex-wife at the time she was attacking me was completely under Edomite influence, under entity influence.
Right.
But that's all in the past. And that's, the BS I had to go through.
Yes.
But to get back to the dream, there is the underlay of the 210 South Fort Harrison, which is the Jack Parsons stuff. And then there's the Scientology stuff. And I'm going from the bottom floor and I'm stopping at the 6th floor, which has to do with what you would call basically the common staff, or possibly even the public. And there's where I meet this woman who's kind of like on the wrong floor with me. And then we're going up to the 9th floor, which is, represents, inner access. Let's call that inner access to it's kind of like the access you had to a keynote.
Right.
It's a different, paradigm, but and so and then there were the lost keys. And the keys were just more misplaced than lost. I wasn't worried about losing them, but I couldn't find them. It's kind of like trying to find the right keys. The keys are also evocative of me at the university, finding the keys on the lawn. They were David's keys. And then I ended up, that was a precursor to what I would learn. But it might have been years ahead. Now, this dream is a precursor of moving upwards, higher learning, and having some, it's kind of the inner inner secrets.
Right.
Now, I want to ask you a question. I want to. So that's an interesting dream,
Yes.
and the, I guess what I call the Scientology backlash.
Right.
The backlash, like nothing comes too easily.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you get, and that's a good thing. But I want to ask you a question. Who makes these Holocaust dogs?
Ghost Robotics. Let me go look up in my notes exactly who to make certain I got it right. But it's Ghost Robotics. Originally it was Boston Robotics that was making the original models, but those aren't. They were just models. So let me.
Somebody's like, you know, I mean, equipping these with
Yeah.
high-powered. Like, see, you don't really know the exact manufacturer.
Oh no, I know exactly who it is. Just give me a second to make certain that I say it correctly. So definitely, I was speaking about it. Let's see now. Here we are. We're speaking about it over the past several days, and we're going to be continuing to speak about it as the you know, on Wednesday. Because we've already entered the drone zone. I mean, people talk about entering the Twilight Zone, but so here it is. It's basically this dog, the Holocaust dogs in particular, which again, I put this link into the chat where you can see the communist Chinese examples, and they're comparatively clumsy and awkward. The links that we were putting in before, which hopefully somebody's downloaded, or always download these things when I provide a link, it's going to get scrubbed. And so understand that this link demonstrates this Holocaust dog in all its glory, where you see how agile it is and extremely scurrying. It's dreadfully flexible, and so here's the story. It's basically there is this. It's called Vision 60. That's what the dog is called. The original models, the prototypes, and they're made by Philadelphia-based Ghost Robotics. So that's similar to the Boston Dynamics robot dog that we've already all seen videos of. So Ghost Robotics is based in Philadelphia, and said company describes its robot dog as, quote, unstoppable, unquote, and claims to have already sold it to more than 25 national security customers. Now, the dogs deployed in the Gaza Strip have been retrofitted with a drone called the Rooster, which can detach from and reattach to the dog's back, resulting in a robot drone hybrid, meaning that this extends its reconnaissance abilities. And that little drone, the Rooster, it flies in search of any human being and then notifies the dog to head towards its radio beacon. Now, this drone was jointly developed by the Israeli startup Robotican. That's spelled R-O-B-O-T, robot, I-C-A-N, Robotican. And that, of course, gets all its money from the Directorate of Defense Research and Development, the D-O-D-R-A-D, DODRAD. That's the Israeli equivalent of DARPA. So DARPA, of course, is the United States Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, DARPA. Again, the Israeli version of that is DODRAD, D-O-D-R-A-D, Directorate of Defense Research and Development. So they sponsored the startup in Israel, Robotican, and Robotican jointly developed with Philadelphia-based Ghost Robotics the Holocaust dog, initially as a prototype called Vision 60.
Nobody calls it that. They don't call it that, do they?
Vision 60?
No, they don't call it the Holocaust dog. That's your identification, correct?
No, that's what they call it when they speak to each other. They call them the Holocaust dogs. That's because Israelis, it would be like a Christian culture calling its tank, like in World War II, the Crusader, or the planes, the Crusader. That's just a leftover from the culture. When it comes to the Muslims, if they developed a weapon, there's plenty of their weapons that are called jihad, for holy war. But when it comes to the Israelis, what people forget is that the term Holocaust is always confused by the Gentiles. All that the Gentiles think about is Israeli victimization. That's not the case. In Israeli culture, the Israeli version of holy war, their version,
A burnt offering.
yes, their version of a crusade or a jihad is a total burnt offering of the entire enemy population to God. That the entire enemy population will not only be destroyed, exterminated, but burnt to the root in terms of their land, and then resettled by the Israelis and refertilized. They wouldn't do what the Romans did. The Romans would, of course, raze everything to the ground and then cover it in salt so nothing would ever grow there again. The pre-industrial equivalent of a nuclear bombardment. But with the Israelis, the Holocaust was to burn the surface clean of the enemy population. But the enemy population was to be annihilated and then burnt, and they have therefore the term Holocaust. And so it was always used by them as a meaning of offensive war. America itself is secretly and illegally deploying these robo-dogs in Gaza solely for surveillance and intelligence gathering purposes, but really to provide more information to the Israelis. Until recently, orders have been changed to try and warn the people that the Israelis are coming, because they're trying to prevent the final annihilation of everybody in Rafah. Rafah being the city where everybody has retreated into. The American robo-dogs are not equipped with any lethal weaponry, but such a development's just an add-on anyway, of course. Indeed, the United States Army has already announced its intention to mount submachine guns on the Vision 60 and give them AI capabilities. So there's just aping, just like the communist Chinese, what the Israelis have done. Only in both the United States and communist Chinese cases, they're working far more conventionally with machine guns to maintain these as conventional battlefield accessories, if you will, as opposed to the Israelis using them for genocide and annihilation. Now, we know that the Israelis have done what they've done, which is purchase all of these robo-dogs and reproduce them by the thousands, because they have conducted an aggressive economic campaign of espionage in these United States since 1948. And that's how they've modernized all of their weapons, nuclear weapons and everything else. The Americans, of course, have lost all just a priceless amount, an incalculable amount of valuable proprietary information. And it's unfairly advantaged Israeli companies who consider themselves the startup capital of the world in their own minds. And it's all because of everything they've stolen from the United States and then placed on the international arms market. Now, other countries do conduct economic espionage against the United States. Communist China and Japan both do, but Israel's the only recipient of foreign American aid to do so. Communist China and the Empire of Japan aren't getting foreign American aid. Israel is getting constant foreign American aid, and they're still fucking us over. But when it comes to everything that I'm mentioning, when it comes to the Holocaust dogs, understand that this is something that we know has happened. A Japanese journalist risked his life to get that footage out there. My son's husband helped to upload it onto YouTube when it was aired. That footage was aired on Singapore, where he actually recorded it. And now it's scrubbed from YouTube, which is, again, tragic. Whenever I link something, it gets scrubbed. So everybody, when I do that, download it, for God's sake. And when it comes to that footage, again, you're talking about these dogs, these Holocaust dogs. They can float and then still basically throw their flames, burn people alive. The Middle East Monitor, I'll read therefrom. The Middle East Monitor said, the 3 Vision 60 robot dogs, manufactured by the American company Ghost Robotics and costing 130,000 United States dollars each, possess a number of capabilities, including scouting areas above and below ground. They can bore underground to a degree, being highly mobile and agile. They're able to climb trees, piles of dirt, and rubble, and they need to do this because the bombings bury hundreds of women and children. Remember, Gaza is a nation of women and children. Over half the population is children, and the other half is practically women. There's almost no men in Gaza because the Israelis have been killing them off for generations. It's serious. This is the demographics. So whenever they're bombing these buildings, hundreds of people get buried in collapsing rubble and can survive in pockets for days, while people have been known, like they're doing these days, to dig them out with their bare hands. And entire communities will get together and do that. But these dogs prevent that because these dogs climb through the piles of dirt and rubble, go deep into the crevices between those rocks, and burn the survivors alive. So there's no one left to recover other than burned cadavers. They walk through deep puddles, they float on the surface of water, as well as being able to get back on their feet if they're flipped over like a cockroach. All of this, the Middle East Monitor has basically reiterated, is what the company has demonstrated. Now, these machines are programmed to execute tasks with chilling efficiency, including this novel and, they've got these techniques they've introduced, and they themselves are introducing a novel and terrifying actor onto the battlefield, one that's never been dealt with before, and especially in regions like Gaza, where the population is notably young, where over half of them are children. The psychological and physical terror inflicted by these robotic dogs hunting everyone down day and night, it can simply never be overstated. Understand that these dogs, their biggest weakness is the amount of flammable incendiary fluid they can carry. So once one dog has exhausted itself, that's why they had to produce thousands of them. This is why the dogs hunt in packs, literally hundreds of them, like cockroach swarms, will overrun entire rubble piles, go in through the rubble piles, burn everybody inside. Then they're directed by drones to seek out more wherever there's any people that the overhead flying drones are sighting. Then the packs of dogs get redirected there. But the dogs themselves have their own technology for reconnaissance. To read from Haaretz, the Israeli newspaper, at length and verbatim in its expansion of exposition. This is a paragraph from Haaretz. A prominent example is the procurement of Vision 60 units, a dog-shaped walking robot made by Philadelphia-based Ghost Robotics. The first 4 units entered military service during the war, financed by unknown donors. The defense establishment subsequently procured more and more units. They are also semi-autonomous, meaning semi-independent, able to control their own speed of movement and come to a halt without any human intervention. They guide themselves by LiDAR, L-I-D-A-R, which is a acronym combining laser and radar. This means that they see by light amplification. This is laser is an acronym. Light amplification by stimulated emission of radiation. That's what LASER, the acronym laser, stands for. Light amplification by stimulated emission of radiation, plus radar, which is radio detection and ranging. So they see and hear in pitch black. They're able to hunt people in perfect darkness. They have these LiDAR capabilities which allow these small cockroach dog units to conduct 3D mapping of their surrounding environment. It helps them to locate hidden explosive charges that would otherwise be set to destroy incoming Israeli personnel or vehicles, and they can disarm these explosive charges or simply set them off by firing flame upon them or triggering them with radio triggering. The robots' integration, this is again from Haaretz. The robots' integration is the result of the recently announced collaboration between Ghost Robotics in Philadelphia and Robotican in Israel, which was founded in 2013 and currently operates with no external financing. No external financing is what they claim, so there's no paperwork trail, and has about 40 employees. That's because it's all mass production by machine. Robotican is an importer that also equips the robot with a software platform and specific autonomous capabilities. That means it's equipped with an independent capacity to hunt down people at all costs and no survivors. So this is something that it's followed up by. The same sourced paper discusses it's followed up these packs of dogs. Once they've eliminated the population, they send in these unmanned bulldozers used by the Israeli occupation forces. For the first time, the Panda, a remote-controlled D9 bulldozer, jointly developed by Israel Aerospace Industries subsidiary Alta Systems, the IDF Ground Forces Technology Division and Defense Research and Development Directorate, their version of DARPA, has been used in the Gaza war. The D9 is remotely operated by a screen and joystick to carry out missions and to expose ground and demolish buildings without ever jeopardizing a single Israeli soldier. So in other words, the soldiers who occupy, after all of these people are killed, who have been sought out in the rubble by the dogs, then they send in the bulldozers to completely bulldoze all of that rubble and cover their war crimes, so that they bulldoze these bodies into the ground. They're already burned, then they bulldoze them further into the dirt and to destroy the evidence. So this is what the Israelis have turned the Gaza into a parking lot. And our man Brendan Zogit says LiDAR is infrared laser. He says LiDAR stands for light detection and ranging, is remote sensing method that uses light in the form of pulsed laser to measure ranges, variable distances to the earth, meaning that these dogs see in perfect darkness and can hunt people down hiding in the pitch black. So these dogs are active all day, all night. The Gazan people have ultimately been corralled, well over 1.5 million of them, into Rafah. The rest of the Gaza Strip is a parking lot. And this is the horror of the situation as it stands. And now the visual evidence to give people an idea of how horrific all of this is has been scrubbed from the internet. I'm hoping people can find something similar again. And, I'll look myself, see what can be found. I'll see if I can, you know how busy my son's husband is. I'll see if I can ask him to re-upload it, if indeed he bothered to download a copy himself when he uploaded it in the first place in Singapore. He probably did so on the spot, from what I understood. Again, this was something that was taken by a Japanese reporter. The narration was all in Japanese, but it wasn't allowed to show in Japan. And instead, it was produced with Chinese subtitles. And the Chinese subtitles could be read on either side of the Black Ditch of the Taiwan Strait, meaning Taiwanese and mainland Chinese could read them. But it was broadcast out of Singapore, where my son's husband was at the time and happened to upload what he did onto YouTube. Now it's been scrubbed. So Brendan Zogit, of course, is talking about still images are finally taken, that he's provided some of these still images he's got of this dog. And he's going to send them to me. He says the claim is that this is the stupidest thing in the world, and it was something that was brought up by Nemo as well, that they're making this stupid claim that these dogs are for firefighting, that they're flamethrower dogs because they say that they're going to fight fire with fire. That obviously is a metaphor for fighting terrorism with terror, as the Israelis understand it. And so this is like what we're dealing with. So hopefully that answers, a number of your questions. And but the horror is that here's
prompt more questions, but go ahead.
Yeah. So here's the what I'm going to do is download this and then send this to you. So let me save this to downloads, and I'll send that to you. And this is something that hopefully will be of some help. He says, I'll send you the Japanese article in a bit. So Brennan Zogit will try and send the Japanese article. Let me go over to Peter Moon's private messages, see if I can get this uploaded here. Go to my images here, and everything's slow on my ancient computer, of course. I've got a jalopy. I go to downloads and see if I can just open this up and press enter. There you go. So here's the insanity. It's right there, Peter. You can see it. You can open it up. Meet Thermonator, a robot dog welding a flamethrower for wildfire control and prevention. To prevent and control wildfires, they've developed a dog with a flamethrower. It's like, how offensive can you be? It's like, it's almost like they're, what do they, I mean, Peter, you take it from here. It's, I'm left with speechless.
Well, you know what Ted Koppel would say if he heard you saying these things?
What? What would he say?
You're making some very serious charges here.
Yes. Yeah.
Making some very serious charges here. This is not something we would normally, contemplate.
Yes.
What is an even more amazing and perhaps the most significant aspect of it all is not just the story itself, which is quite riveting, but is the way not only the media doesn't say it, but I've been listening to some alternative media people who are just not pro-Israel at all. They're not pro-Zionist.
Right.
And they're really taking people to task. I don't believe for a minute they even have any clue about this stuff.
Right.
It is that well hidden. And of course it would have to be. Now, why don't the Japanese allow it? What's their issue in this? Why would they be so hesitant to say, look at what all these nut jobs are doing?
Because the Japanese, there's two factors here. The communist Chinese have made a political show of trying to claim that they're Palestinian sympathetic. And for years, the Japanese and Taiwanese have been exposed to a lot of Israeli propaganda, where the Israelis have had the influence of making the Taiwanese and Japanese think that the Palestinians are all a bunch of lazy terrorists, while the Israelis are these hard-working fellow Asians at the other opposite end of the Asian continent in the Levantine. There's certainly a lot of Israelis that have been specifically trying to escape to Taiwan. A lot of Israelis are now seriously considering relocating to Taiwan. I can even show you a link where Israelis have been, comparing like what will my life be like if I move to Taiwan, and how life would be different for them in Taiwan than in Israel. And this is, of course, because Israel has a lot of people who realize that Israel may not survive this, because Israel is entering a Holocaust phase where they're just...
They might end up like the people from Gaza.
Yes, where they could bring that upon themselves. A few far-seeing Israelis are looking at that potential, and therefore they're trying to make plans. But while I look for that link, I'm going to keep talking and explain the situation about Japan. What happened was that for years, many years, the Japanese just balanced between the two sides. The largest amount of foreigners in Japan were, for a long time, basically Israelis and Iranians. So if you went throughout the 80s into the 90s, you would see in Japan the majority of foreigners were Israelis or Iranians. And in Iran, what would happen is that all kinds of the people would go into these sports arenas, and they would enter these lottery tickets. And whoever won the lottery would get to work in Japan. And of course, everybody wanted to leave Iran and go to work in Japan. And the reason why was that, they could send all kinds of money home, and they'd make more money in Japan than working in Iran during a lifetime. So then they'd send all that money home to their family. So everybody was looking forward to doing scut work in Japan. And as a result, what happened was the people who won these lotteries would become entire communities in Japan. But it was also, as is always the case in Japan, the highest number of crimes committed in Japan. They have a yakuza, of course, an underworld, a gangster underworld. But the gangster underworld has an agreement with law enforcement that the overwhelming majority of their serious crimes are committed overseas. So there's very little crime in Japan committed by the yakuza. If anything, they would probably put down random crimes that would be a threat to the community simply because they would help to keep the peace. But when it comes to foreigners, about 100%, statistically, 100% of the crime in Japan is committed by foreigners. So that meant that the biggest foreign mafias in Japan were the Iranian and Israeli mafias. And they would get into the point of fighting with each other. But, during the weekends, or basically one day of the week, Sunday, I believe, the Iranians would take over entire Japanese national parks, or like city parks. And just these entire communities would sell Iranian food, basically give each other haircuts, kind of like just something for them to do to maintain a sense of cultural identity. But I had one friend I knew, and he was trying to sell tchotchkes, just stupid little items in Japan. And he was setting up on a street corner, and then a bunch of Israelis came and told him that they were going to beat him to death if he didn't move, because this was their street corner to sell Israeli tchotchkes on. So then what happened was he realized just the extent of how the Israelis had taken over street corners to sell stupid little things on as part of their criminal activity in Japan. But this is because you had this big, two competing cultures, the Israelis and the Iranians in Japan, and they were all competing to out-propaganda each other to get Japan's sympathy. Now, what happened was Japan, of course, needs oil. Japan is very dependent on, there's no oil in Japan other than the northern islands. And the northern islands, of course, were lost in World War II. Of course, the Russians were never able to invade the Japanese home islands, but they stole the northern chain of islands known as Tsushima, and especially Sakhalin Island, which is just saturated with oil. Japan would be far more oil independent if they had access to those islands. But because they don't, Japan depends on oil from the rest of the world. And it gets all of its oil, of course, from generally the Middle East. And the majority of it was for the longest time from Iran. And because of this, the Japanese were making votes in the United Nations that were helping the Iranians. And this is why Stuxnet, which was developed by the Israelis and the Americans, which was deployed to take out all of the Iranian nuclear centrifuges, Stuxnet was meant to take out the German manufactured, specifically by the German company Siemens. Siemens manufactured the industrial control systems, the ICSs, for all of these nuclear centrifuges in Iran. So when Stuxnet was devised to take out specifically the German manufactured Siemens industrial control systems in Iranian nuclear centrifuges, which were the exact same industrial control systems used to control the safety mechanisms in Japanese nuclear power plants. They also used Siemens industrial control systems. So what the Israelis did was they unleashed Stuxnet in the Japanese nuclear supercluster known as Fukushima Daiichi. Fukushima Daiichi transliterates as Fukushima Big One, which means it's a big one cluster of at least 3 major nuclear power plants. They had industrial control systems that would have kicked in safety mechanisms in the event of any incoming tsunami. So when Japan has got one of the most advanced earthquake monitoring and tsunami monitoring systems in the world, their weather system is national and is considered a branch of the military. It's considered a branch of self-defense. So as I've stated before and articulated at great depth about the reality of tsunami bombs, which were developed in World War II, the Americans deployed them in the first attack was against Indonesia during the senior Bush administration, and that was a tsunami bomb that basically took out a great deal of the economy of the Indian Ocean at the time that the Americans were developing great hostilities with the Indonesians in particular, but also many of the Southeast Asian nations were radicalizing. And this was the kind of bomb that was deployed to attack Japan on March 11th. And that was 3/11, as the Japanese call it. They speak of it the way we would 9/11 in the very year my mother died, 2011, and just a week before she died. And so when it came to the tsunami bomb, when it was deployed and did what it did, as it was incoming, the Japanese knew it was incoming. And then the Stuxnet virus sent in by the Israelis kicked in and destroyed their nuclear facilities' capacity to shut down. That's what caused Fukushima Daiichi to go into meltdown. This was an Israeli act of war. But after that, Japan withdrew its support for Iran in the United Nations. So just again, so that people understand the reality of this, it was in the Indian Ocean on the 26th day of the 12th month in 2004 that a 9.1 magnitude earthquake, the largest in half a century, triggered a catastrophic tsunami and claimed 300,000 lives. Now, this is known to the scientific community as the Sumatra-Andaman earthquake. The 2004 Indian Ocean earthquake was classified as this undersea megathrust earthquake occurring on Sunday, the 26th day of December in 2004. The epicenter was off the west coast of Sumatra, Indonesia, the largest Islamic nation on earth. There's far more Muslims in Indonesia than there are in all the Arab nations put together. It's also the largest Muslim nation in the world in terms of geography, not just demography, but geography. And so this was primed precisely on the half century and half a decade mark. It was the 55th annual Independence Day. So it was on their version of 4th of July that this happened, amid everybody celebrating. Everybody was out for their version of the 4th of July celebrations, their 55th annual Independence Day from the Netherlands, which they had been occupied by the Dutch for over 300 years. And they had been independent for only 55 years. And these top secret 33-foot wave-generating tsunami bomb experiments were conducted by the United States and New Zealand during the Second World War. And circa 1997, the warning was issued by way of threats as projected via ecocidal terrorism, deploying electromagnetic pulse weaponry, eco-weapons, which employ electromagnetic waves. At that time, it was then United States Secretary of Defense, William Sebastian Cohen, attorney at law. So the Defense Secretary Cohen said that enemy nations were more than capable of generating earthquakes using eco-weapons. Then on December 26, 2004, the United States deployed one. This earthquake struck along this known fault line. That's where they planted the bomb. The Indian Ocean generated 30-foot swells of water that engulfed resort areas, entire villages along the coasts of Thailand, Sri Lanka, Indonesia, India, all the result of thermonuclear detonations triggered in place to destroy a series of major emergent East Asian economies, wash away terrorist organizations, and rebrand the Great Satan America as a model humanitarian, a model of humanitarian leadership in a region gripped by anti-American sentiment, beginning with the heavily populated Muslim regions of Southeast Asia where the bulk of casualties occurred, and where the Australian and Thai governments deliberately failed to respond to warning of the impending earthquake. All of this happened under direct executive order of George Bush the Senior. They accomplished what they wanted to accomplish then. We know the United States government definitively knew of the disaster ahead of time and refrained from warning the Asian peoples in all the impacted nation states because this was evidenced by the American Navy base situated in the Indian Ocean island of Diego Garcia, which became a U.S. military base in the 1970s. They were alerted and escaped completely unscathed from the effects of the tsunamis. They didn't have a single casualty, while all the other islands suffered enormous losses in human life. So they completely evacuated the island, knowing what was going to happen, and yet didn't warn anybody because this was obviously an attack. On the Independence Day of what was considered at that point a developing enemy nation. So they preempted that by wiping out so much of its economy that it had to ask America for economic assistance and aid and refrain from going Islamo-radicalized. So since that was accomplished, the Israelis did it with Japan because Japan was becoming more Irano-centric and favoring the Iranians in the United Nations. And it depended on Iranian oil, making deals with Iranian mullahs for the exchange of nuclear technology so that they could get easier access to Iranian oil. And so the Jews then conducted a nuclear attack on Japan. The tsunami bomb was provided by the United States, which is completely subservient to Israel. And the Israelis provided the Stuxnet, which they co-developed with the United States to shut down the Fukushima Daiichi safety reaction systems, which were the same German systems used in the centrifuges in Iran. And Japan suffered a nuclear attack, just as Iran did from the Israelis by the Stuxnet, which shut down all of their nuclear centrifuges. So all of this is quite evident. I've provided enormous evidence in the past and could do so again in the future and could go deeper into how Stuxnet works, etc. But I think everybody gets the message. So this is what happened, and this is why the Japanese are afraid to show anything. The Japanese can't show anything Jew negative because of the kike ability to shut down their nuclear facilities. Japan has to change its entire infrastructure system to Stuxnet-proof itself, and ultimately then, at some point in history, respond to this Jewish act of war. Now, I think opportunities like that will arise as the war enters into a World War phase, where, of course, Japan has to participate in this war. And as I said, the lineup will be the Israelis on the side of the Russians and the Chinese, and the Japanese will be on the side of Taiwan and America, which is where we're going to have our civil war is all going to be based on the fucking Jew. It's just how many people are going to continue surrendering American sovereignty to the Jews, and how many want independence from Judaism. So, and this is what the next American Civil War will be about. Once that's finished, we can participate in the World War, which will also be against Israel as well as the Sino-Slavic Synaxis, with Japan and Taiwan on our side. This is what we're coming down to. And again, this is something that until that point, the Japanese are very patient and they think in terms of centuries, just like all Asian cultures do, as opposed to generations. They think in terms of centuries. You just have to be patient and wait before you can be in a position to strike back. Japan is simply too energy vulnerable. Even with all their nuclear power plants, they're still too energy vulnerable in terms of their need for petroleum to risk severing ties with the Middle East. As for the Jews and what they've developed in terms of what I brought up in the past, this is where we come into the axis of Abraham, where the Jewish people now in Israel, they have this Abraham Accords that were set up by the Americans. And with this, they've managed to control a great deal of the economy of the Middle East. And they are simply out to basically sell them weapons. The Abraham Accords, if people look them up, they'll say it's a peace accord. It has nothing to do with peace. Everything that the Israelis are doing with it involves the sale of weapons. The axis of Abraham is supposed to be peaceful and armed. All kinds of the Abraham Accords, which were accepted to provide peace at the regional level and public diplomacy. All they enabled was arms trade with Morocco, like I said, which occupies Polisario, or the Western Sahara, in the same manner that Israel occupies Palestine, and the Sudan, which is still carrying on an ethnic cleansing in Darfur. These are genocidal nation states, and the Israelis have sold them unmanned aerial vehicles, spywares, missiles, rifles. There hasn't been a single iota of peaceful trade. Everything has been weapons. The Israelis have armed the Middle East as their satraps. This is the Israeli empire, and they don't refer to it as the Abraham Accords. They call it the Axis of Abraham. So this is a war alliance, and this is, again, the enemy. The United Arab Emirates, Bahrain, Saudi Arabia, Morocco, Sudan, they're all Israeli satraps. And at this point, slave circuited to Israel. That's why Israel feels confident they can destroy the Dome of the Rock and rebuild the Third Temple. They have these Arab cultures on their side. The Arab people, if they get angered by what the Israelis do, would have to overthrow their own governments. So that may well happen. But that will, of course, then have repercussions. Now, I put in the link already where you can see Israelis are considering, what's it like if I move to Taiwan? How much better will it be for me? And, this link shows Israelis how much better it will be in Taiwan for them if they escape there. So our friend Brendan Zoget has found the original B-roll. So let me take a look at what he's found. Hopefully this is YouTube footage. And then I will link to this. Okay, so this is a robot dog with a flamethrower. It's not nearly as impressive as the footage shown by the Japanese, but he's found a good backup. So thank you. Brendan Zoget has found this. So what I'm going to do is take this link and I'm going to put this into the chat as well as to our text box. And this will help to make up for what YouTube scrubbed based on my linkages to what Sugar Daddy, my son's husband, had uploaded. So here we go with that. And with that, I turn it back over to Peter Moon. You can review this now and at least somebody download this. Aristides, make certain you download this for your records. And we have that for the future. So back to Peter.
The
Well, thank you for
you
that.
just put in the YouTube?
Yes, this thing I just put in your private messages. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, got it.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you for that. And what I see here, what you just said is intimidating, to say the least. I've been hearing so much rhetoric about how the Israelis, particularly Netanyahu, are cornered. And they may well be. What you're saying is that you're presenting a scenario that they've got so many things under control. However, as much as the Japanese might be subordinate to them in certain respects, they're not obligated to fight for them.
No.
And they could end up being out on a limb,
Yes.
even with all of this incredible power.
That's why so many of them are planning escape to Taiwan.
Well, yeah, so it's this incredible power structure that they have, put together quite ingeniously, is, under the threat. But it's something that people aren't even close to being aware of, because it's just so far out of their reference frames.
Yes.
And this is why. So it's one thing to get our books circulated. This information is far more current and far more volatile and far more prone to suppression.
Yes.
And it's like people who, and one thing is, I find it I find it disturbing. I'm not sure why. I think I do know why it's a disturbing trend, is everybody getting onto social media and becoming content providers.
Yes.
It's just like you're supposed to be a content provider. Like, what for?
Thank you.
Yeah. Everybody has their, this is beyond the 10 minutes of fame thing.
Yes.
And it's like people are doing it. And, there's some stuff that's very valuable to hear. There's no question of that. But it's like everybody's becoming a professional media person. And even if they're not very professional, they're an amateurish one. So
yes.
it's like, and it's like everybody's jumping on the bandwagon, and of course they're trying to become monetized and make money at it.
Right.
And
sad.
It's like seeing stuff about, money. This is the new way to make money, and da 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 da. And this is not what I want to do.
Of course not. Well, for one thing, it's a lie. You can't make money on it for reasons we've gone into in the past.
But yeah, and then to the degree you're reporting the real stuff, then it becomes, if this stuff were to, now, my impetus, if I were to, a long time ago, in the days of Nexus Magazine, when Nexus Magazine was in its heyday,
yeah,
David Childress was distributing it before he had a falling out with Duncan Rhodes.
Yes.
Some sort.
Well, thank God. That means my opinion of him, David Hatcher Childress, has just gone up by orders of magnitude.
That was a long time ago.
Understood.
But the thing is that Nexus Magazine was trying to be a news service, and was putting all this, they didn't like us, but and I looked, I said, well, I could be doing this too. It fit right away. I said, I don't want to become a news service.
Right.
It's not what I want to do.
Yeah.
Because then you're kind of like a slave to the telex machine or the wire, whatever used to, in the old days it comes into the wire.
Yes, that's
UPI,
right.
AP sending in.
Yeah.
And it's like that's not what I want to do.
You need an entire staff for that. Certainly, you did in the old days.
Well, and even then, you're just, like this news show, TMZ. It's just I find that show obnoxious. you've ever seen TMZ, the news.
Yes. Yeah.
It's like, a bunch of kids on the internet.
Yes. Yes.
And that's the way news comes these days.
Yes.
Bunch of kids on the internet.
Yes. Yes.
And, they're not going to report this news, which is barely on the internet. And there's like that old New York Times slogan, all the news that's fit to print.
Yes.
Well, this stuff isn't fit to print because it's not, it violates the way you're supposed to think, act, and talk.
Yes.
Thou shalt not. Thou shalt not offend the sensibilities of thy fellow man.
Right.
And this is unfortunately what goes down. So, but if I were to take on that role, and it would be a very, it takes a long time to process all that stuff you said and to pin the tail on the donkey.
Yes.
And then who would I be working for? In other words, I'm slaving for the truth.
Yes.
And it's kind of like, and reporting how bad Israel is, and then what I'd be doing is making a pest of myself at the least.
Right.
At the least, and attracting people who want to stop me.
Yes.
That's aside from the hard work it would take to get this stuff done. It's important that people circulate this to the degree that they can.
Yes.
Into obscure areas where you're not necessarily going to get any recoil for it. But we are living in not only rebellious times, but exponential times, and where things are going to start now. As Jupiter is, I think, I don't know if it's today or was going into Gemini. It's in what happens when Jupiter, this is the planet of expansion, of freedom, generosity, it's higher learning. This is why there's that free spirit in a university, like, wow, so many doors open. Oh, everybody's so open and liberal. The way universities used to be, I don't know today. But it's just like, wow, this is like, wow, you could listen to this professor of conservative politics and this, of liberal politics. This guy's into Nietzsche, this professor, this one's into, Karl Marx, whatever. There's a, Jupiter is the planet of, this is what you see in a university, open, higher learning, foreign travel, and that is so disturbing.
I'm so sorry. It was other footage from Brendan Zogit just to...
You should send it.
Yeah.
Saying it throws me off. But yeah, so Jupiter is going into Gemini, and that means, well, it's going through a death right now, where it's Cassimi with the sun, meaning it's direct with the sun and you can't see it. So it will reemerge as either an evening star or probably a morning star. And when it does, then it's going full on. Right now, Jupiter is dead.
Yes.
So it's like, okay, this is the death. And and when it reemerges, it's going to, in the sign of Gemini, which is the sign of communication and media, and the brain and the thinking, it's going to expand people's thinking. It's not going to be limited. It's not going to be limited to the degree it has been. So we're in for a lot of exciting times. And what you're saying here is, when people begin to figure this stuff out, it's like it can't stay. I mean, this stuff is not that impossible to verify.
Yeah.
It's not easy. But most people are frankly lazy.
Yes.
It's just gonna, okay, we'll just do it this way or whatever, and we won't really follow the story that deeply. But yeah, so we're going to see a lot of communication, a lot of learning, and a lot more depth. And it's going to upset a lot of apple carts. Uranus will go in there in I think, a year or two, which will really upset things. You just throw everybody like, what the hell is this? Probably means that our information will be becoming more apparent.
Yes.
And of course, it destabilizes the status quo. It puts a lot of people on the edge of their seats, or perhaps worse.
Yeah.
This is and it'll move into the comparative of the French Revolution.
Yes.
Which a lot of upheaval, and what are the power structures. If we go back to, and sometimes you can see these patterns in astrology, like you could go back to the time of the Berlin Wall,
yeah,
and all the communist countries changing.
Yes.
We could, and you can see, well, this planet was squaring this planet, Pluto and Uranus, and now they're coming back into this position, so it mimics. I can't speak exactly because I don't follow those cycles. There are researchers or astrologers who do, but basically, if we think of the communist bloc falling, well, we could have other power structures falling, which is what we could, would, or should expect. Other power structures falling. And what power structures are there? Well, there's the Jewish power faction that Douglas has described. That's vulnerable, and that's going to upset so much of what's going down in the world today. How it all plays out, but that's just one power structure. Another power structure would be Putin.
Yeah.
Like, he's sitting prettier than he has since he, bit the big one with the war, not working the way he wants.
Right.
He's fortified his power, but he could fall.
Yes.
The uglification of Congress. And by the way, I can never remember his name. The Speaker of the House, the red heifer guy.
Oh, yes, Mike Johnson. Mike Johnson.
Yeah, he has invited Netanyahu to speak before Congress.
Oh, God.
Which is considered I suppose it's considered a bit outrageous.
It should be. I hope they have protests up the ass.
Well, why he's doing it is probably because he's on his side. I don't know that Netanyahu will do it. In fact, if Netanyahu were to enter this country, I would think he would be very sensitive to threats of assassination by various factions.
I would only hope.
If it was his security, I would advise him not to come for his own sake. I would advise him not to come. And I don't know that he's going to come. But so that was a curiosity that has shown up in the last day or two.
Right.
Also, Elon Musk has announced.
Oh. I shudder to think.
AI is now. He was quoted. I don't know that he actually said this because I don't think he's that dumb. but maybe he did. But he said that AI is going to replace all of our jobs. All of our jobs.
And why would it want to?
Well, what I mean, I just don't believe he said that. But if he did say it, somebody certainly talking down that alley. And AI now I've been exposed to what they call AI, and it becomes very offensive when you start. You know, I was following an astrologer, and her AI kept talking to me, and I started saying, you know, look, you engaged me. This is AI, and they bat back. They don't like it. The AI does not like it. You know, in other words, you become offensive to them.
Yes.
It's almost as if, you know, you're talking to somebody. Well, I can't say, oh, you know, and then finally you get down to a blind alley with them very quickly. I did, unless I'm asking for something innocuous. If I say, well, do you have this part?
Right.
Where can I get this part? You know, that sort of thing. But if you start asking them meaningful questions, they can't answer. And I've heard they're even talking about it on news channels on how poorly the AI. Somebody said that, well, how do you get this stick-to pizza? And it was saying, well, use non-toxic glue to make a pizza stick together. It's like this type of thing. But what they really don't understand is what AI actually is. So it's a very conflicted environment. What they do call AI is you can start creating media with AI. They have these programs, and I haven't gotten into them. I think that my website is going to be embracing it, which will be curious, to create a bigger and better platform for my own media outreach if I want to.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to look into that. But AI, and I say I'm qualifying that, what they call AI is very politically opinionated. And when I say it's opinionated, it's reflecting so much status quo nonsense, if only because it's so limited. It's like it's stupid. Stupid. Now, it's not to say that it can't do remarkable things. Like, it's kind of amazing that, you know, the person at Home Depot can look into your account and tell you what you've ordered over the last few years. You know, that's amazing. You know, in the old days, the hardware store wouldn't even have had a file on you. So that's amazing in itself. Now it can do far more than that. You know, that's just what Elon Musk said. So there's a lot of stupidity floating around on this subject. I'm trying to think what else you touched on. You touched on quite a bit. I was going to ask you. See, this is from a political wedge right now.
Mm-hmm.
What I think is a very big political wedge is this. They keep saying that the horrible things that Hamas did to raping these women and these babies.
Really? Raping babies? Is that what they're saying? That Hamas was raping babies?
Killing babies. You know, not raping, killing them. I mean, it's brutal. But to actually, I mean, they really get on this how heinous they are, And what I would really want to know is if to really isolate what really happened on October 7th with all of the, presenting all of the information that Israel did, from killing journalists to,
Yes.
as you had indicated, they were involved in it themselves.
Absolutely.
And see, this stuff is so, and I know it's just, it's like it's not all put together in a nice package that can be circulated. That's I guess what I'm trying to say. And it's like it requires, especially in a world where people will read a few paragraphs and go to the next article. This is the media world we live in now. People don't have a strong appetite for reading in depth. It needs to be made readily accessible, instant universe, instant, instant gratification. This is the world we live in. So it's like, if you can't, and then you have people like Bill Maher, who are notoriously saying very inappropriate things.
But that's always been his shtick.
Well, I'm talking about getting things really wrong.
Yeah.
About Israel and stuff.
Yeah.
Because he's basically atheist. He's a prime example of what you call an atheist.
Yeah.
And it's like, but they all strongly identify as Jews, which is, interesting in itself. Why? Why do they identify with it? Because it is a religion, first and foremost. But it is also a people. But when, it's like, it doesn't even matter if he says these things, because there's, it's all about media and getting hits. That's what it all comes down to.
Yes.
And somebody said that the problem, or the thing with him, is what makes him so popular or effective is because of his reputation. He can get a lot of good quality guests. And when I say quality guests, I'm talking about the fact that they have names and people will watch them because they have famous names or whatever.
Yes.
So that's in other words, he's a tried and true media presence with a reputation. He has a sellable commodity. His name is name recognition, and that is enough to make him media worthy. So it doesn't matter if he's good or bad. It just becomes, content. He's on. Joe Rogan is another one.
Right.
Although I think Joe Rogan is much sharper than Bill Maher. But of course, he's got his own. I never watch him, so I really can't talk too much about him. And I guess he asks more intelligent questions. But then again, when we consider the Dietrich factor,
Yes.
for lack of a better word, or even the Peter Moon factor,
Yes.
it becomes the occult factor. We're moving into these areas consistently and continually where people are blocked, occluded, and occulted.
Yes.
And this is the atmosphere that both you and I live in.
Yes.
And it's like, because this is what I do for a living, I bring up stuff that's buried, and you're living it and breathing it and processing it. So it's like we're actually in the 12th house, which is the house of the collective unconscious. And somebody made a very good description I saw today of what they called, Saturn in Pisces.
Mm-hmm.
I think it was Rick Levine, the astrologer. Rick Levine says Saturn in Pisces. Now, Saturn is religion, it's structure, it's corporations, it's structure, it's having everything in order. And Pisces is just the infinite ocean of consciousness. And he says the Catholic Church is the perfect description of Saturn in Pisces, because you have a structure that's trying to contain the infinite, but it can never do that. You see?
Yeah.
Okay, this is the structure, this is what you have to do, listen to us, but what are you doing? It doesn't make any sense. This is the complete collective unconscious. But we're the organization. We're going to teach you this. We're going to do that. We're going to do that. And then you just see what's the structure? It becomes all structure and all, it's trying to contain the infinite and teach the infinite, and so it just gets a little silly. And of course, in real life, without putting it in the context of the Catholic Church, if you've got, I guess Pisces is my 7th house, which would be my 7th house of partnerships and marriage, but partners in general. Business partners and any partner. It's also the house of open enemies. But that collective unconsciousness would be what I'm married to. I'm married to it, whether it be my marriage partners or my business partners. And when I think of my partners, the collective unconscious, I think of Preston Nichols and David Anderson, by reason of the infinity of time.
Yes.
It's just like that's the collective unconscious. Wow. And even the stuff I deal with you, that's my partnership house, which is ruled by Neptune, which is very deep and spiritual. Very deep and spiritual. It's also the house of magic and deception and illusion. And because Neptune is placed in my 2nd house of resources, it would be a resource for me, an income generating principle. It also rules movies. But then again, it's the house of open enemies, and the movie business has, really been my adversary.
Yes.
It's been very adversarial to even deal with that medium. And I'm, very inclined not to go down that route. There's something very liberating. I don't close myself on opportunities, but there's something very liberating about, because you have to see what you're participating in.
Yes.
And, this is stuff that people like Sean David Morton would just eat up.
Yes.
You just eat it up. And in the end, and like the Ancient Aliens, that people are basically going on stage and performing an act like Aleister Crowley would do, where he'd defecate.
Yeah.
Defecate in front of an audience to express his
contempt
thought.
There we are.
Well, yeah, making a statement. And these, but they don't realize they're doing a turd.
Yeah.
But so what? So what? It's like, in the end, does it really matter? I don't even have to care about it. What I do care about is is finishing your book, and I think I've got the last chapter ready to go.
Great.
You know, I got through the what do we call those? The kofun?
Yes, Kofun. Yes.
Yeah, we got the kofun. I did that chapter. I'll have some pictures to put in that chapter.
Excellent.
I also, you know, read the thing you sent me, or another article on how these people that work for SETI are stating that this is, you know, it's too structured to be an accident.
That's right.
And this, yeah. So.
If anyone thinks that this is just nationalistic indulgence and some kind of incredible cultural Japanocentric nationalist trip that I'm on, Peter Moon can testify that you have incredibly detached people from foreign cultures that are providing the evidence for the existence of the Kofun on Mars. But back
and
to
they identify with that on Japan. I mean, they point out that there's this in Japan.
Thank
They
you.
point out similarity. They don't necessarily understand the full ramifications of it. They understand at least the surface. And all of this, you know, it corroborates a lot of what I've done in the past in the Black Sun book and whatnot.
Yes.
Or more perhaps the Montauk Book of the Living with the connections to the planet Mars. But this is it's a very deep process here.
Yes.
With this, and it's just it's not advisable to go any further with it at this point because it's just too much to process. What we have in the book is too much to process in and of itself. So it's not that I'm giving it a back seat.
Understood.
But it's deep stuff, and we'll get to the other side of it for sure. So you provided a lot of good information tonight. I want to remind people to donate to Douglas at douglasdietrich.com, upper right-hand corner, yellow button. He needs the support.
Bless you.
Yeah, and we're going to take this further.
Yes.
These some very exciting times ahead.
Yes.
And we will be embracing them with, as I say, Jupiter goes into Gemini. It lights up the scoreboard, and all sorts of stuff will start to be communicated.
Yes.
And then after after about a year of it, and Uranus comes into Gemini, then it just, everything. It's almost like you're going to have. I'm not predicting this, but it's like something on the lines of having real entities speaking over YouTube. Like, in other words, instead of this BS channeling, you'd have like something like, "This is the real Jesus, and I'm telling you what happened." And the real Judas comes on, and the real John the Apostle comes on, and Mary Magdalene comes on. Say, this is no, this thing, but it actually is coherent and makes sense. And then Genghis Khan comes on, or I mean, I'm really exaggerating here, but this is what you might expect, something like, if it was even 1/10 that alarming or outrageous, that's what we can expect in the coming we talk. I mean, that's enough. You don't need an apocalypse if you have that stuff going on.
Yeah.
So Be that as it may, uh, you gave more information than I can process with all of this stuff in Israel, and I encourage people out there,
Yes.
and people like Nemo. I don't know if I'm going to get up in the morning,
Understood.
but if the questions I wanted to ask Nemo is I heard him talking to you about Forrestal. I wanted to dialogue with him. He had a lot of information on Forrestal and why Forrestal was killed. James Forrestal, what was his job?
Secretary of the Navy, I believe, at that time. Or shit, I'd have to look it up again. Exactly what he was doing at that time.
Yeah.
But
he was tying it to Unterland and whatnot.
Yeah.
So I appreciate what Nemo was alluding to and saying. And you were talking about.
Well, the fact that he was along for the ride on Operation High Jump.
Yeah, but you mentioned one thing about isolating, the Jews on Long Island or something.
Yes,
like that.
yes, that's right. That's right.
I'll tell you why that wouldn't work. There are only about 1 million Jews, maybe a little more in New York.
Uh-huh.
And there's I think 8 million people on Long Island. So if you were to put all the Jews on Long Island, what are you going to do with the other, 7 million people, send them to Gaza? It's like the displacement factor. It would never work.
No, I appreciate what you're saying, but I'm thinking in terms of massive population migrations and dislocations in the middle of civil war and world war. I mean, these things do happen.
If it's not like Gaza, I mean, every place would be a free for all. I don't see that happening here. And one thing is, how many immigrants would you say that we have that have come in with all this Bidenitis? Just opening the borders and let them come.
I don't know if it's to that degree. I've mentioned
that's what they're doing. That's what Biden's doing. He's going, let them come. And then he says, the Republicans won't let me stop because he reversed Trump's policies.
Yes, go on.
But the point of it is, how many have come in, would you say? 1 million?
Oh, at least 1 million. Yes.
Much more than that?
Well, probably, yes. But
that's an awful lot of people.
Yes,
that's an awful lot of
people. Though, for what it's worth, I will. That will be one of the first things I'll address in monologue. Is I'm going to. You'll probably still be awake to hear it. I'll address the firearms issue. It's something I brought up before. We have to remember. A lot of this refugee phenomenon is due to just the flow of American firearms into Latin America, and it's these guns.
They're shooting people in Latin America, shooting them up here.
The guns are certainly being taken down into Latin America by smugglers. And in the past, as I said, a few times in the past, with some of my criminal activities, I've been a participant in this sort of thing. It wasn't the main source of my income, but a few times I did some things involved with it, helping guns go down south. And it's something that I assure you is just outrageous. There's only 2 gun stores in Mexico. Both of them are owned by the military and the police in Mexico. They do not sell to civilians. The United States, on the other hand, all along the border alone, has well over 2,000 gun shops that smuggle guns into Mexico. The amount of guns that go into Mexico and all the Latin American countries south of the border is astronomical. It's something that has resulted in hundreds of thousands of deaths, and it's one of the reasons.
Let me read this article here.
Sure.
And this is breaking down the immigration figures. It says, Lori Robertson, February 27th this year. Encounters on the southern border of those trying to enter the U.S. without authorization have gone up significantly under President Joe Biden. Government statistics show that in the initial processing of millions of encounters, 2.5 million have been released into the U.S. and 2.8 million have been removed or expelled. Now, I guess that would sound like a net loss of 0.3 million. However, I think what it means is they've let in 2.5 million and they've turned back 2.8 million. That's what it sounds like. Republicans might argue that it's more.
Mm-hmm.
But if there are, like, say, another million or so, if this means that there's 2.5 million people that have come in under Joe Biden's administration, this not counting what came under Trump or previously, and another million come in, 3.5 million by the time Biden leaves. The United States, and then suppose you put up a border wall, say if Trump is elected, and they put up a restrained border that actually works. I'm not saying they can or will, but if they did, the United States can absorb 3 million people. It's not like it's a whole fifth column is going to be created by those 3 million people. The United States can absorb that. It can.
No.
I'm not saying it's ideal, because we have a lot of, unemployed people here. We have a lot of tent people.
Yes.
They will eventually be absorbed. But I don't know what it is. It's just this kind of like gleeful, come on in sort of attitude. It's being pervaded here, Come on in,
It's presented that way, yes.
I don't think it's not. Look at it. It's not just presented that way. It is that way, because they're not doing anything to stop these people or to do it in an organized fashion. It's like, we're helpless to stop these people. It's like I can't. We need orders from Congress to stop these people. It's just kind of silly. It's like, it's not like there's any leadership, of any kind. It's just, I need Congress's permission, and Congress won't give it to me. It's just bullshit rhetoric. But nevertheless, as they say, America can absorb this. At what cost? I don't know. And things are gonna. We're in a world that's rapidly changing.
Yes.
That's for sure. And so tonight's Sunday.
Yes.
I'll be back with you on Wednesday.
Yes.
And hoping I can finish this chapter tomorrow. This last chapter.
That's so exciting.
Of this stuff.
Yes.
And we can sit down and read them, and line edit them.
Yes.
And just go through it. And if you have stuff to add, it's okay.
Okay.
Because I'll have you right there.
I'll look at my calendar. Things should be pretty open, comparatively speaking. But continue. Yes, go on. Finish your thought.
Yeah. That will be good. And I look forward to working on this.
Well, 2 points to make. I want you to know I was able to send the email forward the latest episode, the latest content removal to our man Nemo. So hopefully he'll be able to help with ascertaining whether or not that's been uploaded onto his alternative channel as a backup, or whether it already exists on John Warrington's channel, who we always must keep in our thoughts. He recently uploaded an interview of mine onto the internet, so he's apparently reactivating himself to a degree. So everybody maintain John Warrington in our thoughts and prayers. Also, just a fun thing before our dear Peter goes, and I'll enter this into both his private messages and into.
I did see what it said. Looked
What? Oh, about what? The notification about the content removal, or
yeah.
yeah. So in terms of this, here's something else I just put into your private messages right now. It's a photograph. So here's the fun question to ask just before you take off for the night. What the fuck happened to Tom Cruise's face? Everybody was.
I didn't recognize that as Tom Cruise.
This week, this is how he looked this week when he showed up at the baseball game at Oracle Park in San Francisco with his son. This is, everybody blames him for the Giants losing. Just by showing his face. What the fuck is happening with this guy?
Well, the Giants were just at Shea Stadium, or whatever they call it, Citi Field.
Yeah.
So he wasn't it wasn't this weekend.
Okay. It was sometime this week. It was sometime short time.
Recently.
Yeah.
This might have to do with this new movie. He's playing this kind of fat guy character. So he might be pumped up to be this fat guy in that movie. He might have put on extra. I don't know. It's just, yeah, it just doesn't even look like him. It took me a while to recognize him. So maybe he's just put on a lot of facial weight. I mean, he looks like a fat guy there. It's weird. It's weird. But, he was playing this character who's a fat guy. Or maybe, I don't know. So,
hope I don't give you nightmares. But we certainly enjoyed your dreams. And we wish you the most blessed of slumber, the sweetest of dreams. And we look forward to you joining us in the morning if you happen to wake up at that time. Otherwise, I'll have so much to talk about. I'll carry the monologue to the end anyway. It'll be fine either way. So we love you dearly, and stay safe and be well.
Okay. Good night, everybody.
Okay, that's Peter Moon, Skybooks USA. Let's call all the usual suspects. I fear our Brooke Gibson has put up the do not disturb sign, so she's truly gone incommunicado. And with that, we'll see who else we can reach out to. Again, let's start with Troy Bellamy, who never shows up on my search list unless I load him in, but we'll have to pull a few tricks here to do that. Let's see what we can do. Okay, so Troy, we call him, then we add in a number of other people. Let's see who else we can add. Brendan Soget, of course, just make certain to call him again. Nemo, and I don't want to call Peter Moon twice, poor fellow. He's going to be adjusting to how decompression. Amy Como. Let's try, yeah? Yes?
Go on, I'm going. You need to... I'm sorry to interrupt your thought.
No worries. Keep talking.
Make sure you get everybody first.
Yeah, okay.
I didn't want to
Heather Holman,
pick up your thought.
Amanda, yeah. So I don't know if this is so much thought as like just rolling down a list and making.
Jennifer.
Oh, thank you so much. Yes, Real Tech Geek says he's active. We'll see if he's responsive. And of course Jennifer Hawkins, Victoria Hobbs. That goes without saying as well. With Jennifer Hawkins, I'm going to hit both her accounts because I'm not quite sure which one is the more immediate one. I know which one is Amanda's, but she hasn't responded in forever. With that, also Antonia Leslie, if she wishes to come in, or maybe I shouldn't bother because I'll be going into monologue fairly early tonight. But looks like I got everyone so far as I can see, and we're going to press the add button. Everyone that we normally call, that is. And so we'll see who's responsive here. Now, go ahead. Your thoughts, please.
The content that was removed, around what time frame was that?
It was just before I got home. It was like, so let me take a look at what it says. You mean like what time did they remove it, like during the night?
No. When was the show originally, the program, the transition?
Well, let's take a look at the email. So, Brendan, you got the email, right? He says, I am unable to join tonight. Who's that? Who says that they're unable to join tonight? Brendan says, I am unable. Yes, saw the email. But didn't he just respond to the call? And he says cheesy, and yes, that's indeed what it is. It's all bullshit. So let me open the email and I'll read it with our listeners. Let's see who's joined us, if anyone. It looks like we've got a full screen of people who are still being dialed. Troy Bellamy has joined us. Brendan Zogit's on mute. So Brendan, can you speak for at least a few moments? Or he says, what did we talk about in 2021? That was medical. We know what it was. It's the Battle of Los Angeles. It always comes down to that. That's what they're trying to scrub. And so because the vaccines were an integral part of that battle, that's why they claim, it's vaccination misinformation. Obviously, we don't want to get any more detailed than that. So, to prevent us from getting cut off again or more content removed. And so such being said, because you're with us for at least a few moments, certainly you can say something, Brendan, before you take off for the night. Let me take a look at YouTube removed your content. Here we are. So I really want to open this when our man Nemo shows up, but taking a look at it now, here it is. Sunday, January 31st, 2021. So these are like...
Damn Bluetooth. Give me a second.
I'm sorry, what? That was Troy Bellamy.
Good time, Troy.
Yeah. You're yeah.
Thanks for coming.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Troy. Thank you.
Sorry, guys.
Yeah, what happened? You all right?
Me and my lovely wife just had a small disagreement.
Oh. No worries. I mean, relationships take work, but they're worth it. Yes. So this was the Great Sioux Indian War of 1876, and this was the something that was the date thereof, January 31st, 2021. People are searching long and hard all day long to try and find any reference to the Battle of Los Angeles. And, obviously we were referring to it years ago when we were producing the book, and haven't referred to it since because of this shit, because it causes content to be removed. So we need Nemo to make certain whether that's up or whether you can find that episode. Here's the title for it, and I'll just cut and paste this part, and I will provide this to our text box right here and the private messages I hit the emojis by mistake. Hate it when I do that. And so here, let me also put this in here from our man Aristides into his private box here, and this will help him take a look to see if that's out there on the internet. Peter Moon says that's a picture from 2021. Okay, and so let me give him a thumbs up for that. Okay, so I guess he's lost weight since then. Must be, Botox injections. Must be Botox injections. I'll write that down. There we are. Botox. And aside from all of that, since our man Brendan doesn't seem to want to talk, he's welcome to, but if he doesn't want to, let's bring on Troy. And Troy, how have you been?
I've been doing pretty good.
Good.
Ended the school year the other day, so I have a little bit more time to participate.
Wonderful. And by all means, were you able to hear my rant on education the other night?
No, I missed that the other night. I was not able to listen to that, but
well, I'm sure you'll catch up on it.
Yeah, I definitely know. I always go back and listen to the YouTube feed. So
okay, yeah. So you'll catch up on it soon enough. And aside from that, you catch us up on what's going on with yourself. How did the school year close out to your satisfaction? Were you able to witness the speech delivered by, our president, for the time being, at least Biden, over at Morehouse?
Yes, I did. It was very interesting because prior to that, there was a wave of sentiment that some people are going to get up and walk out and protest
Yeah.
for Biden. Although I don't see the benefit in that. I understand everyone has a right to protest, but there are certain things that you don't get all the time, and you don't get the president to come do a commencement speech at your university. So you don't try to make a point there.
Yeah.
Um, they'll get you, a 5-minute soundbite on the news, and after that, you'll be eliminated from any other consideration for such activities. So I'm glad that they didn't do that. I'm glad that the speech went well. I thought it was well received. I think Biden is a very underrated orator. I think he's done a very good job with that. And so we'll see what else he has coming for.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there was, from my understanding, there were a few students who did turn their back on him to protest what I think it was affiliated with the protestation of what's going on in Gaza. But that was among a sea of graduates, that only several young men did that during his remarks. So there weren't any notable disruptions or any more strident forms of dissent during the ceremony. So everything essentially went very smooth. I will address. Yeah, go on, please. No. Continue, please. Your thoughts.
There were, the reaction normally, being African American, usually the reaction, especially when the president's speaking and some of the things he says, is usually a little bit more excitable. But it was very muted applause.
Yeah.
So it was people who were glad that he was there, but they didn't want to seem too glad. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I thought, like I said, I thought it was a tough position for him to be in. And anywhere he goes now, you're going to have the Gaza protests, which, rightfully, people had the right to protest. I think our policy on that obviously has to change. I think it will change. It's not one of those things, though, that as a president he could just come out and say I'm against Israel and that go over with any sort of acceptance. But at some point, Benjamin Netanyahu is going to have to face, and when you start getting charged with charges from The Hague, you're a criminal. I mean, I'm surprised they haven't brought charges on President Trump. I mean, he hasn't done anything foreign policy wise in this regard. He hasn't been in that position. But I mean, the guy is basically laundering money all over the world, from Saudi Arabia to Russia. I mean, good God. I mean, but yeah, when the Hague and the ICC say, hey man, we got, if you show up over in these countries, we got to arrest you. That's when you know you got a real war criminal. And he doesn't think this is the hubris of the man. He doesn't think he's doing anything wrong.
Yes.
Now, we've gone as far as to say, okay, Israel has the right to retaliate. Good. Okay, they did retaliate. Now they're still going. They're killing people. They're not letting aid go through. They're starving people. They're using that whole plausible deniability. Oh, we didn't have anything to do with it being delayed or hurting the people in 1 million people into a 5-mile square radius. These are just the same type of humanity that Israel wanted during World War II, before World War II, during World War II, and after World War II. They gotta find a way to extend that to the people of Palestine. I was looking at an old clip that Golda Meir was talking, and she didn't even say the name Israel. She called where she lived Palestine.
Yes.
It is ridiculous to think that we have gone this far in the extreme to allow ourselves to see this happening in real time. And all he has to do is simply say, hey, listen, let's take care of the people. We know we don't like Hamas or the leaders of Hamas, but you can't go around the world assassinating people. I don't care how evil they are. This is 2024. You can take them to court. You can arrest them. Let's do something else.
Yes. No, I certainly encourage you to continue talking. It's important, of course, to express these perspectives, and I really look forward to when you get the chance to listening to what I call my education episode, and I'll certainly provide you the link to that in your private messages. Let me take a look for it and get it, grab that out of the archives here. And when you're in the meantime, do continue. It's I think important always to get these facts out, and I'll hang out for a little bit and then get ready to go into monologue fairly early tonight, as I said. I'll refresh myself first, of course, but I definitely have quite a bit to say tonight. There's just a lot to cover culturally, as you can imagine, and one of the things I'll go into will be Biden's speech at Morehouse, and what there was in terms of elements about it that I did find, shall we say, disturbing in a sense that was unintentional. He's obviously trying to address things that he's trying to woo young black men in particular, because a lot of young men, black men and Latino men, are leaving the Democratic Party. And so it's really important that he address that. He's doing his, trying to throw his pitch, trying to address that, but I'm not quite sure, there's elements of it that still disturb me, and I'll explain what they are. Certainly in monologue, I might give a hint of them, if they arise organically right now, but here in the text box, what I'm providing is the link to my education episode. As a matter of fact, let me basically title it as such, and then I will, but in the interim, you haven't said hi to Aristides in a long time. Aristides, Troy, say hello to each other, greet each other, and, get back into the groove of a conversation.
Yeah. Hey, Troy. Hasn't been all that long. I talked to you a few weeks ago.
Yeah.
And
how you doing?
I'm all right.
Good. You guys,
Finally, you got that big, deep breath you can take now, right at the end of the school year, and it's good. Bless you for that, man. You deserve it.
Testing is the last thing that goes on during the year.
Yeah.
And it's tough, but our kids got through it, and they did a really good job.
Oh, good. That's thanks to your teaching, thanks to your instruction. So here we are, right here in your private messages. And so that's the educational episode, and definitely look forward to your opinion on that. And that was basically a response. That educational episode was a response to a young half-black American male, obviously of mixed race heritage, who had his own little YouTube channel. Might very well be the mulatto individual who was parked in front of my home, like on a stakeout, sitting in his car in front of my door when I walked out to go to either the dentist the other day or the doctor. I can't remember. I had some appointment that obviously this individual didn't know of. They looked absolutely terrified to see me, very shocked, very terrified. They were obviously waiting there for something else, which I suspect was trying to see if T. Tank Berry, who's the only individual who actually comes to my house and drops money through the door slot, it's almost as if they were waiting to see if he showed up, and then we'd get like a bead on him or kind of like a description on him or something. I can't imagine why else they would be sitting there like that, but I certainly took down their driver's license number. For anyone who thinks this is just high paranoia, just understand this is not... my entire life is very different from other people's lives, and we don't need to go into any great detail, but believe me when I say there's no reason for somebody to sit parked in their car directly in front of my door, ever, for anyone to be doing that. It just doesn't make any sense. So, that having been said, the individual who had their own YouTube channel that, of course, I blocked them or hid them from my channel because they launched what I call a gaslight attack. And this is exactly what they would call it in psychological warfare. They basically said, you asked people to reinforce their likes on your show. And, let me take a look if I can find this idiot and what it was they said. but they were trying to allude on the Mother's Day episode, is when they had left their message. And when they left their message there on the Mother's Day episode, that was like added insult. But let me take a look at the comment here, see if I can find it. But either way, they were alluding to, censorship is something we're all dealing with, quote unquote, and you're trying to emphasize your censorship above others, or something of that nature. And it was such that, let me take a look at this. No, this one's just love and respect, somebody sending a positive message. But the episode beforehand, that's what they were talking about was, oh yes, they claimed that I was saying that a lot of speech control or attempts to interfere with speech had something to do with the radicalized right. And that was not what I had said at all. If anything, I went out of my way to try and state in a balanced fashion that the left in the past had made some exaggerations. But believe me, I was exaggerating that just to make a point. There were, of course, just a few incidents in the past where the left perhaps dwelt too long on a scandal, if I remember correctly. And I don't know if Troy Bellamy would remember this case, but there was a young black African-American woman who claimed that she had been raped and left in a trash can. And it turned out that that was a hoax, but it had been, yeah, okay, yes. And so tell us what you remember about that case. But that's really the only case that really comes to mind aside from the ridiculous, like Jesse Smollett. And Jesse Smollett never got off the ground because he was exposed just right off the bat. But other than a few cases like that, the cases of police brutality and violence and the cases of young black African American men being essentially lynched in the modern day, hunted down and shot. I mean, these are not exaggerations. These are, okay, so this is there, I found it. So here we are. So right now I'm going to share a screen. So this is sharing screen. This is what this individual said. And they had this CRXSH. And this, it looks exactly like the individual who was sitting in the car in front of my door, by the way. And said, listening to the monologue at the end, lots of great information, although I'm confused about why Douglas insists that the suppression of free speech is a right-wing conspiracy nut thing, when at the beginning of every live, he's asking for likes and support to help the channel because it's being suppressed. It sounds like it's just a real thing we all deal with. We really, no matter what side you're on, it's happening and important to acknowledge. Now, this is a gaslight attack, and this individual, if indeed it's the same one who was sitting in the car in front of my home, which he looked exactly like him, then this individual is somebody who's obviously attained some sort of cultural whiteness. They've attained a sense of cultural identity with whiteness, where they're trying to basically gaslight me and misinform people. This is why the comment was deleted, and why, of course, I hid him from my channel, is that he's misinforming people. He's lying through his teeth. The episode right before the Mother's Day episode, which is the Victoria Lauren Hobbs birthday episode, is when I went in great depth into what was going down in the campus protests, and emphasizing the fact that everything the Republicans have said on campuses over the past several years has been protecting hate speech. And they've been saying all along, that the liberals are snowflakes and they're trying to censor everything that's being said that hurts their feelings. But people should be allowed to say that faggots deserve to die, and that all trans people should be exterminated. And all of this is not to be taken seriously. It's a form of expression, and to shut down on that is to damage free speech. This is a right-wing thing, and it's nothing that is fringe. He's saying, oh yeah, right-wing conspiracy, nothing, as if to imply it's fringe. No, this is the norm. The norm is defending hate speech on the right. And yet, now that people are protesting Israel, the right is responding by sending in the police with batons and attack dogs and breaking bones, cracking ribs, drawing blood. Again, I'll go into this in great detail later tonight in monologue about what happened here at UCLA, where people were literally hospitalized. We're not talking about minor injuries. We're talking about people put on life support by a bunch of attacking Judeophiles who are calling themselves counter-protesters, and the police would do nothing. The police would do nothing while these pro-Jewish counter-protesters went into the peaceful Palestinian tent cities and wiped people out and put them in the hospital. Then the police followed up by going in with their attack dogs and tasers and rubber bullets, and again, put people in the hospital, as all the medics have testified. So this is what the right wing does when it comes to people who are peacefully protesting their protected minority, the Jews, the Israelis, the Zionist occupation government. So all of this is the norm. This has nothing to do. It's President Biden condemned the campus protesters. President Biden condemned them. This is the norm. The norm is shutting down the left in its criticism of Israel. So this is not right wing. This is left wing, right wing. This is the establishment. Your culture is shutting down any ability to criticize Israel, and indeed try to establish laws where you can never criticize them again. So for this person of color to come forth and say that I'm somehow trying to say this is some right-wing conspiracy nothing, and that I'm somehow hypocritical because I'm being shut down when I've just had content fucking removed from my channel. This shows you the kind of house nigger that we're dealing with. This member of the coon cadres who's achieved some form of cultural whiteness, so he feels he can come down on me as this person who's exaggerating and hypocritical. This is what led me into an entire educational episode where I said we need education on media literacy and ethics and sociology and history, all of which are completely lacking. They keep saying STEM, the science, technology, engineering, and math. We're just going to produce a bunch of amoral technicians that have no concept of right or wrong, and therefore will use their technology for nothing but ill. This is the world that we have to prevent through an educational system based on MESH, media literacy, ethics, sociology, and history. Honestly, I'm just sickened when I deal repeatedly with these kinds of attacks, and coming from people who should be appreciating and supporting what I'm doing. Thomas Payne says, evening DD and team, and all the mods and chats, good evening. So let me tell them welcome aboard. Well, I'll be taking a short break soon to refresh myself, but any reply from yourself or any observations will be welcome, Troy, of course.
Yeah, man. I hear the passion in your voice. I understand. We can't use it. Just say house Negro. Call him a coon. Call him a coon. Listen. There is this willingness by everybody. The media wants to pump up this, and it's all a media creation. Many blacks are now reevaluating Trump, and many of them are moving away from Biden. It is a form of self-loathing. It is a form of denigrating yourself, because really the only issue with Biden is the fact that if he dies in office, a black woman would be president.
Yes,
and that is the worst thing. That is a white man's worst nightmare.
Yes,
I hate to say it, my brothers, and I know it, but that's really the worst nightmare. And then all the other things that you talk about, all these things are dog whistles. They're just simple dog whistles. And then all the protests, like you said, the people are protesting, Israel's right to do things, and the Jewish students are claiming that they're these Uber victims and all this other stuff, when everything in this whole world is geared toward their success and their comfort.
Thank you.
Hollywood, music,
finance, yes,
finance. I mean, Jared Kushner can go into the White House after most of the security people say he doesn't deserve a clearance. Get a clearance, go negotiate a $2 billion deal with the Saudis, and walk out like no big deal. No one else in the world will be able to do that.
Thank you.
No one else in the world. So again, and the thing is, when you talk like that, people take it to the extreme and say, "Oh, you're anti-Semitic." No, that's not the case. We're just calling this, what it is.
Yes.
You just got to call it what it is. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of other things that's going on with that. You know what I'm saying? You hear the dog whistles, and like I said, there's this effort now to try and have Black people confuse the issue and say, well, I might vote for Trump. Trump ain't that bad.
God! Oh my
It's the
God!
most ridiculous thing in the world to even consider. I mean, he's being backed fully by all of the racist groups in the world.
Yes.
But again, they won't call themselves racist. That's another thing. They won't call themselves racist because they don't use the N-word no more. They don't call you spear chucker, porch monkey, and the N-word no more. So they just use the other different things, and they try to codify their racism by banning books, by gerrymandering districts. Look at the coon that Clarence Thomas is.
It makes me want to vomit. I
think I did vomit today.
Good.
Because how in the world can this man who took Thurgood Marshall's seat have this deep-seated feeling about the Brown versus Board of Education bill? But I said this a long time ago. Abortion legislation, when they overturned Roe versus Wade, and that coming from the Heritage Foundation and all that other stuff, and all these think tanks, that was less of a deal about abortion. They don't care about the babies or the women.
No.
It is more of a deal about states' rights. It's a deal because now that opens the door. That was practice for going back to visit the 14th Amendment. One of the first things that Trump said he was going to do when he got into office in 2016 was address the 14th Amendment.
Yes.
So now this allows the SCOTUS to go back, reevaluate the merits or whether or not this was decided justly. 14th Amendment, Brown versus Board of Education, Plessy Ferguson. They can go back and look at the Civil Rights Act. They've already weakened it. They already weakened it by saying these states that historically in the South had gerrymandered districts and other things like that don't need to do pre-testing anymore because we got a Black president. Oh, okay. The first thing they do is put in ID laws. Now, everybody says, what's wrong with having an ID? Because it's a poll tax.
Yes.
You ask the average Black guy, hey man, you gotta pay $75 to go get a special ID to vote. You be like, man, fuck that. I ain't voting.
Yes.
It's not that they don't have the money, but I'm not. Why should I have to do that?
Yes.
It's the principle of it. You understand what I'm saying?
Absolutely. Yes.
So all these other things that they Clarence Thomas even wrote an opinion to the affirmative to support the gerrymandering in South Carolina. Why? Who are you trying to please? But like you said, he's trying to ingratiate himself further into a world where he has been accepted. His whole thing is to not be viewed as a Black judge. He wants to just be viewed as a judge.
Yes.
And that's fine. But he's going to the extent where he doesn't want anything in his life to be associated with affirmative action. When he was affirmative action applicant and entrant into his university.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? So you can't deny these things, and there's nothing wrong with affirmative action because it's balancing things out the way they should have been. Imagine, my father is 84 years old. He was a professional basketball player, and he was just, put into the Hall of Fame at a university. But he didn't have the option of going to Florida State University or University of Florida or Tennessee or Michigan or anywhere like that. He had two choices, Tennessee State or another HBCU. That was it. And from there, not only did he educate himself, helped educate my mom, his cousin, and his cousin's kid, and myself and my brother. We all went to college from that because prior to that, the highest education that my grandmother had and my great and her father had might have been eighth grade. You understand what I'm saying? So
Yes.
I mean, these dog whistles, codifying hate speech through the actions of the Supreme Court. Again, this plausible deniability. You can't say that they're racist because they're not using the N word. They're not standing out in the corner with the Bull Connor horn going segregation.
Ah!
If they stood out there and do that, then it's very easy to see. They don't do that anymore. They do tacit. They do what they call it microaggressions, like placing an upside down flag at the Supreme Court justice's house, or
Yes.
maybe pine tree flag at his summer house. Little microaggressions that let everybody know this is how we feel.
Yes. Yeah.
You understand? And so it's ironic because me being a child, I was the second generation after integration.
Yes.
You know, I was the second child. You know, went to school in elementary school in the '70s and whatnot, and that is the generation after integration. But
Yeah.
now you see how things change.
Yes.
They used to call it the Southern strategy.
Yes.
Lee Atwater. Remember Lee Atwater?
Yes.
Yeah, we don't use the N word and all that stuff no more. We just use urban renewal or something, or blighted areas. You use those types of terms. And I was talking to my wife the other night. She was telling me, I think maybe the Republicans own to something. I said, well, no, what really happens is the Democrats, and then this again, another salvo at the black community, especially black men. You hear some of the celebrities come on there, man, the Democratic Party only comes around every 4 years when they want your vote. They ain't doing nothing. And, it's like, wait a minute. You got to understand. It has to work. It has to be some buy-in from the other side too.
Yeah.
You can set up all the policies and plans and programs you want, but if the House of Representatives is majority Republican, they're going to vote it down.
Yes.
And so it makes it look like you're not doing anything because they don't want to do anything. I mean, imagine the Senate passed the most restrictive border policy program easily. It went right through. I mean, there was a senator from Oklahoma. He got all miffed and face all twisted up because Trump called in and told the House of Representatives, don't vote for it.
Right. Yes.
Langford.
Yeah.
He was all pissed because he worked hard on that. And the Democrats were like, okay, let's move something along. We'll agree with it. We don't like it, but we'll agree with it. And then Trump comes in and throws a monkey wrench in the whole thing. Why? So again, a lot of people are not looking at the whole picture, especially my people. Like I said, it's very easy for them to say, well, the Democrats, everybody just takes us for granted and they just think because we're black, we're going to vote Democrat. There's no other way to vote. You can't vote for Kennedy. If you vote for Kennedy, you might as well vote for Trump.
Yes, it's true. It's true. Yes.
I had one of my relatives. He called me. You might want to take a look at Kennedy. I'm not going to vote for Trump, but I might vote for Kennedy. I'm like,
oh my
why?
God.
I'm like, why? You got to look at some of his policies. He has no policy. He's never been in charge of anything. All he's doing is just making a few points that nobody else may even be concerned with. And it looks like he's got some new angle. No, he doesn't. There's only certain things that I'm gonna tell you what. I'm gonna stop talking to you. But I have another buddy.
Yeah.
And they like to criticize Obama. Man, Obama should have did this. Man, when Obama was president, he should have done this and did this. And done this. I'm like, dude, he's only the president. He really can't just arbitrarily make laws. He just can't wake up and say, every black person get $50,000. He just can't do that. So nothing he does or says can really move the needle without consent from his party, the SCOTUS. Everything has to kind of line up as a president. Even Trump. That's why Trump had no policies. That's why he got nothing done.
Yes.
He just sat there and saber rally. I'm going to go build a wall and make them pay for it. Who in the hell? How can somebody say that? Now, again, we're talking about Trump's on trial for lying and about the election and saying it was rigged and stuff.
Yes.
That's all he does is lie.
Yes.
How is he going to make Mexico build a wall and make them pay for it? That didn't even make any sense. Who would even want this man to be close to the White House? Why? There's no reason for that. So again, we have to understand that we have to work together. And this House of Representatives is ridiculous. I mean, it's bad enough the House of Representatives is bad. What do you think about these guys trotting out looking like Pee Wee Herman twins with their red ties and gray jacket, showing up to Trump's trial, like they're and parroting his talking points, like he's going to consider them. Does Tim Scott really think does Byron Donalds really think he's going to be vice president? Nikki Haley just sold it up in the bag when she says, well, I don't think all that bad talk she did about Trump and all this, he's mentally unstable and all this. Well, his policies are good, and I disagree with on something, but I'm voting for Trump. Come on, who didn't know that? That was just her way of letting Trump know I'm ready to be vice president. You know what I'm saying? Let's run together. She got to get her 15 minutes of fame back. Yeah, the money is dried up. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
It's just crazy. Now wait a minute. Can I talk about something?
Of course. Yeah.
You talked about, I went over the abortion law, gerrymandering protest.
Yeah.
You were talking about how, African American men have been, some of the African American, and again, people think because we talk about the police, you got to understand the history of the relationship between the police and African Americans. Yeah. It's, they always talk about, well, there's 80% of the crime against black against other black people. That's because they live together. Of all the crimes against white people are done by white people. Let's stop this. Let's stop this stupidity. But had it not been for the recent rash of videotapes, then we wouldn't have justice in about 4 cases. We didn't get justice on Trayvon Martin. That is sad.
That was awful.
That was an awful situation. And I'm waiting on somebody to, as Trump said, use the Second Amendment to find this guy. But, anyway, then you had Walter Scott in South Carolina. Did you see that one?
Tell me about it. Okay.
Walter Scott was stopped by the police. They searched his car and everything. The officer pulled him out of the car, had searched him, patted him down, and I guess he was out on a warrant or something of that nature. Mm-hmm. And obviously, I wasn't resisting or anything, but the officer told him to run, gave him like a 15-step head start. Guy's running for whatever reason, made him run. He told him to run, and guy took off, and the officer shot him in the back.
Jesus Christ.
Then threw a taser down next to him to make him seem like he tried to take his taser. And unbeknownst, there was a guy filming the whole thing from a fence line.
Incredible.
Then you had Eric Garner, who was choked out by the police in New York. Mm-hmm. 15 cops, just guys, the guy's selling loose cigarettes. The guy's selling cigarettes for $1 a wad. They killed the guy over a pack of cigarettes.
Well, that's what they killed George Floyd over, was a fucking pack of cigarettes.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if he had counterfeit bills or whatever else they want to say. And and this is where the dog whistles come in, because you see all the jokes. I'm like you. Ever since I've been listening to you, I kind of monitor all these channels, 4chan, and all this kind of stuff. and you see people go in there and say, well, George Floyd had a fentanyl fit. You know what I'm saying? Stuff like that. They say he choked out the police. They call it a fentanyl fit. I'm like, come on, man.
Oh,
Yeah, how heartless do you have to be?
truly,
How
truly.
inhumane do you have to be to see something like that happen and not try to hold the people accountable for what they did? In Louisville, Kentucky, they served a warrant on the wrong house. Breonna Taylor. They went in. Her and her boyfriend reacted. The police shot and killed the guy.
What happened was she was simply watching television. Her boyfriend responded quite logically because he was suffering a home invasion. A bunch of strange people were breaking into their home. He reached for a self-defense firearm. Everything he did was in self-defense, what any person in their own home has every right to do. And they shot him and shot her and killed her. And it was unspeakable. Unspeakable. A nurse contributing to her community gets shot when she's finally getting some downtime at home. These are unspeakable acts. Go on.
Unspeakable. I mean, it just, we're just looking for justice and humanity in the manner that every human deserves. I had another example, but I can't slip my mind now. But it's just sad to see these kinds of things happen, and then people disingenuously say it was of somebody's own fault or something of that nature. It's just
somehow
bad.
the victim is responsible. They're always blaming the victim as being responsible in these cases. So this is obviously an issue. It's something that... So what I will do tonight, because Troy brought it up, is when I start on monologue tonight, I will go into the 14th Amendment, among other things. It does need to be addressed. I want people to understand just how pivotal this is. That it is, of course, something that Troy Bellamy has asked me about a long time ago, and I responded at some length about it, but I will again emphasize its importance tonight. It's just, without it, of course, many people will not only not be defined as Americans anymore, without it, many people will not actually be defined as human beings. Because and this is what the states' rights brings us back to. It brings us back to what the Civil War was fought over. The Civil War was fought over states' rights, and many states did not consider many people to be human, not by legal definition. They were chattel, they were property, and it had been that way from the days of the Founding Fathers. So this is something that they are trying to return us to, and they are trying. And Judge Clarence Thomas is at the vanguard of this.
Yes, but he's bought and paid for it. And again, he's a typical coon, because all you have to do is offer him money and a white woman, and he's gone.
It's true. It's true. He's the worst of the worst. He is all that education, all that moral support from the community. And in return, he's willing to take his entire ethnos and sell them back into slavery. That's no exaggeration. This is the whole point about states' rights. When they're taking away women's rights to abortions in states, this is, I will get into that, of course. All this will be touched upon. This is why it's going to be a cultural night, foreign and domestic. But in the United States, states that are taking away women's rights to control their own bodies are dehumanizing them. And they're rendering them property of the male. Yeah. And again, I'll just give you the hint now. I'll get more into it in monologue. This is what disturbed me about Joe Biden. Of course, he's trying to prevent young black men from cleaving away from the Democratic Party. And this is, Morehouse College, for those of you who don't know, is an all-male black college. Obviously, its most famous alum is Martin Luther King Jr., for those of you who do not know. One of the things that Biden said, and I'll certainly repeat it later when I'm quoting him, was he said that, you're all going to confront new ghosts, or no, old ghosts in new garments. And I was just thinking, why didn't he say old ghosts in new sheets? I mean, that would have been so much more appropriate. Yet he didn't say that. And I'm just thinking, is that because his speechwriters thought that cut too close to the old days of the Democrats back when they were KKK and shit? I mean, I don't think anyone would be that erudite where they would make that connection. You could just say it and people would just get what you're saying without, going back historically and confusing themselves. There is such a thing as too much information. But when it comes to the other thing that disturbed me was he's basically, of course, trying to convince them against the Republican sale pitch on masculinity. And that don't buy into the toxic masculinity. And obviously, this is important. And obviously, great speech writing. But, I'll get into the fact that what concerns me is he's still leaving the future up to, when he's talking to the black community, the man. And a certain kind of man at that. And let's be realistic about this. All the communities in America are, white and black are obviously the two major communities in America. They are saturated with toxic masculinity, but unfortunately, black men are particularly vulnerable. And this is because they live in an intrinsically, universally insecure environment. And because they are in an insecure environment, which renders it extraordinarily difficult, if not impossible, for them to serve families as providers, then their expression of masculinity tends to be very toxic. It tends to go in the direction of expressing themselves through violence or some other means that would be unmistakably male. And because of this, when you got Biden, and he's appearing to the educated black community, those that are going to be leaders in the community, those that have some kind of social standing, but he's still turning towards the men. And I'll go into this. It's still something that I'm trying to formulate exactly how to express it. But I think people get the basics of what I'm saying. A lot of black African American women are being excluded from this message. And is it because he's taking them for granted? Are the Democrats just saying, well, we've got them? They're going to vote Democrat anyway because they're mature enough to know they have no other choice. I mean, there is that fact, but still, it is something that disturbs me. So I'll go into that later in monologue as I process exactly how to express that. But it's something that needs to be gone into. Honestly, the fact is that Troy's expressed a lot of it already, but it needs to be gone into at a level that people understand the nuances of this. One of the things that Troy is doing, and it needs to be done, is he's citing examples. He's citing the frustration and, of course, expressing his own fear that is quite genuine and quite rational. We need to have this fear of the fact that this isn't something that's taking us, a few steps backwards. This is something that's taking us back by centuries. We're basically in a situation right now where you've got a sizable amount of the population, with many blacks and colored people among them, who are trying to reverse their own standings as citizens by siding with a party that ultimately wants to go back to states' rights and ultimately, per Trump's own statements, per his own confessed objectives, wants to ultimately repeal the 14th Amendment. What defines us as Americans and, more importantly, as human beings. So this is, something that is precursor towards reinstitutionalizing. I mean, if they can reverse Roe v. Wade, they can reinstitutionalize slavery. That's
just practice, or at least see again. The whole issue is that they want society to trust them to do the right thing. When history shows us that's not the case. Yes. The federal government is the only mechanism by which African Americans have been able to participate in any measure in society, going all the way back to allowing people to sit on the back of the front of the bus or eat at lunch counters or use the same restrooms. These were federally legislated items that had far-reaching social effects.
They had to be enforced by the National Guard. They had to be ultimately be enforced by the National Guard.
But you have these young people who have no perspective. They didn't live in the 60s and the 50s. They don't know anything about that. They're just looking at, well, what are you still complaining for? You know? Why do we have to have this law? You know, why do we have to have a law that, why do we have HBCUs? Well, you ask that question. There's a reason that the historically black college and university. Think about this too, Doug. I got a few other things. Think about this. There was an article, and the Biden administration has addressed it, but they've done a few deep dives into certain states to find out how much money they have been unappropriated as land grant colleges. There was an act called the MEMorial Act that was instituted to provide land grant universities for African Americans, mostly to learn farming, machinery, you know, maybe teachers, you know, things like that. And over the last 50 years, the sum total of the land grant HBCUs have been shorted by their state governments a total of up to $25 billion. Do you imagine, can you imagine what a $1 billion could do for Morehouse?
Oh my God.
Or Fort A&M?
Yeah.
Or Tennessee State?
Yes.
These schools are owed over $1 billion apiece. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So now you have these state governments that are not doing anything to address them. Biden has encouraged the governors of these states to look at these deficits in spending and budgeting and saying, wait a minute, you guys have been not appropriating the amount of money that, you know, we had allocated according to this law. No, here's the response. Here's the response from people in various state governments. In the state of Mississippi, there are 3 HBCUs. The state of Mississippi wants to shut them down and merge them with other schools because they say they can't afford it, rather than just ponying up the money. But you can afford to put in a volleyball gym for Brett Favre and his daughter. You understand what I'm saying? Nobody wants to talk about that. Nobody wants to talk about those simple things. You know, we're just sick of the disrespect. You know what I mean? You know, if you say we don't want to do it, just say that. But don't come up with all these lies and all these machinations to try and not do what's in the law.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? That's tantamount to misappropriation of funds.
Yes.
It is, you know, it's not a set aside. It is what was the government's idea to do back in the 20s and 30s.
Yes.
And even before then. I think the MEMorial Act was set up in like 1890.
Mm-hmm.
So,
I believe so. I'll look it up, but go on. Yes.
Going back to, you know, these injustices with the police, think about what happened in Texas. I know you heard about this, and I want to hear your opinion on it. Governor Greg Abbott pardons a man who shot and killed a Black Lives Matter protester.
Yes. Go on.
The guy had a gun in the state of Texas. It's an open carry state. But the guy just saw him and knew that he was a Black Lives Matter protester and shot and killed him for no reason.
That's right. That's right.
And he was going to like 40 years in jail. And Governor Greg Abbott
stepped in.
him.
Yeah, with a gubernatorial pardon. Yes. Yes.
He gave him a governor's pardon.
Yes.
You know, Ron DeSantis has put forth a law that says if a protester's in your way and you hit him and you kill him, get out of jail free.
Yes. Yes.
What are we doing in this country? How am I supposed to feel? You know, and I'm not saying that as if I'm trying to beg for someone else to recognize my humanity. You know, you're just going to recognize my humanity.
Right.
As simple as that. And otherwise, it's going to come down to violence, which it may do.
Yes.
If Trump if Trump loses, man, this country's gonna go up in flames.
It's true. It's true. This is what he's.
It's not because of Trump, but it's because what white people have done in the history of this country. Let's go back to Rosewood.
Yes.
Let's go back to Black Wall Street.
Yes.
Let's go back to the Wilmington Massacre. Have you ever heard about that?
I may have even spoken about, but do repeat it for our listeners, please.
Wilmington Massacre, Wilmington, North Carolina, the entire city council, mayors, all those have been voted in. There's 50-50 blacks and whites, and all the black, all the city seats were taken by black people.
Yes, that's right.
That was dissatisfying to the locals. They set up a militia, went in town, executed all the city members,
yes.
and reestablished the government.
White rule. They reestablished white rule. Yes, by force majeure. Go on.
Force majeure.
Yes.
And I'm fearful.
Yes.
Because again, this is not their nature, but it's a survival instinct. Yes. They know, they feel if others are in charge, they're going to do to us what we did to them.
Yes. Yes.
And that's not the case. That was the biggest fear of Obama. You got to see this. You got to see this one video clip. Though there's a guy, I can't remember this guy's name, but when Obama became president, he, as a black man, took it upon himself to go around lecturing to white people, it's okay to not like Obama.
Right.
And, you know, he was going around doing these lectures, and he's standing up in this room full of white people, and he's talking about Frederick Douglass, being a Frederick Douglass Republican. You know, Frederick Douglass, you know, wrote a letter to his slave master forgiving him for all the things that had been done, you know, like in a way to kind of say that that's how we should operate. We should forgive people who've mistreated us and all this. And some young white guy in the back stands up, interrupts, and goes, "Forgive him for what? Giving him food, shelter, and a job?"
Oh my God! Oh my
the people
God.
just clutched their pearls, like, "Oh my God, he said it!" Oh, it was hilarious. That guy was so outdone, and after that, I think he's still trying to go around and do some things as to why he should be a conservative and all that stuff. But he was so outdone.
He's trying to do. He was so, shall we say, he received so much support and inspiration that he's decided to do more damage.
Exactly. He's doing nothing but damage. Being an apologist for our culture, for being the victims of 250 years of oppression and violence. You know, it's just ridiculous.
Is this individual, now forgive me, is this individual that we're speaking of ethnically black, racially black?
Yes.
This is,
yes.
That's
he's not me.
That's, I'm sorry, did you say it's not me? I would never, that's
no, I say he's not black. I mean, I'm not mixed. I say he's not mixed.
Okay, he's not mixed, he's black. He
is black.
Oh my God, I'm, what causes that?
I'm gonna find it because I got it somewhere.
Where does that come from? Where does that come from? That's someone.
It is the eagerness to not be viewed as a threat. You know, it was a line in Blade. Remember Blade, the movie Blade?
Oh yes, of course.
I know you do because you're a vampire.
Yes,
so.
yes, and of course, yes. I always, you know, there's one way to take Blade is actually as kind of a metaphor on the black-white conflict of a black man fighting against a white culture. That would be one metaphor for Blade. So yes, I couldn't forget it because of my vampirism either. But please continue. Yes, go on. And I take it, of course, we're talking about the best of the lot, Blade 2 in particular, as opposed to Blade 3, which was just a tragedy. Which I don't know if you know the story behind that, but the tragedy behind that was that Wesley Snipes, he was so pissed off because he found that this was just what do they call it, a launch pad for the two whites in the film who were going to get their own TV series based on that film. They were supposed to get their own TV series based on that film, so it was supposed to be a launch pad for their careers and a way of phasing him out. And that's why he was so demotivated that he essentially went into this kind of passive resistance and really didn't participate in the film at all. I don't know if you knew that aspect of it.
I didn't. I wasn't aware, but there's a vast difference between 2 and 3.
Yes.
You know, for sure.
Yeah, well, 3 is unwatchable, and you'll notice, of course, that Wesley Snipes is just not in it. He's just literally and figuratively, he's not in it. He's yeah. So you use the Blade analogy. Go on.
Now they got Mashahar Ali going to play Blade in
Yeah.
the remake. But anyway, but there was a scene in the Blade movie where there was a familiar, I guess, this young guy who's dressed as a cop, and he was, kind of being a gatekeeper for the vampires.
Yes.
And he said this. He's like, no one. It was his assistant, the young guy. He was like, man, they're going to take over. And I'd rather be a pet than cattle.
Right.
And a lot of people who think like that. I'd rather be the pet. I'd rather be on the good side than be at the object of their ire.
Yeah.
And that's why they do certain things and say certain things.
Yes.
It's really sad because we can live together. We can do things together. This is what, and I know a lot of people might hear me say these things, and I'm pointing out this, I'm pointing out that, I'm pointing them out because these are things that are correctable. These are things that are not in our human nature, and they're not in our best interest to be at each other, to watch something happen to someone else and that is illegal or immoral or inhumane and say nothing or do nothing about it. It's not in our best interest. And that's my whole thing, man. I just got back from Portland, Maine. I traveled up there and wanted to taste some fresh Maine lobster.
Uh-huh.
Beautiful air, beautiful people.
Mm-hmm.
Man, sometimes you just got to get out and see what's going on in the world and talk to different people. And just see what's going on, man. You just gain a better perspective on people and situations.
Okay.
Let me ask this.
Yes.
And I know I've talked, and I'm trying to switch subjects here. I heard you talking earlier about the Battle of Los Angeles.
Yes.
Are you going to talk about that in monologue tonight a little bit too more?
I can't. They'll take down the episode. That's the point I was making. See, the whole point about the Battle of Los Angeles brings in the vaccines they created as a result of their thought that the Japanese were waging biological warfare. And I'm sorry.
Through the dirigibles?
That's quite correct. And they thought that the dirigibles. I'm sorry.
That reminded me of. I think that's when you went into the episode that the dirigibles were burning in the forest, and that's where you had that black squadron of fire jumpers, the 555s.
Yes, the triple nickels, the 555. And what happened was that that was the balloon bombings, and so those are different from the dirigibles. The dirigibles are, of course, very large, but the Japanese fugo is what they were called, fugo. Those were the balloon bombs, and the balloon bombs were devastating the Pacific Northwest. If the war had continued for another year and the bombardment had continued at the rate that it was at the rate that it was going, it would have taken down the Pacific Northwest. It would have been deforested. But in order to defend the home front, the Americans used an all-black unit of smoke jumpers as the elite vanguard of home defense because they were trying to keep this secret, and they knew that by using blacks, the blacks would never communicate or coordinate or interact. They wouldn't interface or interact with the white community. Remember that in those days, it looked like that would never happen. For people who don't understand what it was like, when the World War I happened and you had black units, American officers refused to command the black units, and they had to turn the American blacks over to French officers who were used to commanding blacks because they had worked in Africa for many years and had their own African colonial units. Of course, it was pure racism. This was like saying, the Americans were just saying, it would demean me to command a unit of blacks. It would be beneath me. And for that reason, the French said, well, we think of it differently. We think of them as colonial subjects. So give your blacks to our command and we'll put them under our chain of command. So you had the American blacks being given French uniforms, French armaments, and dispatched to the front line under French officers. Then what happened was, after World War I, you had the bonus marchers, where all these veterans were asking to get paid for their service in World War I. They went to march on Washington, and they were integrated. These were all whites, and they were blacks together in these tent cities parked in front of the White House, the Capitol, demanding their pay for their service. And the important thing to remember about that is that the man who led them was an American fascist. He cleaved to the fascist ideology, and he was willing to integrate. The fascists were willing to integrate. But then when Roosevelt developed a plan, saying this was, of course, after the president at the time, Herbert Hoover, gave the order to clear out the tent cities, and then MacArthur himself went in and basically attacked them, massacred the bonus marching veterans, and after that whole fiasco went down and Hoover, of course, lost the election, then Franklin Delano Roosevelt took over, and because he wanted to present himself as doing something different, he set up the CCC, the Civilian Conservation Corps and Construction Corps, and basically employed these veterans, but he segregated them again. So they even lived in segregated camps. He resegregated all of the entire American culture. So Franklin Delano Roosevelt was very much a segregationist, a racist, a Democrat in the old KKK sense. And when you had that happen, it looked like American blacks and whites would be forever separate. So that's why the idea was, if we send these blacks to fight these forest fires that are tearing up America, they're not going to be able to tell the white community what's going on, and we can keep this war on the home front secret, and no one will know that the Japanese are attacking us right here at home. And so that was the thing that was what was behind that. And they had their own black officers, and because of that, they had the highest morale imaginable. And so that's where they come in that context. But unfortunately, they also took many black men who were not trained. These were men in the triple nickels who were the elite. They were highly trained, but many other black men who were not trained but were conscientious objectors were then sent to fight these fires, and they just dropped them out of planes with improper parachutes because silk was rare. The Japanese, of course, controlled Asia, and silk grows in Asia. Back in those days, they didn't have all the genetic engineering and GMO shit that they could do to produce silk the way they can now. So they were dependent on silk. It was short. In short supply, so that's for all the white troops on the front and the black triple nickels, which were a small enough unit where they could spare some real parachutes for them. But when it comes to your average black guy who's a conscientious objector, they would just send him in with what they called black parachutes, which weren't colored black, but they were meant for blacks, which meant that they were very small, didn't open properly, and basically that causes a snap opening. When they're small, they don't catch all that wind. They just open in a snap, and that pulls the person up very violently and can potentially break every bone in their body, which is what happened to a lot of these black victims that were sent to fight these fires, and they just helplessly were unable to move themselves or extricate themselves as they fell into the fires and burned alive. And their bones are still scattered all over the Pacific Northwest. So this is the way a lot of black conscientious objectors were exterminated, by sending them to fight these forest fires without training. And this is the horror of how America was. This is what America was like in World War II. And so that's the context in a general sense. So was there anything else you wanted to bring up with that? Did that bring anything else to mind?
That was great. I had gotten that confused with that Battle of Los Angeles, but I'm glad you went over that.
Okay.
It does remind me, and I don't know if you ever heard the story, and there's a famous historian, David Blight, who attributes the beginning of Memorial Day, which we'll celebrate today,
Yes.
Coming out of
The black community. Yes.
but a gathering of 10,000 slaves, former slaves, and people who had fought in the Civil War, white and black, who had come together to honor the fallen soldiers and those who had battled in the war. And, they celebrated it that day, and they built a shrine, a memorial and a graveyard, but it fell into disrepair, and they stopped the practice for a little while, and then it picked back up as Memorial Day by some other people. But that was the original Memorial Day. I think your listeners need to know about that.
Oh, absolutely. And I think there's actually some more nuance and context beyond even that concerning Memorial Day, but I certainly appreciate your bringing that up. I myself am so bitter about it at this point that, I almost have to be shamed or embarrassed into saying anything about the history of Memorial Day because of my own negative feelings about the United States military. But Troy, of course, understands all that. He understands where I'm coming from with that.
Thank you for your service.
Thank you. I appreciate that. That's cute. That's cute. Though I do want to remind people, Troy, of course, is being very nice. He's a very gentlemanly individual, and he's like dealing with kids in this day and age who don't even you understand the world that was created for them to make it even possible for them to sit there for Troy Bellamy to be teaching them. I mean, like I said, he's in the center of enemy fucking territory. One of the things I'll bring up towards the beginning of monologue will be how the British Tories, who are going to get their ass kicked in this snap election being held by Rishi Sunak, the yellow coon, I'll say that while Troy is present rather than using the N-word, who's Prime Minister of England right now. But they were heavily inspired by Ron DeSantis and the whole Florida form of Republican governance is what led them down the road to where they're at now, where they're going to hold this crazy, stupid election and get themselves, wiped off the benches in the British government. Most hopefully. It's the so Troy's in the belly of the beast, and he just manages somehow to retain his sanity. I don't know how the hell he fucking does it, but he does. And such being said, thank you for adding some more history to Memorial Day and some elements to it that provides everybody hopefully a bit more of an appreciation for what Memorial Day is about. I think, of course, that it's something that we need to redefine. We really need to redefine our entire relationship with the military and with war. And obviously, defense is important, and we have to understand that we are going to be going through what is unfortunately very likely a civil war, and it becomes more and more inevitable. I won't talk about this tonight, but what I will get to by Wednesday, or as soon as I can, is the fact that Trump is preparing to lose. Now, there's been experts who deal with the stock market. One of them has been following patterns, and he feels the stock market is predicting Trump will lose. And therefore, Trump read what this man wrote, and Trump is preparing to lose. In other words, Trump is preparing to win through exactly the example that Troy Bellamy brought up historically, by force majeure. That if he loses, that's really his opportunity for victory, because then he mobilizes the militias and all of the white supremacists and these coon cadres into helping him overthrow the electric government, because he'll say it was all stolen. And so this is his strategy. This is how he's contending with the situation that he's facing. So we live in perilous times, and these times are like probably the most dangerous we've ever had in American history, and it's going to be apocalyptic.
Yeah.
Go on.
I find it very interesting that his rally was met with at the Libertarian Conference was met with jeers and boos, because the Libertarians really were the forerunners of the Tea Party, and that was all that militia talk and all that kind of stuff. Yeah. And I was surprised that there are many people that had the sentiment that they didn't like Trump. I say that kind of tongue in cheek, because really the libertarian movement wants no government. They don't.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying?
That's great. Yeah.
And so even entertaining Trump and him promising him stuff that he can't give them.
Yeah.
I think they were smart enough to realize this guy's full of crap, and we need to get him out of here and get somebody else, who will help deliver some of the things that we want. And he didn't know how to handle that. So yeah, I think he's preparing to lose. I don't think he has a snowball's chance in hell. Again, his only saving grace is, again, there are a lot of people who feel that if he dies, they don't want to be under the black woman as vice president.
Yeah.
I mean, as the new president, and that is the only thing that is the absolute only thing that you really can say bad about the ticket. And you were talking about earlier how Biden is reaching out to the men, black men, and I believe that Kamala Harris is reaching out to the women. I think that's kind of a strategy. And I think overall, when it comes down, when the rubber meets the road, Biden will fall in well with women. Women will fall in behind him because he just elected probably the most women to the circuit court in the history of the country.
Yes. Well, he's done
a lot for women's issues and for women's, things that will help promote and build women. I don't think women supporting the Biden is a bad. I don't think that's in trouble. But I think that sometimes you can cater to men, especially black men, a little bit more if you say, hey, I promise we're going to do this or that, or just hear them out. You have a conference. When Trump really turned the corner in the first election, 2016, was when some guy set up, actually it was a fake situation, but they had the 200 black pastors, all these pastors from these mega churches. They thought they were coming together to have a summit so they can go then and meet with Trump about what their issues were. They actually were surprised because they went into the meeting and Trump was already there.
Mm-hmm.
And so they were kind of caught off guard, like, whoa, wait a minute. And what the guy who set it up wanted to do was have all the black pastors come out in front of the media and say, we endorse Donald Trump.
Right.
And they were like, wait a minute, no. They kind of backed off. It was one guy, Pastor Darrell Scott. He's still with Trump.
Jesus.
But he kind of set it up and set all the black pastors up. They didn't know what was going on. See, Darrell Scott is under Paula White, who is Trump's, muse, if you will. I think he had something going with Trump. She had something going with Trump.
That's entirely possible. This is like one thing, just to put two things out there. I'll obviously bring this up again later in monologue in passing. It doesn't bear too much relevance to everything we're talking about tonight, but it's certainly relevant to the point where it needs to be brought up twice, right now and then later in monologue, is that Biden, of course, was the first to nominate a black woman to the Supreme Court. So he has that going for him. And as for the woman voting for the Democrats, of course, they don't have a choice. Honestly, with the Republicans, it's just a return to female slavery. I mean, we're headed towards Gilead and the Handmaid's Tale. But when it comes to the welcome aboard, Nemo, by the way. Nemo's joined us, and I certainly want to talk with him for a few minutes before I go into refreshing myself. But the other thing to bring up about tonight and what was just shared by Troy Bellamy with the black pastors and Trump and what he brought up about this black woman potentially having a sexual liaison or a shall we say, a secret relationship with Trump. Think back to George Bush Jr. One of the things that before I even got into being a public informant, this was like during the period of time that I was still too heavily involved with care provision for my parents to be involved with being a public informant. But during that time, we had Colin Powell, George Bush Jr., and of course, oh my God, Condoleezza Rice. And Condoleezza Rice, multiple times on record, referred to George Bush Jr. as my husband. And beyond that, there was body language where when one time she was sitting next to George Bush Jr., and George Bush Jr. was leaning forward and describing how much he viscerally hated the North Korean dictator Kim Jong-il at that time. When he personally encountered him, he said the reaction was visceral, and he was going to get much more violent, perhaps even inappropriate with his language. And he kept leaning forward, was getting more emphatic, and Condoleezza Rice was physically grabbing his arm and squeezing it and restraining him for with physical hints not to go too far with what he was saying. That's very seldom somebody can do something like that who's not physically intimate with you. And so there was all kinds of just put it this way. I was adamant that Condoleezza Rice was sleeping with George Bush Jr., that they actually had a liaison that was ongoing throughout his time in government, at least. And that was, to me, painfully obvious. And I think that something similar going on with Trump is not at all unimaginable. Some of the most racist men in the world are very attracted to black women as a exotic alternative to just everything that is becoming the norm for them. And so this is something that I feel is plausible. Not only plausible, but probable. So such being said, did you have a chance to open the email that I sent you, Nemo?
No, I'll check it now.
Okay, thank you. Please do so, and see. Tell me if what I'd like to know is if that is hopefully an episode that's uploaded into your channel.
All right.
Yeah, or
you
that.
You got warning from YouTube.
No, it's not a warning. It's
not
content removal.
Content removal.
And,
notification.
Yeah, a notification of content removal. They've removed it. Now I need to know whether or not we've got it uploaded on your channel or John Warrington's. Hopefully both. This is something that, if not, hopefully maybe there's some way you can download it from what they provided in terms of reviewing it, opening it, and maybe you'd need help from Brendan Zogit.
I'd have to check if I have that.
Yeah, and otherwise Brendan Zogit might be able to access it and download it from what they're giving as a access because he has the back door to my channel. He's unable.
Are you still allowed to access that video?
I think so, but only in the sense that to review that timestamp spot. I don't know. Brendan would have to handle that, whether or not he could download it. See, that's the point. I'm trying to.
If you can access it, you can download it.
Okay.
You just gotta have a downloading app or.
So if you can access it, then just download it. Oh, you can't? You cannot.
No, when I click on it, it says, "Oops, something went wrong."
I see. Okay. So we'll ask Brendan if he can. Then the other thing is just see if you have it in your records or already. You might already have it, or maybe John Warrington has it. So just check and see if that's the case. Other than that, before I refresh myself, anything you want to catch me up on, Nemo? You probably heard Peter Moon is anxious to speak to you. He's hoping to speak to you if he's able to come on tomorrow, in the morning for a few minutes, or maybe Wednesday. He'd actually like to talk to you a bit about James Forrestal, because he was impressed with what knowledge you had of the Forrestal situation and wanted to hear more directly from you or ask you some questions.
That was George Knight that explained everything about him. I just asked a question about him.
Yeah, but
he's got that mixed up.
Okay. But he'd still like to talk to you anyway, and I'm sure you might have some information for him, such as that meme, and you could send him that meme, and that would at least give him some info. So that would be out of, the ordinary. Aside from that, anything else, Nemo, before I retreat into refreshing myself for a few minutes before I return?
No, nothing now.
Okay.
I'm just trying to look for this video.
Understood. But do me a favor and multitask. Make certain to keep an ear out and try to participate in conversation with Troy and Aristides while I'm gone, okay? Because I'll need you guys to... Yeah, I'm
The
here.
Aristides.
I'm here.
Yeah.
I'm here. I could do the break and then probably want to, not stay up too terribly late after that. But I'm here right now.
Excellent, excellent. And so here we are, Bad American Idol audition. Stephanie Sugarman, aka MTG, give us some more information on this.
I just pulled up a post, and I guess it's going around the internet. It's starting to get viral, but this woman has an uncanny resemblance to Marjorie Taylor Greene,
Okay.
and I guess she had done American Idol audition.
Okay.
And I mean, her face, everything looks exactly like Marjorie Taylor Greene. So I would be interested to see if this is actually her, and this pops up in her life at some point.
That's funny. Yeah, and thank you for sharing that. Entertainment, of course. And so, want to welcome Cultivated Image back with us. Thomas Payne earlier came on. And all you gentlemen
I'm reading the first comment, top comment on that video. It says, this has Hitler being rejected to art school vibes.
Wow. That's actually funny. That's actually quite funny. This has Hitler being rejected from art school vibes. I like that. Yeah, that's cool. Okay, so I'm going to go refresh myself, gentlemen. To everybody listening, I will be back. When I go back, when I come back, I'll probably dive. Go on.
Just to confirm, John Warrington does have that video that got removed from your account, so I can download that.
Thank God. Okay. And that's wonderful. Thank you so much for that. And so I'm just thanking Vril now, who's our own Aristides. And so all of you gentlemen, I'm counting on all of you to maintain discourse. Again, to everybody listening, when I come back, I'll probably dive right into monologue. But these gentlemen have got you for a good 10, 15 minutes or so. Please stay here. I will be back. We have all too many issues to cover tonight in monologue, all of them cultural, and all of them controversial, and all of them intensely impacting all of us. So we will dive right into it and go balls to the wall all the way to the end of the transmission, so long as I'm not cut off. So all of you stay here. These gentlemen have got you, and they're the best. And they'll take the conversation into directions that will probably surprise us all. In the meantime, I'm going mute, and you guys have got this. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
Is either of you, Troy and Aristides, going to vote this November at the elections for the election?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I suppose.
When does voting start?
I'm sure early voting will start early. I live in a small town. My precinct is right around the corner from my house, so I'll go on the day of the election and get it done and make sure I get it done. My main purpose is to make sure that we don't have any encumbrances at our polling place, and that people can vote freely and without feeling threatened, or or the poll workers are being harassed.
How would they be threatened?
Well, again, we talk about these microaggressions. They're passing these silly laws where you can't have water. We live in Florida, and sometimes a precinct will get backed up. They may have a precinct with 10,000, 12,000 people, and only 2 polling places, 2 lines.
Oh.
And imagine the backup there. And then usually in that time of the year, it's raining. So you may have people standing in line. You have older people who are on walkers or other things like that. Somebody might be inclined to give them a water. It's against the law to give them a. That's the most ridiculous and asinine thing that I've ever heard of.
It's basic survival needs. You're like, how can you make that?
If they really cared about it, they would set up 10 polling areas where those things can come in and out, get their vote
Get it done quick.
Yeah, instead of standing out in the line 2, 3, 4 hours in the rain, out of the rain, hot, This
Most
is
of
just
these
not.
people standing in line, are they like middle-aged older people, the majority of them?
Yeah, the majority of them are, because that's really the voting
Right.
public.
I think
You know,
if I were to just take a guess on why that might be is with such limited voting polls, they probably expect everyone to do with the voting online. You can do that online, right, in America?
no,
Oh, you can't? Oh, I thought they would have had an online system for
you
their
got to
voting,
do the
where
paper
you
voting.
register and shit.
No, I'm not aware of voting online. I know that you can vote using, absentee ballots on paper, or you can just go right in and fill in everything using the blotters and the ink.
So
And
it all has to be done by hand, like
yes,
manually written and
annually done,
put
because it
in.
has to be recounted if there's an issue. And that was Trump's whole issue. He was saying, we need to manually recount these ballots because they just came in and mail dumps at 2 o'clock in the morning, and people were just feeding through the machine, which is not true.
All right.
So that's why you have to do that. But they really just limit those areas. I don't know if they use census information or anything like that, but or that maybe they have less workers able to work certain locations. But I mean, you see certain places, where you may have in a small neighborhood like mine. It's usually at a church, and then next thing you know, you got maybe 2 or 3 actually polls machines in which you put in your ballot,
Right.
and that get backed up. If you get a whole bunch of people coming in, you know. So we'll see what happens.
Hmm.
We'll see. So earlier, I want to address something. Doug was talking about President Biden's speech at Morehouse, and he was saying that he was saying that President Biden had said that we're going to be facing challenges from uh, old challenges in new garments, and he was a little bit concerned that he wasn't as forthright and just calling out the racism. We saw that what happened in 2016 when Hillary Clinton called the
Hmm.
people deplorables, and it backfired on her for some reason because they were. She just was talking about people who engage in that militia activity that is hell bent on fighting against the government, those who would uh, practice and propagate racist ideology, fascist ideas. She called them deplorables, all in one swoop. And immediately the reaction was to say that she was talking down to certain people.
Right.
And I think that hurt her campaign as much as the James Comey coming out saying they're going to investigate her emails again.
Hmm. We should be heavily attacked non-stop online and in alternative media because a lot of the alternative media is run by the right-wing Russian
Oh,
propaganda and the extreme alt-right.
yeah, they hate Hillary Clinton. I think they're more afraid of her than they were Bill.
Oh yeah, definitely. Bill, he engaged in some sexual activity with one of the interns at his
Yeah,
office,
yeah,
Monica
hey,
Lewinsky.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
she was hot as
She
hell. She's still good looking.
was. If they rename the actor fellatio after you, then you know you're serious.
Yeah.
They call it getting a with a Lewinsky now.
All right. I never heard of that.
Yeah, in the streets, brother. Hey man, I got some Lewinsky.
Yeah.
That's great.
When Clinton was in charge, like what were the big major promises that he kept to that made the people like him?
His I don't know if it was so much that it I think he was a symbol. His demeanor and his simple being able to play the saxophone on Arsenio Hall show
Yeah, I saw that.
ingratiated him to black people who were just feeling still feeling the sting of Ronald Reagan. You understand?
Yeah, because
And
he was a Republican, Reagan. He was
right.
He was Bush Senior's puppet.
Yeah, yeah. And so, I mean, and he really did, during the 80s when Reagan was president, that's when you had the Iran-Contra war, which was funded in bringing in drugs into the neighborhood. The crack epidemic exploded. There were more people going to jail, less people going to college. When Clinton was president, that's when I was in college. There were more people going to college than there were in jail. And I mean, black men, dudes, it was guys that I went to school with that had no ambition to go to college, but they felt like everybody else was going, so they went.
Yeah.
Some guys finished up and got their degrees and things like that. But might have taken them a little minute, but they did it. And that's the kind of agency that Bill Clinton gave to all Americans. That not just African Americans. African Americans made a big deal of it, so it makes it seem like, oh, all he did was stuff for black people. No, he balanced the budget for the first time. For the first time, we were in the black.
All right.
Country. We had no deficit. We had no debt.
So you had a more stable economy at that time compared to now.
And you're talking about the beginning of the technology age. He could have done so much more had they not wasted all of his time trying to get him on getting a blowjob from the secretary in the office at 4:00 in the morning.
Yeah, it was like she was an implant, like maybe a mind control subject being used to,
it goes that far.
to compromise Bill Clinton so they can use that against him.
Well, maybe. It did seem like a,
Yeah. Yeah, because that reminds me of an old story I heard about I can't remember the specific rule or what. This king was compromised from his position of power because the ancient people that are not allowed to be criticized back in the day, they put in a whore, one of their whores, and persuaded him to have sex with her, and eventually that contributed in his downfall. Like that's what that reminds me of, Bill Clinton, scandal with Monica Lewinsky.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Because she's a you-know-what too, of the bloodline that's not allowed to be criticized.
Right. Of course.
Yeah, but Clinton looks like he's about to drop dead any moment now. From the last I saw, I don't know if he's even still alive.
He doesn't look that well.
Like Bush Senior looked like a zombie before he dropped dead.
He was older. He had been through a lot. Reagan was president for the last 6 years of his presidency with Alzheimer's. Don Regan and all the other people that are all thinking and talking for him, they just wrote the lines for him to say.
Yeah, he was so brain dead. He had people changing his diapers all the time, and when he's traveling around and shit, and he couldn't memorize anything.
Right.
He could only memorize just small amounts what was written down for him.
And you look at when they inquired of him at press conferences and things about the Iran-Contra situation, he was totally lost because that was a whole black ops program going on under his nose. He had no idea.
Right.
And that's when the president became a figurehead. George Bush Jr. was just a figurehead.
Yeah, for his father, yeah.
He had no idea. He had no idea 9/11 was going to happen.
Yeah, have you seen his fucking school photos of him at
Dude, I'm in the city.
College? He looks like a scruffy retard.
Yeah.
But your voice is cutting out, Troy. You there? Yeah.
All right. Well, I'm here.
You have Troy's voice cut
Yeah.
out.
I mean, hopefully he comes back.
Yeah, what was the university that George Bush Jr. was a part of, where the Skull and Bones fraternity was in?
Yeah, Yale.
Yale, that's right, yeah.
Yeah.
His Yale
Yeah.
photo, if you
Yeah.
look at that, yeah, you look at him, he looks like he should be a homeless bum. He's not well kept, he doesn't look well groomed, and
Yeah. Yeah. Well,
looks retarded, has a goofy face.
yeah, they were kind of bunch of little,
Probably
little,
inbred.
little brat cokeheads, you know.
Spoiled, yeah. And yeah, because his father was one of the most powerful people at the time, because he's the administrator for the CIA.
Yeah.
And that was during JFK assassination, wasn't it? He was head of CIA at that point.
Yeah, he was. He was involved. Bush Senior was involved.
Yeah, so he would have.
He wasn't the CIA.
Yeah, he would have been involved in that assassination too.
You know, he certainly would have been aware of it.
Like in orchestrating it. What I'm saying.
You know, yeah, it could be. I mean,
because it was supposed to be CIA agents wanted to shoot him with, a sniper or whatever, but apparently they fucked it up, so the driver had to finish it because he had more than one gunshot in his body.
Yeah, it was, certainly not like they said it was.
Yeah, you can see the video. Anyone, you watch the unedited video and you watch that slow motion focus on the driver, you can see him pull a fucking gun out and shoot his brains out. It's so blatant.
Right. Plus, it's like the direction that, like, when a bullet hits a head, it goes. Yeah. A small hole.
It makes sense. Yeah. And right on the back.
Yeah. Like it
blows out.
Yeah. It blows out on the opposite side of where you're shot.
Exactly.
And it was like in the wrong direction from what they said.
Yeah. Yeah. Sorry, Troy. Yeah, your voice cut out. Can you? Yeah, never mind. But how the fuck did the people? Yeah. Were you listening to what we're saying about JFK assassination?
No, but I'd love to hear that.
It was the driver that killed him. If you watch the unedited,
I saw that.
Yeah. Did you saw the gun he pull out over his shoulder, turning back to shoot his head?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
I've seen
That's
that.
Good.
I've seen that. Yeah. And I'm more inclined to believe that, or the triangulated crossfire, which I think was responsible for the other wounds that he had.
Yeah. It was before he got finished, that he was getting shot at from other people, probably CIA agents or just hired gunmen, assassins.
How Conley didn't see him pull that gun out, I don't know.
Yeah. I don't get it. But it's there. It's in the video if you look hard enough. Play it in slow motion.
Yeah.
I mean, certainly not as simple as they say it was, Like, come on.
And that needs to be fucking common knowledge. Like, every American child and man, woman needs to know that he was assassinated by the person that was supposed to protect him.
Yeah, right. Well, I mean, ideally in a perfect world, but, a lot to expect.
Because there was a crowd watching that parade, wasn't there? Like, in the public?
Yeah.
Once the shooting started, they all got down. You could see them literally going for cover, because that's how many shots fired.
You'd think at least one person would have witnessed and come forth to explain it publicly, like seeing the driver pull the gun out. Oh,
that's the whole thing of chaos, though, is to drown everybody's vision and recollection of what actually happened at that time in real time. And so the closest thing you had to it was the Zapruder film, and and I mean, that's the closest thing you really could have. Like you said, where else? Some other film, because that's how you get the look at the driver looking back and shooting him in the head
Yeah.
and speeding off. Came to a slow roll and then sped off.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
There was a rumor, like I'm not confirming this at all, but I remember hearing how his wife, when she was getting on the back of the car on the boat, apparently she was actually trying to grab pieces of his brain she wanted to keep.
Right.
It's weird.
I don't know if she was that desperate for a souvenir, but possible.
And then not long after that, his brother gets killed. What was his brother's name that got shot just after he did a big speech?
Robert.
Robert? Yeah. And you can see him just still alive. I think he's just like on the brink of death, and yeah, then he dies on the video. Was he still alive when he's laying down, then he dies or some shit? Or was he already dead?
It wasn't instant because he was hit like in the chest, in the lung. So I'm sure it took him a little minute, but still tragic. That whole decade was tragic.
Why is it that you think they killed Robert? I know JFK was planning. Wasn't he planning to bring the American dollar back on the back by the gold standard?
Yeah, gold or silver standard. One of them.
Yeah. Yeah, that would have pissed off the Federal Reserve.
I think the biggest thing in my theory playbook was the fact that he foiled. He would not help them retake Cuba. Cuba was like Las Vegas. Cuba was the playground for the military, high, prostitution, gambling, and Castro, for whatever you may feel about him, he was trying to clean that up so that these people weren't just using his people, and he got weapons from the Russians in order to fund that insurrection, and kicked everybody out of the country, and they wanted to immediately retaliate. And Kennedy was like, I don't think we should be in this.
Yeah.
And for a number of reasons. One, I think he probably found out what was going on down there. And two, it would have escalated things between us and the Russians, because the Russians were the ones who actually gave the Cubans the arms.
Yep.
And then, of course, that played itself out in the, all the micro politics that was going on around Dealey Plaza at that time between the FBI, CIA, and people for Castro, people for free Cuba, and all that. That whole thing was just a diversion. And Lee Harvey Oswald was the biggest patsy of all. There's no way he shot that shot. There's no way he killed Officer Tibbet and then made it to the movie theater. And there would have been no reason to kill him unless he had other information, which he did have, that he knew he was a patsy.
Right. Yeah, he was just a blatant scapegoat.
Yeah.
But they try to make it legit, saying how he was the killer because, he had all the CIA training and he was a programmed, trained assassin and all that shit.
He was far from that. They say he was a horrible shot.
Yeah.
He was just a lackey for all the underworld people in Dallas at that time. And they could get him to do stupid stuff, kind of like Michael Cohen was doing for Trump, running around fixing this and doing that, and just a do boy. And when it all comes down, they put the blame on you.
Michael Cohen. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, he's obviously one of those people. Yeah, Trump's cabinet and Biden's cabinet, they're filled with Ashkenazis and Khazars. Well, I'm pretty sure most of the presidential cabinets were. Like Bush had some black people in his, but they were just, blatant. They were just full on Uncle Tom. Was it Colin Powell and Condoleezza Rice?
Colin Powell was a career man. I don't think he had a particular ideology, which is what most military people were not supposed to do. But Trump has been able to convince people to just blindly follow him as he follows the Republican Party as given to them by the Heritage Foundation. So, it is what it is. As far as Trump keeping some Ashkenazis around him, that's kind of how you do business in New York. If you're going to do
yeah, of course. Yeah.
You better have you a good Ashkenazi accountant and a good couple of Ashkenazi lawyers.
Yeah. When it comes to lawyers and financing money and shit, obviously you're gonna have those people with you.
You gotta have those people that know how to work those judges but this is where the game gets a little murky for them, because it's not run fully by the whole system's not run fully. You got 3 black district attorneys who are putting these cases on Trump, and they got the goods. The only thing separating Trump from jail is the jurors right now, because they got the goods. If the jurors go in and say, it wasn't that bad a deal, we won't, they can find him not guilty. But he did what he did. He paid the woman. He paid Cohen back for paying the woman to not have the story, which is a campaign violation. And then he misrepresented it as legal expenses versus just an expense or a payoff for what it was for.
Oh, bribery. Yes, I just got back. Continue. You're all doing well and holding good numbers. And please continue with the subject, by all means. Right now, I'm sucking on a ginger chew, which is kind of like one of those old fruit-flavored Starbursts, except it's ginger root. It's actually healthy for you. So as soon as I'm finished with that, I'll probably mobilize towards monologue. But in the interim, obviously not wanting people to hear this sucking sound emerging from myself, all you gentlemen, please continue. Don't all jump in at once.
Yeah. I thought he was going to continue on the bribe from Trump.
That's basically what you have here. You have 3 African Americans, and this is why there's not an appetite. Nobody else in the world that can get away with the crimes that he's getting away with. The best case out of all 3 is the one in Georgia, where he got caught trying to bribe the Secretary of State to find him 10,000 votes. It is a direct appeal for that man to do, and God bless Brian Kemp. He didn't fall for it. He could have easily fallen for it, but he wanted to do what was right.
Right.
So,
and Aristides. Nemo's an Australian. Nemo doesn't have too much to say about this. He's Australian. Other than the fact that his media, under Murdoch, controls everything we see in the United States, he doesn't have too much to say.
I haven't been paying attention to the court case of Trump.
Why would you? I mean, it has nothing to do with you and your world. Yeah.
So that's why I haven't got much to add to.
Understood. No, understood. So, Aristides. Certainly.
Yeah, I'm not paying attention to the Trump court case either. I'll just wait and find out what happens. Like, I'm not gonna be hung up on the blow by blow news here.
It'll be cool if he gets found guilty on the shit he's being charged for, but yeah.
Yeah, it's like whatever it is, let me know when you're done.
What is he facing if he's found guilty on everything he's being
I don't even know.
charged for?
jail time. He already owes for the overvaluation of his assets. They finally whittled it down to something like $115 million, something like that.
Oh, that's nothing to him.
Well, he's not gonna pay it himself. He's gonna make all of the lackeys and yokels.
Yeah.
Hey. You know, he's looking at facing jail time. He certainly would be disqualified from running for president.
We would hope. I mean, all this is if we are looking at the logical rule of law. And if the logical rule of law is applied, which so far in Trump's case we have never seen. That's the fucking problem. Yes, it's a hard situation in terms of how justice is like not really being carried out in any way generally. So I'm how would I say
Alex
it?
Jones should have been jailed from his court case.
Oh fuck
instead
yeah!
of having to pay a big fine.
Thank you. I mean, it's just
It would
appalling.
have stopped him from doing more damage in the alternative media, spreading disinformation all the time.
Which he's still doing, and now is doing so in conjunction with Tucker Carlson, and so it's we're in a horror story. We've reincarnated into a horror story at this point in history. So here's something I just wanted to clarify for some people, and what I'm going to do is take some links and put them into the chat room. But I'm also going to do some screen sharing. So I'm going to do some screen sharing now. I don't know if you gentlemen can see the cursor moving around. And this is until the ginger starburst basically dissolves in my mouth to keep myself occupied, so to speak. And this will provide some clarification for what some people were confused about when I was talking about, no regime change in communist China, even in the event of a war. Not what I meant, really. It's a miscommunication. Rather, of course, I seek a regime change in communist China in the event of a war. And I'm going to try and put why communist China is so warlike into a words or a scenario that people can understand. So I'm going to put this into the live stream, and this is a link to a 9-line map. It's called the 9-line, in which China basically claims all of the South China Sea and violates all of the sovereignty of all of its neighboring nations. And it's, of course, egregious, but at the same time, a lot of people have no understanding as to why. And really, the best map that I've always recommended is this particular map of the world, which I will also put a connection to in live stream. And so people in live stream can access both these maps, and I will try and put a narrative to them. I'm also going to share these maps with the text box inside of our own conversation here on Skype, and just give people a little perspective on why China is so belligerent in just a moment. So let me see if I can do that. Go back to our conversation, which requires no longer sharing for just a moment to enter these links, and then I can go back to sharing again to make my point. And with all of this, it's just to get some things clear before I go into monologue. And I do want to, again, thank the lovely Victoria Lorraine Hobbs. I'm going to timestamp when I begin to talk about her state of Pennsylvania and the lithium lode that was found there, which is a strategic metal in this Third World War that we're already engaged in. And as I said, we are probably going to see the Civil War manifest before we see the Third World War, and we won't be able to fight the Third World War properly until the Civil War is finished. Now, when Peter Moon was here with us in the opening hours, and I'm sharing screen again just so all of you know, can you all see the cursor moving? Yeah. Okay, excellent. Troy, Aristides, see the cursor moving? If so, yeah. Excellent. Yeah. Great. One of the things that Peter said was he did not imagine that we would have a situation in which, millions of people would leave Long Island so that Jews could be moved into Long Island. But he is just hoping for the best. The reality is the kind of civil wars and world wars that happen, massive displaced populations occur all the time. So what I'm talking about is not at all impossible or unimaginable. I do want to say one thing, half in humor and half not. If Long Island becomes the major population point for American Jewry, meaning that the American Jews are reinstalled in Long Island from all over the rest of the United States, it would help contain their overarching control of our culture, which is dragging us into world war. And so I view this as a reasonable thing to do. I'm not imagining it as any kind of concentration camp affair. It's some of the finest land in the United States. There's really nothing to complain about. I'm not imagining cutting off the water or any services. But the one thing that I will say that I hate to say, but must say, is that if they turned into an aggressor state and started doing to New Jersey what the Israelis do to Palestine, I am enraged when I see Palestinians burned, bombed, just abused, persecuted by the Israelis. But honestly, if a bunch of Long Island Jews started tearing up on New Jersey, I'd hate to say it, it would be hideously funny. Okay, all of that having been gotten out of the way, can't help it. It's just, it would look hideously funny. Just a bunch of fat New Jerseyites and a bunch of Long Island Jews coming in and clearing up on them. It's like something that it would be very hard for me to withhold from laughing at that.
Just to show Jersey Shore is enough excuse to not like New Jersey.
Yeah, thank you. Even an Australian can see that, yes. So for those of you who are puzzled, if you look at the 9- map, okay, let's look at this 9- map for a second. Just so people understand, there is a straight line that is Philippines. This straight line is all Filipino economic zone, exclusive economic zone. Vietnam claims all of this golden line. This golden line is all Vietnam's claim because Vietnam is nothing but fucking coast. Therefore, Vietnam claims a lot of maritime area because Vietnam, having nothing but coast, understandably, is completely dependent on the sea. Now, you've got, of course, claims by Malaysia, which stretch up to here, the Indonesian islands, which stretch up to here. This is actually a conservative view of the Communist Chinese 9- line, which is the dashed line, and it's red. And basically, the conservative view is that they claim this. That's really not the case. They claim far more than that. They claim all the way down to here, all of Malaysia's zone, the Indonesian zone. And you might ask, aside from also claiming my Taiwan, why are they so aggressive? Why would they do this? Because, unknown to most people, China is essentially landlocked. It has an enormous coastline, which its economy is dependent on for life. It's its lifeline, is the coast, as with any nation. But the Japanese islands stretch all the way down to Taiwan, and they just literally hit Taiwan. The Japanese islands really stretch all the way to the capital of Taiwan, to Taipei itself. And as for Taipei, obviously, it is not China. And then you have the Philippines, which stretches all the way up to smack dab against Taiwan. So you've got the Philippines and the Japanese and Taiwan, and China has no outlet to the Pacific. There is no way for China to get to the Pacific. It is completely landlocked. Effectively, it's got these little coastal maritime areas in the Yellow Sea, also choked off by North and South Korea. And it also has the East China Sea. It's completely choked off by the Black Ditch of the Taiwan Strait. And really all it has is the South China Sea to expand into. This is why, when I provided maps in my latest episode before tonight's and pointed out the tremendous communist influence in East India. So all you need to do is scroll down to the bottom of the chat box in yesterday's episode, or rather the episode before tonight's, the latest episode before tonight's, and you'll see this map link to a map that I put in there to the communization of India, where half of it, the entire eastern half, is a swath of blood red. Nepal has also gone communist. They're underneath the Communist Party. So this gives China literally a link to the Bay of Bengal if we recognize communist India as a separate government, essentially in East India. Also, their influence over Myanmar is enormous. There's an old saying in Burma, Myanmar, that when China spits, Burma swims. Honestly, between Burma and a communized India and Nepal and Tibet, China would dominate the Bay of Bengal. Now, the reason that I would try and arrange for this as a reality to be much more solidified, even internationally recognized, is it would stop China from bothering everybody else. This is the fucking problem, is that the overwhelming majority of the world's shipping goes through the South China Sea, not the Bay of Bengal. So if China has an outlet to the sea through the Bay of Bengal, that eliminates the need for war, because they wouldn't be interfering with world shipping. There. I've thought it all out. Now, sometimes I even impress myself. So that's why I said the capital should be moved to Kunming, which would make it the center of Southeast Asia, the fourth Rome, and essentially far more convenient for all of China and its neighbors than Beijing. Now, in terms of regime change, I would get rid of the Communist Chinese Party, which of course is completely corrupt, evil, and incompetent, and basically go for the lesser evil. The problem is you cannot change a culture. I'll go into that tonight, how people thought Japan was Americanized, but really Japan Japanized everything that was thrown at it. And so I'll explain why there's no point in trying to change China culturally. You could get rid of the regime, Xi Jinping and the Chinese Communist Party, but then looking back on China's history, the majority of its history was spent under foreign dynasties. The last imperial dynasty before the dynasty of Yuan Shikai, which almost no American has ever heard of and doesn't know about because it sided with Japan. The dynasty of Yuan Shikai was a Chinese warlord who was ethnically Han Chinese or pure Chinese, real Chinese. And he sided with the Japanese, but he declared himself emperor to do so. And therefore, he was the first actual ethnic Chinese emperor in hundreds of years. The majority of emperors before then were first the Mongols and then the Manchus. So the Qing dynasty that people remember was Manchurian. That's why when the Japanese reinstalled the emperor in Manchuria, who they made the movie about the last emperor of China and called him Emperor Puyi, that is not the last emperor of China. He was the last emperor of Manchuria. Now, he had been born the emperor of China, but when China became a republic, he was exiled to Manchuria, and the Japanese stepped in to protect his dynasty. That's why Americans kept saying, oh, it's a Japanese puppet state, Manchukuo, as the Americans called it, because they couldn't pronounce the actual Asian name, Manchao Chokugaya. Of course, so can't blame them for that. But at any rate, so they shortened it to Manchukuo, which is kind of like saying Nikko instead of Dai Nippon or Japan. It's something stupid. But at any rate, Puyi was Manchurian, ethnically Manchurian, and the majority of rulers over China have been foreign for quite some time. Now, the Vietnam, of course, has an emperor named Bao Dai. The Bao Dai family is in exile, but they still exist. And they could be installed as a foreign dynasty over China. And that would be a Vietnamese dynasty, but the administration could run from Vietnam, the communist government. In other words, the Vietnamese Communist Party could run China, whereas Emperor Bao Dai could be recognized as the constitutional emperor of China. This would not change Chinese culture in any real way, but would be a substantial regime change while still maintaining the communist bureaucracy, which would be able to operate with what they've already established as an infrastructure, but with a Vietnamese dynasty essentially running a communist bureaucracy, along with the Vietnamese dynasty running China. This would be what I would call the Sino-Viet Union. They're both Sinitic peoples, what I would call Sino-Viets. So that would be my idea for the regime change in China without changing the culture in any substantial fashion. So that would give China an outlet to the South China Sea via the Vietnamese, and of course outlet to the Bay of Bengal without bringing them into constant conflict or the need to break out into the Pacific through my Taiwan. So all of this would be a great way to settle a war while sacrificing their north, which should go under Japanese influence. And that would be the far north, which is almost, except for Beijing, entirely desert anyway. But that would give the Japanese a land belt to Turkey and, of course, all of the oil and gas resources of Central Asia. So those are the terms in which I'm thinking of for a post-war world, and something that, of course, would help to prevent war in the future in Asia in any immediate sense. And just needed to clarify that for all of our listeners who were asking me about why not regime change in China. Yes, regime change, but not cultural change. So I'll go into, of course, culture now throughout the rest of the night. I will give, of course, Victoria Lauren Hobbs, a shout out when I come to talking about Pennsylvania, and I'll timestamp that for her. Before we jump into monologue, anything else from you, dear gentlemen, that you can think of to bring to my attention you might want me to discuss during course of monologue tonight? Of course, I'm going to start with guns, because California's done something unusual with guns that will do a great deal to change culture in California, and ultimately we tend to be the inspiration for much of America. But since I'll start off with that, obviously that's a good controversial start. Anything, Aristides, Nemo, Troy?
I've got nothing now.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you so much. Aristides, Troy?
Just waiting to hear from you.
Okay, thank you so much. Aristides?
Hey, yeah, I'm pretty good. I'm kind of fading here, so
Understood. Well, we love you dearly.
monologue soon, or
Yeah, I'm going to go into monologue right now. Okay. So say good morning to everyone before you go to sleep.
all right, everyone. Good night, good morning. It's a case of V, and please donate to Douglas.
Thank you.
How's your situation doing for bills for the month?
So far, things are going great. I got a few more $100 to run errands with, and it's still enough to pay the rent. So looks like we're going to make it. But you know,
Hey,
yeah.
good news.
Yeah, it's because I didn't CV this month. When I CV, I spent $1,000, and because of all the services she provides. But like I said, it's also the reason why I got the sinus infection, because her acupressure. Yeah, you heard it all before.
All right. Well, it's good at the moment. Please donate, because a lot of months it's not. So.
Yes, thank you. So best to contribute anyway, just to make certain that we get a head start on next month.
That's right.
Yeah. And all right then. Thank you, gentlemen. Now, I do encourage all of you to stay, even especially Nemo, since he's the person whose hours are such that he's probably going to be able to swing it for the longest. But you other gentlemen, of course, Aristides will stay on, but asleep, and he's our emergency backup. Troy, of course, you're welcome to stay on or fade as you wish. And my best wishes to your wife, and tell her that I love the Bluetooth. And what was that about? What was the Bluetooth thing about?
She was looking at her show, and I was talking very loudly, or you guys were talking, and I couldn't get my Bluetooth to switch over. I was going to do it. So those are the art.
That's delightful. Well, say good morning to everyone.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning and good night.
Okay. Well, blessed. Yes, thank you. I appreciate that profoundly. Blessed night. Okay, so Nemo, it's you and I. And I'm going to go straight into monologue. Feel free to interject if you feel you have something relevant to say. And thank you so much for being with me. And if you tire out and feel like you're going to fade, just let me know. And other than that, we should be fine. Okay. I want people to understand most major retailers will remain open on the morrow's federal holiday, but post offices and banks will be closed. At any rate, if all this long weekend loneliness is driving you into considering suicide, first take comfort in the fact that romantic prospects may come and go, but your relationship with yourself is forever. Why cherish it less than other long-term commitments? Beside which, it will soon cost a bit more to buy a gun in my golden state nation of California. California is about to tax guns more like alcohol and tobacco, and that could put a dent in gun violence. Starting in July of 2024, my Golden State nation of California will be the first state to charge an excise tax on guns and ammunition. The new tax, an 11% levy on each sale, will come on top of federal excise taxes of 10% or 11% for firearms and California's 6% sales tax. The National Rifle Association has characterized my California's Gun Violence Prevention and School Safety Act as an affront to the Constitution. But the reaction from the gun lobby and firearms manufacturers may hint at something else: the impact that the measure, which is aimed at reducing gun violence, may have on sales. As a tutor myself, whose own range of professional and criminal experiences have prompted me to study the economics of violence and illicit trades, I think this law could have important ramifications. One way to think about it is to compare state tax policies on firearms with those on the alcohol and tobacco products. It's not for nothing that these all appear in the name of the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives, also known as the BATF, more commonly referenced simply as ATF. Now, what alcohol, tobacco, and firearms all have in common, not to mention explosives, well, that agency, which is part of the Justice Department, is tasked with making American communities safer, in theory, when they're not burning down Waco. The ATF focuses on these products because, while legal, they can cause significant harm to society, in the form of drunken driving, for example, or cancer-causing addictions. They also have a common history. All have been associated with criminal organizations seeking to profit from illicit markets. They're all black market booty or bounty. Alcohol and tobacco products are thus usually subject to state excise taxes. This policy is known as the Pigouvian tax, named after the 20th century British economist Arthur Pigou. That's Pigou. So, by making a given product more expensive via the Pigouvian taxation, such a tax leads people to buy less of it, reducing the harm to society while generating tax revenue that the state can theoretically use to offset those harms that still accrue. California, for instance, imposes a $2.87 excise tax on each pack of cigarettes. That tax is higher than the national average, but much lower than New York's $5.35 levy. California also imposed a vaping excise tax of 12.5% in 2021, because vaping turns out to be really, really bad. Of the three ATF product families, firearms have enjoyed an exemption from California excise taxes until now. So this brings us down to the costs of gun violence. Anti-gun advocates have long called for the firearm industry to lose the special treatment it receives, given the harms that firearms cause. The national rate of gun homicides in 2021 was 4.5% per 100,000 people. This is 8 times higher than California's rate and 77 times that of Dy-Cum-AFRIKA Deutschland, the new United Germany. It translates into 13,000 lives lost every year in these United States. Additionally, nearly 25,000 Americans die from firearms suicide each year. This implies a rate of 8.1 per 100,000 per year, exceeding the Dominion of Canada's by more than 4 times. Moreover, more people suffer non-fatal firearm injuries than die by guns. Gun deaths and injuries aren't just tragic, they're also expensive. One economist calculated the benefit-cost ratio of the American firearms industry at roughly 0.65 in 2009. That means for every 65 cents it generates for our economy, the industry produces $1 of costs. And that back of the envelope calculation is an incredibly conservative underestimation. It included the cost of fatal gun violence committed within these United States. But the estimate did not include non-fatal injuries or the cost of firearm harms occurring outside these United States with American-sold weapons. Mexico pays a steep price for the American gun trade. America has been called the world's gun store. No country knows this better than Los Estados Unidos Mexicanos, the United Mexican States. These United States of America endured roughly 45,000 firearms deaths in 2019, while the rest of the world combined saw 200,000. Mexico, which shares a long, permeable border with these United States, as emphasized by Peter Moon in our opening hours, contributed 34,000 lost lives to that grisly total. Mexico's government calculates that 90% of traceable guns abused in crimes seized in country come from these United States. Other examples abound. Exempli gratiae. United States sold guns fuel gang violence in lawless Haiti. No investor would back such an industry if they were forced to pay its full cost to society. Yet American gun sales have only grown fourfold over the past 20 years to about 20 million guns annually, even though they're now ever deadlier and far more expensive. So, let's talk about what alcohol, tobacco, and firearms don't have in common. Across these United States, there's not a single state where firearms are taxed as much as alcohol and tobacco. I myself think that guns should probably be taxed at a higher level than both of them. That's because unlike alcohol and tobacco, consumable products that disappear as soon as they've been used, firearms stick around. They accumulate and can continue to impose costs long after they're first sold. Starting in July, my state nation of California will tax firearms at about the level of alcohol. But my Golden State would have to apply an excise tax of an additional 26% to equal its effective tax on tobacco. It's unclear how this new tax will affect gun violence. In theory, the tax should be highly effective. In 2023, some colleagues, the Blood Boys, and I, we modeled the United States market for firearms and determined that for every 1% increase in price, demand decreases by 2.6%. That means that the market should be very sensitive to tax increases. Using these estimates, another colleague, one of the other tutors at the estate for the Blood Boys, obviously I don't tutor in math or some of these other more calculating courses per se, they recently estimated that the California excise tax would reduce gun sales by 30% to 44%. If applied across the country, this tax could generate an additional $1.5 billion United States dollars to $1.9 billion United States dollars. That's almost $2 billion US dollars, people, in government revenue. One possible problem will come from surrounding states. It's already easy to illegally transport guns purchased in Nevada, where laws are more lax, into my Golden State. But there's some evidence that suggests my California's stringent policies won't be neutralized by our neighbors. When the federal assault weapons ban expired in 2004, making it much easier to purchase AR and AK style rifles across much of these United States, gun murders across the border in the United Mexicano states skyrocketed. 2 studies show the exception was the Mexican state of Baja California, right across the border with my California, which had kept its state-level assault weapons ban in place. Gun seizures in Los Estados Unidos Mexicanos prove that all 4 American states bordering Mexico rank in the top 5 state sources of American-sold guns in the Mexicano states. But my Golden California contributes 75% less than its population and proximity would suggest. So California laws seem to already be making a difference in reducing gun violence. I myself believe that this excise tax could accomplish still more. Other states struggling against the rising tide of guns will be watching closely, because the former Golden Bear Flag Republic of California is preparing to defend ourselves and this nation against Trump 2.0. Governor Gavin Newsom is readying an army of bureaucrats to defend our state's nation-leading climate policies against a potential second Trump administration. Newsom administration officials are keenly aware that Deep Blue California is a prime target for former President Donald Trump's political diatribes and policy rollbacks, and they fully expect he'll resume his attacks on our Golden State if he wins in November. Trump campaign officials openly acknowledge that they plan to attack all California policies, confirming to Politico magazine this year that the state's electric vehicle programs would be their primary target, at the top of the list. At the recent signing of a climate change agreement with Sweden, Gavin Newsom said, "We know the playbook. We're definitely trying to future-proof California in every way, shape, or form." What Newsom called future-proofing is effectively Trump-proofing. The latest sign of these preparations came last week with a deal between California and Stellantis, the world's 4th largest automaker, which agreed to abide by our state's emission rules. With that voluntary commitment, the Chrysler and Dodge manufacturer helped armor California's climate agenda against lawsuits and a potential federal effort to roll back our more ambitious policies. While other states and the federal government under President Joe Biden are also taking steps to insulate their progressive values, California would have a particularly distinct clash of policies and characters if MAGA leader returns to the White House. Trump would take office in 2025, the final year of our governor Gavin Newsom's tenure in the governor's mansion, as he looks toward his next chapter, the presidency itself. Newsom, a rising star in the Democratic Party with presidential ambitions, would relish a starring role as Trump 2.0's chief antagonist. Trump locked horns with my California on everything from abortion to gun control during his first term. But the most frequent battleground was our Golden State's nation-leading environmental policies. Trump's EPA, Environmental Protection Agency, and Interior Department revoked our state's authority to set our own tailpipe emission standards under the Clean Air Act, attempted to increase water deliveries by altering Endangered Species Act protections, and opened up thousands of miles of our California coast to oil drilling. and Trump has frequently taken aim at our California in his campaign for a second term. A campaign spokesperson vowed to go after our state's electric vehicle rules. But Newsom is well aware of this looming threat. In a statement, Lindsay Kobaya, a political advisoress to the governor, said, "Donald Trump is a danger to our kids' health. He seeks to invalidate our clean air laws and auction off public lands to the oil industry. He wants to be, once again, Big Oil's president." Now, this brings in the role of the courts, of course. Chief among California's arsenal and our strategy is in the courts. My Golden State Nation has sued Trump 136 times under the attorneys general, that's the plurality, Xavier Becerra and Rob Bonta. California achieved at least partial wins in more than half of our challenges. But Trump's defenses sharpened even over his first term, particularly when he replaced the former EPA administrator, Scott Pruitt, with veteran energy lobbyist and congressional staffer Andrew Wheeler. Talk about being appropriately named. Now, according to Paul Nolet, a Marquette University political scientist who studies states' legal tactics, we've already seen the Trump administration get more sophisticated over time. And Republican-led red states, emboldened by Trump's attacks on our California, are still advancing their cases. A lawsuit from 17 Republican attorneys general, led by Ohio, is challenging our California's unique ability under the Clean Air Act to set stricter than federal pollution standards for passenger vehicles, in a case that's expected to reach the Supreme Court. 17 other states are also signed on to California's rules, making the suit a nationwide red-blue brawl over how the automotive sector will be required to respond to climate change. This time around, California is trying to set up our legal fortifications in advance. Much of the work is being done at our state's main air and climate agency, the CARB, the CARB. That's acronyms for California Air Resources Board. Per California Energy Commissioner Patty Monahan, CARB attorneys spend a lot of time trying to think through how to build regulations that are going to be robust in the worst case. They've been flexing that muscle for a while, and even when we're in good times, they're still doing push-ups. Well, what we really need is a push from Congress. California's Democratic congressional delegation is also pushing Biden's EPA to grant all of the Clean Air Act waivers that our state has requested since the beginning of his administration, including for rules to limit pollution from tugboats, lawnmowers, trucks, and locomotives. Trump has made it clear that he would again target approvals to enforce California's emissions standards. In a statement, Trump campaign National Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt said, "The complete and total ban on gas-powered cars and trucks in California and every other state that follows the California rules will decimate countless U.S. auto jobs. On day one of the Trump administration, not only will Crooked Joe's electric vehicle mandate be terminated, but any Biden waiver allowing gasoline-powered cars to be outlawed will be immediately revoked." She added that the ban, which ends sales of new gas-powered cars in 2035, would, in her own words, flood the United States with Chinese-made electric vehicles to steal our jobs and crush working families with the crippling costs and limitations of expensive electric vehicles. Now, California officials are hoping to make that harder for Trump by getting the waivers approved before the May 22nd deadline for the Congressional Review Act, which allows Congress to overturn federal agency rules during a change in administration. Now, in a statement, Senatress Alex Padilla, a Democrat from California, said, "With the Trump administration's previous and unlawful attempts to rescind a California waiver, we cannot afford to wait. Now, absent federal permission to enforce state pollution rules, California has a second line of defense: voluntary agreements with industry based on our state's sheer size and market-making power. You see, industry favors stability. CARB tried different strategies to enforce its rules when the waiver was last under attack, from limiting state agencies to buying vehicles from automakers who were aligned with our state's rules to boosting incentives to promote electric vehicles. Perhaps our most effective maneuver, however, was securing commitments from 5 major automakers: Ford, Volkswagen, Honda, Bavarian Motorworks, and Volvo, to comply with our tailpipe emissions rules and zero-emission sales targets, regardless of legal challenges. The Trump administration responded to these agreements by launching an antitrust investigation, threatening to take away our state's highway funding and attempting to block the agency's cap-and-trade program's ability to link with Quebec. But the automakers held firm, and eventually General Motors, Toyota, Nissan, and other industry heavy hitters agreed to recognize our golden state nation of California's authority after Trump left office. The gambit worked partly because automakers wanted to stay in the good graces of our nation's largest auto market, but also because they found it too difficult to predict what Trump would do to existing regulations. Or so analyzed one former top CARB official who was at the agency during the Trump administration. To quoteist Craig Segal, a former CARB deputy executive officer who now serves as vice president of the environmental group known as Evergreen Action, the auto industry had originally asked for what they thought were tweaks. Trump was like, okay, I'll take a sledgehammer to 100 years of the program and to all of your many billions of investments in batteries. Would that be cool? Newsom added Stellantis to his side a few months ago with an agreement committing the automaker to California's rules, even if CARB, his words, is unable to enforce its standards as a result of judicial or federal action. It goes even further than the previous automaker agreements by extending through 2030 rather than 2026. CARB also signed a pact with truck manufacturers last year when they agreed not to challenge the agency's rule to transition to 100% zero-emission truck sales by 2036 in exchange for weaker smog emission standards. In the words of Jed Mandel, the president of the Truck and Engine Manufacturers Association, "We have a long history of having rules adopted by one administration and implemented by another. We like certainty. We like stability. We don't like to see changes once reasonable rules are finalized." Still, trucking companies are fighting California's clean truck rules in the courts, and it's unsettled whether all the automakers stick to California's side in the event of a Trump versus Golden State showdown on its rule to require them to stop selling gas passenger cars in this state by 2035. While some car companies put out statements in support of the final rule, they also pushed Biden to weaken his tailpipe emissions rules as they were being finalized the month before last. And the Alliance for Automotive Innovation is asking the Environmental Protection Agency to consider the feasibility of scaling up EV, or electric vehicular sales, in other states that follow our California's Clean Cars rule as it weighs the state's waiver request. And in terms of other bulwarks, a looming state budget deficit poses a challenge for increasing EV incentives, as CARB was able to do in 2019. But one thing California could have in our favor is that Inflation Reduction Act investments, though the target of Trump's public ire, have been politically popular in both blue states and red, which have reaped the biggest rewards from the tax credits. Ethan Elkind, director of the climate program at University of California, Berkeley's Center for Law, Energy, and the Environment, has gone on record to observe that, in his words, "I don't know if it's politically feasible to undo the Inflation Reduction Act." Newsom's also looking at partnerships, not just with industry and other states, but also with other countries. California is acting as a kind of rogue state nation here to bolster and advance our golden state nation of California's climate leadership. The agreement with Sweden to promote green innovation and investment is one of at least 10 bilateral climate agreements my golden former Bear Flag Republic of California has struck with foreign governments in recent months to develop a thread of consistency as national politics around climate change waver. On an October trip to communist China on the Asian mainland, Newsom signed 5 climate agreements with local governments and national agencies. After which he said, and here I quote his T, "You can count on California to be a stable partner and a strong partner on climate change, for all the prevailing winds that shift in Washington, D.C. We saw that during the Trump administration. 100 plus lawsuits we had against the Trump administration. California is a steady partner on that future." So here's the question that I'm going to ask, and it should be no surprise to hear where I'm coming from on this. So is my own golden state nation of California becoming America's Taiwan? Taiwan is an independent nation in our ambitions, our economy, our democracy. But many countries refuse to recognize us as a separate country, differing to mainland China, which claims my Taiwan as a possession and responds with threats whenever Taiwan goeth its own way, which be but given. California shares aspects of this conundrum. Our state has the ambitions, economy, and democracy of a leading nation state. But we remain very much a part of these United States, which responds with threats whenever my California goeth its own way, which be but given. Yes, Californians fervently hope that our chronic conflict with the American government is contemporary. But since California's differences with America predate the once and potential President Donald Trump, our status as a halfway country will likely outlast his lifespan. I spent my earliest years in Taiwan being inculcated about a smaller country in the shadow of a larger power. The challenges resemble those of the formerly independent Republic of California, into which I would ultimately be resettled, along those of younger siblings everywhere. How do you defend against a bullying big brother while also developing into a success, even a global model? Of course, there are some differences. While Californians suffer chronic legal attacks from our federal government and relentless verbal attacks from our parasitic fellow Americans, the communist Chinese government threatens to seize my Taiwan by military force if it becometh too independent. Still, both my Taiwan and my California have much in common besides myself. Both are overachievers. According to the US BEA, the United States Bureau of Economic Analysis, my California is the 5th largest economy in the world for the 7th consecutive year, with a nominal gross domestic product of nearly 3.9 trillion United States dollars in 2023 and a growth rate of 6.1% since the year prior. On a per capita basis, California is the 2nd largest economy in the world, second only to these United States in toto, whose imperial economy would collapse into relative insignificance if ever my Golden State Nation reclaimed its historical independence, even though with just 40 million citizens, we rank 35th among nation states by population. My Taiwan is one of the smallest countries in Asia by land area and ranks 139th in geographic size worldwide at 1.5 times the size of our own Team Dietrich Daria, the Lady Amy Comu's Vermont, while ranking as the 8th largest economy in Asia and 20th largest in the world by purchasing power parity, allowing island China to lead the advanced economies group by International Monetary Fund standards with but 24 million people, making us the 57th most populous nation worldwide, 55th when both our skilled and unskilled migrant labor populations are included to bring our demographic to some 27 millions. Even in an era of rising nationalism, both Taiwan and California remain stubbornly internationalist, committed to free trade and immigration. Both see ourselves as defenders of democratic values at odds with the increasingly authoritarian governments of our national big brothers. That authoritarianism has inspired independence movements in both my native Taiwan and my adoptive California. 12 former Taiwan presidents are campaigning for an independence referendum, and multiple ballot initiatives seek California independence, Cal-Exit. Both movements pose the same question: how much must we suffer, Beijing or Washington, before enough is enough? There are many Taiwanese answers. The mainstream one, via our premier-turned-president, Lai Ching-te, Vice President of the Republic of China since 2020, we don't want to be in conflict with mainland China, but we won't bend to pressure either. But I also heard more robust responses. First, be opportunistic in building solidarity. When the communist Chinese issue threats, use them to develop a shared identity. A generation ago, most Taiwanese told pollsters they were Chinese. Now, after decades of mainland Chinese bullying, most Taiwanese see themselves as Taiwanese. Second, when the larger power leaves a void, for example, in these United States' government's retreat from addressing climate change or leading on international trade, heighten your own power by filling it with your own policies and international agreements, which is what Gavin Newsom was doing worldwide. Finally, conflict is competition, so be friendlier, more democratic, and more attractive than the larger power menacing you. The most interesting conversations I heard were about whether Taiwan should respond to Red China's militaristic misbehavior by declaring itself officially neutral, like Switzerland, unwilling to participate in wars outside its boundaries. Such a stance might win Taiwan more international support. Just imagine if my golden state nation of California declared we would no longer support America's endless wars. Without my golden state's high technology, America's war machine would be rendered completely impotent, the laughingstock of all the world. Comparisons only go so far. As one Taiwanese visitor to this benighted continent where I languish stranded among black and white savages reminded myself, the mainland has missiles pointed at us. Does America have missiles pointed at California? No. But if my golden California withdrew our tech support, America would have no missiles with which to threaten anyone at all. Ever again. Irregardless, I take as heart that both my present homeland of California and my eternal heartland of Formosa are pursuing strategies based on a similar faith. That if a smaller semi-sovereign state can change a larger empire purely through the power of example. In Taichung's Literature Museum, my son once photographed one of the most magnificent trees you'll see outside of California's Sequoia National Park. It's a banyan with so many roots and trunks, it now appears to be many trees. A guide so told my son, in this way, a tree becomes a forest. The People's Republic of China has no California, and that is by far its greatest strategic deficit. Today, Beijing is trying to acquire something of an ersatz California to gain access to the Indian Ocean via the Bay of Bengal and the Arabian Sea by extending Chinese infrastructure into volatile Pakistan and Myanmar. But this is no substitute for the real thing, a second coast that provides both an immense security moat and an invaluable commercial highway. Mine own Golden State nation of California represents the 5th largest economy in the world by gross domestic product. Lacking anything like it is by far the Communist Chinese Empire's sorest strategic deficit. This is why, as a settlement of war, I would like to make that dream come true for Communist China, changing its geostrategic direction towards the Indian Ocean and away from the Pacific. Until then, let's do some California Commu-China comparisons with our war economies, respectively. China's 1.4 billion population is 4 times larger than the American population and 36 times larger than California's population. But does China have 36 times more tennis courts and golf courses than California? Does China have 36 times more NBA, National Basketball Association, NFL, National Football League, and MLB, Major League Baseball type teams than California? Does China have 36 times more Disneyland and Knott's Berry Farm type locations than California? For adult entertainment, does China have 20 times more casinos than California and Nevada? How many TVs and TV channels are in the average Chinese home? Does China have 36 times as many Hollywood stars as California? Food is often another form of entertainment. Does China have 36 times as many liquor stores, fast food burger type locations, and Starbucks type businesses? What is the obesity rate in the 12 locations? Communist China has so much overweight, they send most of their spoiled single-child policy sons into state-run fat camps. Sure, Californians have been alerted to water shortages for decades. Lake Mead, the largest reservoir supplying water to our state nation, has been 2/3 empty in preceding years. But supplying water and power to 36 states the size of California is an even bigger logistical problem. Ethnic tensions were not the only difficulty that faced the Communist Chinese Empire after its successful military occupation of and legalization of its rule over a swath of what is known as Inner Asia, a region that spans from Turbit to Turkmenistan. The terrain itself was forbidding, ever-expanding deserts, mountains, and high plateaus, nor did it offer China anything equivalent to the American West Coast. China has no California. Their only option is to take Taiwan. So that brings us to the flashpoint: mainland versus island China. Beijing's post-election plan for Taiwan has been prefaced by Taiwan's dinner table diplomacy. As for what Taiwan's new president can expect in office, expect mainland China to double down on psychopolitical warfare. Last Monday, after Lai Ching-te was sworn in as Taiwan's president, he sat down to a banquet in the southern city of Tainan, Taiwan's original capital. One of the courses at Lai Ching-te's inauguration banquet is rumored to have been a playful nod to the communist Chinese dictator Xi Jinping. The 8-course dinner, which featured dishes that represented our island China's main ethnic subgroups, helped set the tone for Lai's administration. One of the menu's architects, so telling Foreign Policy magazine, "We wanted to tell the story of Taiwan's multiculturalism and democracy." It was also a clear message to Communist China on the Asian mainland. As unto his predecessor Presidentress, Lai maintains that Taiwan is already a sovereign civilization. Of course, as he seeks to showcase our autonomy, cross-strait tensions are only expected to rise. Indeed, Beijing launched 2 days of military drills surrounding my Taiwan early Thursday in response to the inauguration speech delivered by Taiwanese President Lai Ching-te on Monday opening last work week. The sea and air exercises around my Taiwan and some of our islands have so far drawn close to, but to my knowledge have not entered Taiwanese territorial airspace and waters. In African developments, Biden rolled out the red carpet for the Kenyan president's state visit. Karibu! That was very much the welcome greeting in Washington, D.C. this week for Kenyan President William Ruto's historic state visit to meet with President Joe Biden, other administration officials, and political leaders. President Joe Biden has been holding a lavish state visit for Kenya's President William Ruto. Regular listeners will know this visit is historic because it's the first by an African president in 15 years, and the run-up to it has been fascinating to observe. This comest as Biden has hailed cooperation with Africa and is seeking to build relationships with key leaders in region as a counter to the Russian and Communist Chinese empires' inroads on the African continent. A state visit is among the highest diplomatic tools the White House can employ to honor a top ally, with this meticulously planned event aimed at intertwining and highlighting the Kenyan and American imperial cultures. Former President Barack Obama and other distinguished guests made appearances at a state dinner honoring Ruto on Thursday. This visit marks the first time an American president has hosted an African leader since 2008, when President George W. Bush hosted the president of Ghana. There's little doubt that the White House sees this as a moment to reset its much-heralded Africa policy since December of 2022's U.S.-Africa Leaders Summit. Biden's stated all in on Africa ambitions have been overshadowed by geopolitical events on the continent and, frankly, the White House's own inadequate focus and time investment as it's turned energies towards matters in Ukraine and Gaza. Now Biden is again talking about visiting the continent as soon as February. Of course, there's the small matter of an election in November to consider first. Ultimately, from the Kenyan perspective, this week has been a huge win already. Ruto will be returning with a substantive package in economic terms, with deals like the $1 billion United States dollar Microsoft digital investment and Coca-Cola's planned $175 million US dollar investment in its Kenya operation. It's also been a win in geopolitical terms. Kenya's relationship with the United States has been upgraded as a major non-NATO ally, because 'tis Zhongguo, China, and Bharat Ganareja, the Republic of India, as contracted by these United States, not Russia by any long shot, would be seen as the Twa AI frontrunners, with Zhongguo long ago announcing its ambition to become the global leader in AI research by Anno Domini 2030 of the Communal era. The People's Republic of China, the United States of America, and big tech are racing to harness quantum computing and AI because big tech's reach spreads to some unlikely places. This is where Biden's tech diplomacy of high-minded promises really exposes itself. Kenyan President William Ruto's state visit to these United States this week offered the Biden administration an opportunity to lay out a grand vision of geotechno-political alliance. In welcoming his Kenyan counterpart to the White House, President Joe Biden announced that the Twa nations were launching a new era of technological cooperation that would touch on areas including semiconductors, clean energy, and artificial intelligence. At a time when African nations are also being aggressively and successfully wooed by Red China, the administration is touting its relationship with Ruto's Jamhuri ya Kenya, that's Swahili, Republic of Kenya, as a template for how developing and developed countries can work together in tech. Globalization doesn't always follow government templates, however. As it happens, some of America's biggest tech companies in AI and elsewhere already rely on Kenyan labor. Nearly 100 of these workers wrote an open letter to Biden this week. Said letter, it opened, and here I read therefrom. We are 97 data labelers, content moderators, and artificial intelligence, AI, in parentheses, workers in Nairobi, Kenya. We work for American companies like Facebook, Scale AI, OpenAI via their outsourcing companies in Kenya. Those companies and others, this letter charged, are systematically abusing and exploiting African workers. Now that work can be difficult to say the least. Content moderation in particular can be emotionally fraught, involving, as this letter points out, and I read therefrom, watching murder and beheadings, child abuse and rape, pornography and bestiality, often for more than 8 hours a day. Many of us do this work for less than $2 per hour. A group of Kenyan tech workers are currently suing Meta Platforms Incorporated, it as Facebook, and 2 of its outsourcing firms, claiming to have been fired for trying to unionize. A spokesperson for Meta declined to comment on this litigation, while pointing to their company's policies of paying above the industry standard in the countries where it operates, requiring outsourcing companies to provide counseling for workers, and its stated respect for the right of its contractors' workers to unionize. It is possible that the Biden administration's plans can create a more equitable arrangement between wealthy tech companies and the contractors they rely on to do their most menial knowledge work. It can be difficult, however, for governments like Ruto's that compete with lower wage neighbors to stand up to global employers. For its part, the Biden administration has pledged to work with Congress to send a portion of the $280 billion United States dollars provided by the United States Chips and Sciences Act to help Jamhuri ya Kenya's nascent semiconductor industry. If it succeeds, however, the amount promised is $1 million United States dollars. In other words, a nice gesture. At one of the U.S.-Kenya business side events in D.C., my son's husband casually encountered James Mwangi, chief executive of Equity Bank, East Africa's largest financial institution, who thus summed up the week with a wry smile and a single sentence. You could say America's retracing its steps. Now, out into, from Black Africa to the black void of space, we have a case of spatial militarization I alluded to last episode. The United States of America has assessed that the Russian Empire likely launched a counter-space weapon last week that is close to and capable of attacking a United States government satellite orbiting nearby. It is not the first time Russia has launched a counter-space weapon, which is designed to incapacitate or destroy satellites. But the American ambassador, Robert Wood, has confirmed that the last time it did so was circa 2022, in coordination with its all-out invasion of Ukraine. This launch has come at a time when the American empire and our allies are increasingly concerned about Russia's efforts to develop a nuclear space weapon. If deployed, such a weapon would ripple a vast swath of the commercial and government satellites that the world below depends on to make cell phone calls, pay bills, and surf the internet. So, as I said, it'll be a hard day for me to cruise to porn if the Russians nuke outer space. Spiraling out of orbit and crashing back down to Earth in Southwest Asia, the United Nations' top court ordered Israel to halt its Rafah offensive. The International Court of Justice has ordered Israel to halt its military operations in Rafah, the city in southern Gaza where more than 1 million Palestinians have sought refuge in dire conditions. Israel is unlikely to comply with the order, which the top United Nations court has no power to enforce, but the landmark ruling will pile pressure on the increasingly isolated American imperial ally. So Biden just gave up his whole goddamn game. Biden's response to the ICC undermined his own foreign policy. By outright dismissing the ICC's charges against Israel's leadership, President Biden laid bare the hypocrisy of the rules-based order. On Monday, the International Criminal Court took the bold step of announcing it was seeking arrest warrants from the court's judges for Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and Defense Minister Yoav Gallant, as well as some leaders of Hamas. The announcement produced a number of reactions, but most notable was the United States. Secretary of State Antony Blinken issued a statement calling the ICC's actions shameful. President Joe Biden echoed Blinken's obligatorily Judeo-servile reaction. The harsh response by Biden and Blinken might be disappointing to those who support the ICC's decision, as myself. But as columnist Paul Post writes, their responses are problematic for a more fundamental reason. They undermine a core pillar of the Biden-Blinken foreign policy agenda, namely that the United States is the guardian of the rules-based order. This, while the Kingdom of Norway, the Kingdom of Spain, and Ireland announced their formal recognition of a Palestinian state, calling the move an important step toward peace in the region. Norway's Prime Minister, Jonas Gahr Støre, said, "In the midst of a war with tens of thousands killed and injured, we must keep alive the only alternative that offers a political solution for Israelis and Palestinians alike. Two states living side by side in peace and security." This landmark decision by three key European players sparked swift condemnation from Israel, with a senior lawmaker ordering an immediate recall of Israeli ambassadors to Ireland and Norway. On behalf of World Jewry, police have been abusing less lethal weapons to crush social movements across the world. A new global report finding that more than 121,000 people were killed or critically injured worldwide by crowd control weapons since 2015. Now, here's what you need to know about the UC campus turmoil this week. The University of California has become one of many national flashpoints over Israel's anti-Semitic Holocaust. And by that I mean the fact that they're killing true Semites, Arabs, and they are mostly, of course, not Semitic ethnically at all, the Israelis, being mostly Russians, Turks, and other posiers claiming to have a Jewish acculturation. But also over how college leaders have mishandled occupations, First Amendment issues, and violence on their campuses. On Thursday of this week last, a new encampment was formed at UCLA, but quickly dismantled by police. Up the coast in Santa Cruz, unionized academic workers walked off the job in the first of what would become a slate of strikes across the UC campuses, aimed at officials over their mishandling of protests against the Gaza genocide. And the campus strife has the attention of federal lawmakers in Washington, D.C. So here's a quick primer on the various controversies swirling across our UC system. The UCLA chancellor has testified before a congressional committee. This same last Thursday, UCLA Chancellor Gene Block, also known as the Blockhead, sat before the House Committee on Education and the Workforce, where he was grilled about his decision-making regarding the pro-Palestinian encampment that assembled on campus on April 25th. Within the span of a single work week, the UCLA encampment was deemed an unlawful assembly by school officials on April 30th. Students and staff participating in the action were given written warning to leave or face disciplinary action. Later that same night, a Judeo-filiacal Jewfuck mob attacked the pro-Palestinian protesters. The violence continued for roughly 3 hours before police reinforcements arrived to quell the mayhem. At least a dozen people were critically injured during the attack. 2 nights later, police swarmed the campus to dismantle the encampment, mass arresting about 200 people. Medics at the UCLA protest have testified that police weapons drew blood and cracked bones, with one witness having confirmed that some protesters required not just a visit to the emergency room, but actual hospitalization. Police were pushing into the camp after an hours-long standoff. Protesters limped in with severe puncture wounds, but there was little hope of getting them to a hospital through the chaos outside. Now, this To quote us, the 31-year-old obgyn, or obstetrician gynecologist resident, Elaine Chan, a medical tent advisor, who, inside the protesters' encampment at UCLA, beneath the glow of hang-in flashlights and a deafening backdrop of exploding flashbang bombs, suddenly realized she was a battlefield medic. She suspects the injuries were caused by rubber bullets or other, quote, less lethal, unquote, projectiles, which police have confirmed were fired at protesters. And, to quote she, it would pierce through skin and gouge deep into people's bodies. All of them were profusely bleeding. In Obgyn, we don't treat rubber bullets. I couldn't believe that this was allowed to be done to civilians, students, without protective gear. I've never been in a setting where we're blocked from getting higher level of care. That was terrifying to me. The UCLA protest, which gathered thousands in opposition to Israel's wanton slaughter bombing of the Gaza Strip, began in April and grew to a dangerous crescendo this month when Judeo-sponsored counter-protesters and their purchased police clashed with the activists and their supporters. In interviews with KFF Health News, a national newsroom that produces in-depth journalism about health issues and is one of the core operating programs at KFF, itself an independent source for health policy research, polling, and journalism, Medic Chan and 3 other volunteer medics described treating protesters with bleeding wounds, head injuries, and suspected broken bones in a makeshift clinic cobbled together in tents with no electricity or running water. The medical tents were staffed day and night by a rotating team of doctors, nurses, medical students, EMTs, and volunteers with no formal medical training. At times, the escalating violence outside the tent isolated injured protesters from access to ambulances, so the wounded walked to a nearby hospital or were carried beyond the borders of the protest so they could be driven to the emergency room. 3 of the medics interviewed by KFF Health News said they were present when police swept into the encampment May 2nd and described multiple injuries that appeared to have been caused by the so-called less lethal projectiles. Less lethal projectiles, including bean bags filled with metal pellets, sponge-tipped rounds in the plural, and projectiles commonly known as rubber bullets, are used by police to subdue suspects or disperse crowds or protests. Police drew widespread condemnation for using the weapons against Black Lives Matter demonstrations that swept the country after the killing of George Floyd in 2020. Although the name of these weapons misleadingly downplays their danger, less lethal weapons travel upwards of 200 miles per hour and have a documented guarantee to injure, maim, or kill. The medics' interviews directly contradict an account from the Los Angeles Police Department. In a post on the social platform X, the LAPD chief Dominic Choi claimed after police cleared the encampment that there were no serious injuries to officers or protesters as police moved in and made more than 200 arrests. In response to questions from KFF Health News, both the LAPD and California Highway Patrol said in emailed statements that they would investigate how their officers responded to the protest. The LAPD statement said the agency was conducting a review of how it and other law enforcement agencies responded, which would lead to a detailed report. Video footage that circulated online after the protest appeared to show a highway patrol officer firing less lethal projectiles at protesters with a shotgun. In its statement, the highway patrol said, "The use of force and any incident involving the use of a weapon by CHP personnel is a serious matter, and the CHP will conduct a fair and impartial investigation to ensure that actions were consistent with policy and the law." Same-sourced highway patrol statement asserting that officers warned the encampment that non-lethal rounds may be used if protesters did not disperse and after some became an immediate threat by launching objects. Well, they claimed they were launching objects and weapons, whatever they're defining as weapons, some officers used kinetic specialty rounds to protect themselves, other officers, and members of the public, meaning all the Jew fucks attacking and trying to kill these students. According to same statement, one officer received minor injuries by misfiring on himself. The UCLA Police Department, which was also involved with the protest response, has not responded to any requests for comment. The 28-year-old Jack Fukushima, a UCLA medical student and volunteer medic, confirmed that he witnessed a police officer shoot at least 12 protesters with less lethal projectiles, including a man who collapsed after being hit square in the chest. Fukushima recalled that he and other medics escorted the stunned man to the medical tent, then returned to the front lines to look for more injured, where, back on the front line, police had breached the borders of the encampment and begun to scrum with protesters. Fukushima attesting that he saw the same officer who had fired earlier shoot another protester in the neck. That protester dropped to the ground. Assuming the worst and rushing to his side, Fukushima has gone on record to say, "I find him and I'm like, hey, are you okay?" To the point of courage of these undergrads, he's like, "Yeah, it's not my first time," and then jumps right back in. It really did feel like a war. To be met with such police brutality was so disheartening. The 27-year-old Sonia Raghuram, another medical student stationed in the tent, said that during the police sweep, she tended to a protester with a wide-open puncture wound on their back, another with a quarter-sized contusion in the center of their chest, and a third with a gushing cut over their right eye and a possible broken rib. Raghuram, she said patients told her the wounds were caused by police projectiles, which she said matched the severity of their injuries. Raghuram affirms that the patients made it clear the police officers were closing in on the medical tent itself, but she stayed put. Describing the mantra in the medical tent, she said, "We will never leave a patient. I don't care if we get arrested. If I'm taking care of a patient, that's the thing that comes first." The UCLA protest is but one of many that have been held on college campuses across this country as students opposed to Israel's ongoing genocide in Gaza demand universities support a ceasefire or divest from companies tied to Israel. Police have used force to remove protesters at Columbia University, Emory University, and the universities of Arizona, Utah, and South Florida, among others. According to the Los Angeles Times, student protesters set up a tent encampment on April 25th at UCLA in a grassy plaza outside the campus's Royce Hall Theater, eventually drawing thousands of supporters. The LA Times reported that mere days later, a violent mob of Judeo-collaborationist counter-protesters, idist Jew fucks, attacked the camp, attempting to tear down barricades along its borders and throwing fireworks at the tents inside, obviously in an attempt to burn people alive. Holocaust! Don't you know? The following night, police issued an unlawful assembly order, then swept the encampment in the early hours of May 2nd, clearing tents and arresting hundreds by dawn in the name of the Jew. Police have been widely criticized for not intervening as the clash between protesters and the counter-protesters engaged in Jew fuckery dragged on for hours. The University of California system announced it has hired an independent policing consultant to investigate the violence and, quote-unquote, resolve unanswered questions about UCLA's planning and protocols, as well as the mutual aid response. By the way, if you've ever been in combat, 3 hours of combat is incredible. That's your average gunfight lasts 60 seconds, if that. The idea of a fight is something that is minutes long. Combat is engaged in for hours only when you're dealing with fucking mechanized columns and long logistical lines. The idea of people engaging in combat for 3 hours in a relatively small space with small arms, like throwing firearms and shit, this is unimaginable. I literally cannot imagine it. The 34-year-old Charlotte Austin, a surgery resident, confirmed she treated patients with cuts to the face and serious skull fractures, emphasizing that as the counter-protesting Judeo collaborators, the Jew fucks, were attacking, she also saw about 10 private campus security officers stand by, hands in their pockets, her words, as students were bashed and bloodied to unconscious pulps. The Jew fucks tore them to the ground, beat them bloody and senseless, and kept kicking at their heads, kicking in their faces with steel-toed boots. I guess the Jew fucks are doing the skinhead trip now. The medical tent sent at least 20 people to the hospital that evening, Austin testifying that, in her words, any medical professional would describe these as very serious life-threatening injuries. There were people who required hospitalization, not just a visit to the emergency room, but actual hospitalization. Fuck the Jew, man. They can get away with murder while security stands by, hands in pocket. They don't even need to bribe them with money. It's not their hands stuffed in their pockets with any bribes, mind you. The hands are stuffed in their pockets because they worship the fucking Jew. Now, these police tactics have been deemed, quote-unquote, lawful, but awful. UCLA protesters are far from the first to be injured by these less lethal projectiles. In recent years, police across these United States have repeatedly fired these weapons at protesters with virtually no overarching standards governing their abuse or safety. Cities have spent millions to settle lawsuits from the injured. Again, remember what I said about how costly firearms are. They're the the gift that keeps on giving you shit. Some of the wounded have never been the same. According to a joint investigation by KFF Health News and USA Today, during the nationwide protests following the police killing of George Floyd in 2020, at least 60 protesters sustained serious injuries, including permanent blinding and a broken jaw from being shot with these projectiles, sometimes in obvious violations of police department policies. In 2004, in Boston, a college student celebrating a Red Sox victory was killed by a projectile filled with pepper-based irritant when it tore through her eye and into her brain. At the request of KFF Health News, Jim Buerman, a former police chief of Redlands, California, who now leads the Future Policing Institute, reviewed video footage of the police response at UCLA and noted that the footage shows California Highway Patrol officers firing beanbag rounds from a shotgun. Buerman observed that the footage did not provide enough context to determine if the projectiles being used were reasonably, which is a standard established by federal courts, or being fired indiscriminately, which was outlawed by a California law in 2021. To quote his T, there is a saying in policing, lawful but awful, meaning that it was reasonable under the legal standards, but looks terrible. And I think a cop racking multiple rounds into a shotgun, firing into protesters, doesn't look very good. They're called less lethal for a reason. They can kill you. This week, UCLA Police Chief John Thomas was removed from his position and reassigned. The aforecited blockhead of the UCLA office of the chancellor also faced questions about, quote, anti-Semitism, unquote, on campus, obligatorily reciting unto the panel the Judeo party line in his opening remarks that, to quote as he, many of our Jewish students have had to confront rhetoric and images on campus that any reasonable person would find repugnant. We have a legal obligation under the First Amendment to protect free speech on campus, as well as a legal obligation under federal law to protect students from discrimination and harassment. This balance is not always easy to achieve. With the benefit of hindsight, we should have been prepared to immediately remove the encampment if and when the safety of our community was put at risk. Now, a new pro-Palestinian encampment at UCLA has been dismantled. At about the same time, Blockhead told congressional leaders that there were no encampments on UCLA's campus, a new group of protesters set up a few tents on the Kirchhoff patio. And by afternoon, on the Kirchhoff patio, several hundred supporters, including academic union members, joined the protesters outside the encampment, facing off with officers in riot gear who had descended on the campus. There were no immediate reports of arrests or injuries. Classes held near the encampment were shifted online. In a letter to protesters, administrators said those in the encampment could face disciplinary and legal action if they did not disband. As more supporters showed up near the encampment, officers prevented people from entering the area and abused police tape to block the entrance to the site. The LA Times reported that some protesters went through the tape to deliver water to those in the camp. Protesters chanting "Free Palestine" marched outside the neighboring Mathematical Sciences building, but withdrew to an area near Murphy Hall after officers pushed the crowd back. The encampment was later dismantled. So the UC workers have gone on strike. Monday, opening this work week, last at UC Santa Cruz, academic workers represented by the United Auto Workers 4811 walked off their jobs. It's the first of a series of rolling strikes the union has planned across the UC system. Earlier this week, the Los Angeles Times reported the academic workers contend that their free speech rights were violated when the system leaders called on police to forcibly remove pro-Palestinian encampments at several campuses, and activists at UCLA were not protected from a mob attack for hours. UC officials and union leaders each accused the other of violating labor rules. The university filed a request for an injunction on Tuesday with the California Public Employment Relations Board, calling the strike unlawful. Their request was denied. Union leaders, meanwhile, have taken issue with recent disciplinary guidelines approved last week by the UC's Governing Board of Regents, which stated that amnesty for students, faculty, and staff is inconsistent with this guideline. Any member of the university community who is arrested for unlawful behavior or cited for a violation of university policy must go through the applicable review process, such as student code of conduct or employee disciplinary process. Union leaders have demanded amnesty for its workers, along with students, faculty, and other UC staff who participate in protests and subsequently face arrest or disciplinary action. Meanwhile, in Iran, funeral ceremonies continued Wednesday midweek last for the late President Ibrahim Raisi after he died in a helicopter crash, which I will address the repercussions of in due course of Stream of Monologue Consciousness. Around Europe itself, Rishi Sunak's historic snap summer election call is suicide for his broken party. Calling an early election is an admission of defeat, and that on everything from public finances to public services is, well, the worst is yet to come. The yellow nigger British Prime Minister Rishi Sunak went out into London's pouring rain the day before yesterday to announce a general election on the 4th of July to drive home his defeatism under shadow of the first Greater British Empire's defeat by the American colonies, I suppose. Now, you might think I'm harsh for calling him what I've called him. You haven't heard it yet. Trailing in the opinion polls by more than 20 points, the British economy showing green shoots but still sluggish, his own party racked by factionalism and defections, and in its time factor, favoring the mediocre opposition Labour Party, it looks over before it starts. Even if he can't win, and honestly, he can't, Sunak's gamble is about saving as much Tory furniture, that is, seats, as he can. But he was not helped by a doleful announcement speech that sounded like a political corpse giving his own eulogy, standing sans umbrella in the pouring rain while making it as nearby a Labour hoon blared out the Labour theme song, all but drowning out the seemingly literally drowning Prime Minister. Our world selection today is all this surprise election announcement. Nick Tyrone, Nigel Jones, Patrick O'Flynn, and Steerpike. These are columnists for the British newspaper that I sourced some of these juicy facts from. They all have their 2 bobs worth. And the world section has a lot more comment and analysis than I could relate to you. And we'll have lots more now, between now and the British election, I suspect. But to kind of put this into context, Volodymyr Zelensky, in stark contrast, is right to stay in office. It is obviously impossible to conduct a free, fair, and representative presidential election when a fifth of the country is controlled by the enemy. Now, Russia and North Korea are conspiring to help reinstall Donald Trump. 6 senior United States officials have informed NBC News that American officials are bracing for North Korea to potentially take its most provocative military actions in a decade, close to the United States of America's presidential election, by all evidence at Putin's urging. They warn that the timing will be designed to create turmoil in yet another part of the world as Americans decide whom to send back into the White House, even as Britain is looking to the Russo collaborationist Red Republican Insurgent Party for inspiration. Because it's becoming increasingly clear that the Republican Party does not want democracy. It wants an oligarchy, an unstable, unethical government that caters exclusively to the billionaires benefiting therefrom. Now, despite the majority of citizens' support of diversity and inclusion, Great Britain wants to follow suit. Britain's conservatives draw inspiration from some of Florida's sick and spiteful policies. However hard they try, and try they do, the British cannot beat Americans for dysfunctional, embarrassing, weird, indeed criminal politics. They still haven't witnessed anything like a former adult film star conjuring a picture of the 45th president in his underwear, telling her right before they had sex that she reminded him of his daughter, an encounter she describes as brief. Maybe if Prince Andrew had been forced to listen to one of the convicted pedophile Jeffrey Epstein's teenagers discuss her date with His Royal Highness in a public courtroom, it might come close to this cringe-making awkwardness. But the prince settled out of court, so no points there. Still, while Conservative Prime Minister Rishi Sunak cannot begin to compete with Donald Trump's epic vulgarity and members of parliament insist on speaking in sentences complete with nouns and verbs, unlike many in Congress. Here's looking at you, Marjorie Taylor Peachtree Dish Green, who could use some English lessons. That doesn't mean they aren't giving it their all. The sitting Tory government knows it's likely to lose the next election bigly. So for some reason best known only to themselves, are attributable to the subsidized booze in the House of Commons bar, they've decided to copy every stupid, crazy, hateful hairball of an idea puked up by our own Republicans this side of the Great Pond. You're welcome, Britannia. Diversity initiatives in government? No mas. No more networks for Muslim staff in the civil service. No more support for 2S LGBTQIA plus employees. And no more attaching official IDs to rainbow lanyards or other displays of supposedly woke tendencies. Studies show that most Britons support diversity and inclusion in the workplace, but who cares what the voters want? Define a woman? The sick and spiteful policies of Florida's own Minnie-Mouse have inspired the conservatives to embrace a bunch of lousy schemes, such as a new education rule forbidding schools to teach about where babies come from, contraception, consent, etc., to any kid under 9, which apparently doesn't fucking happen anyway, and bans discussion of gender identity. Don't say gay, don't say sex, and certainly don't say trans. Rishi Sunak, who likes to say, a man is a man, and a woman is a woman, wants it made clear to the youth of the United Kingdom that being trans is bad. He's fond of accusing Labour leader Keir Starmer of being unable to define a woman, a favorite talking point among American Republicans, and recently added to his image as a jerk of the First Order by making a transphobic joke in the House of Commons. He made said joke on the day the mother of Brianna Gay, a 16-year-old trans girl killed in cold blood by twat teenagers, was sitting in the Commons gallery. The Yellow House nigger Sunak refused to apologize, and now you should know why I call him such. Ronald Dion DeSantis would be proud. This brings us to protests. Top Gov, Sunak the House nigger, or maybe for Troy Bellamy's sake, I should simply call him the Oriental Stooge, would not, however, be proud of how the British government is handling pro-Palestinian protests at universities. Not once have the British police ever been summoned to break up the encampments which have sprung up on the silky lawns of Oxford and in the hallowed halls of the London School of Economics. The Tories would much prefer the approach of Colombia's president, Minu Shafik, who didn't seem to mind how the cops treated her students and has categorically refused to divest from Israel. Fun fact, not only is the dual United States-United Kingdom citizen Shafik a distinguished economist, she was awarded a life peerage by Prime Minister Boris Johnson, he of the dead squirrel mop upon his hair, or the dead squirrel that passes for his hair, and the endless scandals. Baroness Shafik sits in the House of Lords, when she's not screwing up a major educational institution, that is. In contrast to Columbia and other seats of learning across the empire, many British universities are actually discussing divestment with student demonstrators. Thusly, what comes to my mind now? Trinity, the richest college at the very rich Cambridge University, has agreed to give up its stock and arms companies that supply the Israeli military. Gaza protests across the United Kingdom have been almost entirely peaceful, but that's basically because they don't send the cops in to kill everybody like they do in the United States, or send in squads of Jew fucks to beat them up on behalf of the local kite community. All that's not stopping Rishi Sunak from scaremongering, summoning university heads and demanding they take personal responsibility for the safety of students, especially the all-important Jewish students, all of whom feel, well, at least some of whom feel understandably uncomfortable about their classmates' vehement opposition to Israeli policy. That brings us to the question of actual Judeophobia. It's undeniable there's a fair amount of Judeophobia in the United Kingdom, some on the left, some on the right. Free Palestine has been spray-painted on buildings in London neighborhoods known to have a substantial Jewish population, and Jewish kids claim to be verbally harassed, as they always do. Some Jewish students say the academic environment is hostile, making them feel vulnerable. Others, such as Jews for Justice for Palestinians, have joined the protests. A group of rabbis, lawyers, and other prominent British Jews have called for a ceasefire. It's not that Sunak really likes Israel, it's more that he really dislikes universities, even though he has degrees from two of them, Oxford and my own California's Stanford. Universities teach young people to question authority, especially the Conservative Party, and often encourage students to pursue what the Oriental stooge Sunak has called useless degrees. The kind that don't lead to high-paying jobs, providing a good return on investment to society. Sunak means degrees in subjects such as the arts and the humanities, despite the fact that he himself studied philosophy at Oxford. Kinda reminds you of Top Gov, Yale and Harvard, doesn't it? Now, brown folks. You see, then there's immigration, which, our man Pete brought up in the opening hours. Ron DeSantis, Donald Trump, and the rest of their whole sick crew despise immigrants, unless they're rich, conservative, and ideally from the Kingdom of Norway or some other white country. Brown folks are not welcome. Dislike of foreigners is also a core value of British conservatives. They don't like brown people either. They are, however, pretty ecumenical in their xenophobia. Brexit was fueled by pissed-off Britons wanting to throw those dark, dank Poles, Italians, Germans, Filipinos, and other not-English types out of their green and pleasant land. Never mind the fruit rotting on the vines for lack of farm laborers and the dire shortage of nurses and other healthcare workers. I have to admit that on immigration policy, the Sunak government may have Florida and Texas beat. You will recall Top Gov sent planes to collect asylum seekers from Texas and flew them off to Massachusetts to keep them out of Florida. Makes zero sense, I know. The Tories are more ambitious. They mean to catch the boatloads of desperate refugees when they arrive from France and dispatch them to Rwanda to be processed. Yes, Rwanda, which the Tory government has declared a safe country, despite strong rulings to the contrary by the British High Court and despite what the United States State Department calls significant human rights issues. It is targeting journalists, mass exterminatory violence against 2S LGBTQIA plus people, and extrajudicial killings on a daily basis that, not all that long ago, culminated in ethnic genocide. The British government has to date paid that same mass murderous Rwandan government £370 million. So far, they've flown exactly one guy there. I only wish it had been Sunak. Slow start, you see? Sunak allows that, sure, it's a slow start, but it's not his fault. It's those human rights groups, high court judges, and flamin' liberals in the House of Lords. He boasts the government is poised to export pesky asylum seekers any day now. Commercial charters have been booked and planes are waiting on runways, ready to take off. Problem is, of the 5,700 refugees deemed eligible for removal, more than half of them have disappeared, blending into the general British population, probably working and contributing to the economy more so than many of the whites ever would. While the Sunak government has yet to go so far as to claim asylum seekers are rapists and murderers, poisoning the blood of the nation, their xenophobic rants are nonetheless reminiscent of the Trumps. Priti Patel, a former Tory cabinet ministress, warned that immigration would destroy the British population, the British people, from within. Ministress of Parliament Suella Braverman utters dire warnings about the cross-channel invasion. Braverman embraces the Great Replacement conspiracy theory, railing against threats to the West and dilution of English culture from too damn much diversity. And that brings us to all the racial snarks. For months, Rishi Sunak seemed to like her racist snark. But then she went too far, accusing the London police of playing favorites and being too nice to pro-Palestinian demonstrators. That was too much for a law and order suck-up like Rishi Sunak, and he fired her. Unrepentant, she is now the darling of Russiist adjacent groups such as Britain First. That name sounds kind of familiar. More fun facts here. Sunak, Priti Patel, and Braverman are all the children of immigrants. You can tell because they're fucking high yellow octoroon Asian Indian niggers. Their parents came to Britain from Uganda, Mauritius, and Tanzania. Children of immigrants from India themselves. Apparently, British conservatives are so eaten up with prejudice and paranoia they wouldn't recognize irony if it slapped them upside the head. Barring some almighty intervention, Labour is going to beat them like a rented mule, and while the party of Keir Starmer isn't going to bring about the new Jerusalem, they're unlikely to spend their time in government tormenting the weak and vulnerable. They might even do some good. Meanwhile, the Tories might want to stop taking their cues from Ron DeSantis and his master, the Beast of Mar-a-Lago. As Rick Wilson, the smartest ex-Republican in these United States, reminds us, everything Trump touches dies. On that note, prefacing it all, the terrifying blood scandal that took place between 1970 through 1998 is so horrific, one struggles to believe it's real. The infected blood inquiry into the deaths of 3,000 Britons and 30,000 instances of contamination has concluded after 5 years. For those who blindly trust their health institutions, it's an eye-opener. If you read nothing else about Bloodgate, it's worth taking a look at the results of this inquiry, which concludes that the infected blood scandal was, quote, no accident, unquote. The infected blood inquiry has finally concluded after a 5-year investigation. On the noontide of, well, by now, I think it was Tuesday of last week, the inquiry's chair, Sir Brian Langstaff, a former High Court judge himself, said thousands of deaths could have been prevented, and the worst ever, his words, NHS, National Health Service scandal, which saw thousands of Britons between 1970 and 1998 become infected by contaminated blood, could have been, in his words, largely, though not entirely, have been avoided. This 2,527-page report finds that the life-shattering scandal was made worse by a subtle, pervasive, and chilling cover-up extending to both the government and National Health Service. The response of those in authority served to compound people's suffering. Langstaff found that the scale of what happened is horrifying, with patients betrayed, to use his own term, by doctors. Almost 3,000 people so far are known to have died after contracting HIV or hepatitis from faulty blood transfusions, while 30,000 in total were given contaminated blood. According to Sir Brian himself, this disaster was no accident. To quote his T, people put their trust in doctors and the government to keep them safe, and that trust was betrayed. Then the government compounded that agony by telling them that nothing wrong had been done, that they'd had the best available treatment, and that as soon as tests were available, they were introduced, and both of those statements were untrue. The decades that have passed since those transfusions means that this is a scandal that is not confined to one party or government. Through the inquiry, figures from the Thatcher and Blair governments have received criticism. On hearing the findings, one victim of the scandal, Clive Smith, said many politicians should, in his words, hang their heads in shame. He added that while Rishi Sunak is expected to apologize, this goes beyond the current Prime Minister, and more figures ought to come forward and say sorry. As for what happens next, Langstaff has made 12 recommendations, including ending a defensive culture in the civil service and government and finding any undiagnosed patients. However, the recommendation that will receive the most attention in coming days is compensation. Jeremy Hunt has since been expected to accept this call by today, or Wednesday of last week, with around £10 billion thought likely to be granted in total. With the Prime Minister due to speak on it midweek last, on Wednesday, before I entered transmission, we should have expected questions to follow about the speed and way in which this money could be awarded. Let's just put it this way. Britain to world. Don't let what happened to us happen to you. Putin has declared war on British democracy. President Biden, fighting for re-election with abysmal approval ratings, can count himself lucky in at least one respect. He's not Rishi Sunak. The British Prime Minister called a general election for this pending America's Independence Day. And like Biden, he is weighed down by deep public pessimism over the economy. But unlike Biden, Sunak cannot claim that pessimism is disconnected from hard data. Britain has had one of the worst performances of major economies since the pandemic broke out in 2020, with lower growth, higher inflation, and weaker investment than its peers. Blame bad luck and bad choices. Some of those choices fall at the feet of the Tories, in particular the decision to leave European Union. But that doesn't mean Labour, which might form the next government, will do better. And in that lie lessons for the rest of the world. Whatever the flaws of globalization, turning your back on it can be costly and difficult to undo. Let's start with the bad luck. As in these United States, inflation is among the public's top complaints in Great Britain. While the latest reading at 2.3% isn't high relative to other countries, the cumulative increase in prices since February of 2020 has been larger in Britain than in these United States or Eurozone, using an index that corrects for measurement of differences. Everyone's energy prices rose after the Russian Empire invaded Ukraine, but Britain's more than most. It imported very little gas from Russia, but lots from the Kingdom of Norway and these United States, whose prices soared after Putinist Russia cut off supplies to Western Europe. Great Britain also suffered one of the developed world's highest per capita death tolls in the first year of the COVID-19 pandemic, and long-term illness was a primary factor keeping people out of the labor force. The feeble labor supply has in turn kept unemployment low, vacancies high, and wage growth brisk, contributing to inflation pressure. That has kept the Bank of England from cutting interest rates, cuts that Sunak, like Biden, is counting on. Economic performance can seldom be tied to any leader's specific decision. These conservatives made mistakes during the pandemic, such as flouting their own social distancing rules, but Britain was fast to vaccinate its population. And yet, while the shocks of recent years hit almost everyone, Great Britain has been uniquely bad at coping with them. Biden took heat for feeding inflation with government stimulus, but he got an enviably strong labor market. Not so Sunak, a former Goldman Sachs analyst, who was Chancellor of the Exchequer at the start of the pandemic and became Prime Minister in 2022. A report by Federal Reserve economists shows that even though the United Kingdom administered almost as much stimulus relative to economic output as these United States, it has less to show for it. Underperforming the Eurozone, their dominion of Canada, and the American empire on job growth, hours, and productivity. Weak growth alongside stubborn inflation are partly explained by stagnant productivity, or output per worker, which in turn can be traced to an investment slump that began after Britain voted to leave European Union in 2016 with Sunak's backing. Between early 2016 and the end of 2023, British investment fell 17% relative to other developed economies. That's according to JP Morgan Chase. Half of that can be plausibly tied to the administrative barriers and uncertainty brought on by Brexit. A study co-written by Jonathan Haskell, a policymaker at the Bank of England, put investment in the United Kingdom 10% lower in 2022 than if the pre-2016 trend had persisted. This is the opposite of what the Tories bet on, that outside of European Union, Britain could become a lightly regulated magnet for foreign investment, a hub for the export of high-valued services, and a free trade partner with the American and Communist Chinese empires. Great Britain bet on globalization long before Brexit. New Labour, under former Prime Minister Tony Blair, embraced the so-called Washington Consensus, in which goods, services, capital, and ideas would flow ever more freely across all borders. In such a world, it didn't matter that Great Britain had deindustrialized. Manufacturing represented just 9% of national output in recent years, lower than in these United States at 11%, and less than half the figure in the Empire of Japan, South Korea, and the People's Republic of China. Great Britain thought it could pay its way because it excelled in what the technology writer Dan Wang has called the sounding clever industries, such as media, finance, and higher education. But Brexit was horribly mistimed, coming just as globalization went into reverse. Red China became more explicit in its push to promote national campaigns at the expense of the West. And in these United States, President Trump embraced tariffs to protect American industries and punish market-Leninist China. In a fragmenting world, multinationals want a presence in every economic bloc, and Great Britain left the largest. Labour claims to be ready for this new world. In March, Rachel Reeves, likely Chancellor of the Exchequer in a Labour government, said, "Globalization, as we once knew it, is dead," echoing themes heard in Washington, Brussels, and Beijing. She called for a modern industrial strategy that expands domestic productive capacity, identifies sectors critical in determining our future, and builds on Britain's existing comparative advantage. Yet whether Labour or the Conservatives win, both are constrained by the reality of a fragmenting global economy in which the United Kingdom of Great Britain lacks the American empire's deep pockets to subsidize investment or name brand manufacturers to anchor domestic production and innovation. For an economy Great Britain's size, self-sufficient supply chains are prohibitively expensive. Great Britain could make up for that by gaining access to an internal market as big as the communist Chinese or American empires, yet both Labour and the Tories have ruled out reintegrating into European Union. There are lessons here for the rest of the world. Globalization and free trade have their flaws, and sacrificing some efficiency, via subsidies or tariffs, may be necessary to correct them, but taken too far, the result will be smaller markets and higher prices. The American empire won't feel the effects as much as Great Britain, but the direction will be the same, and, as Britannia is finding, hard to undo. Yet through it all, the United Kingdom of Great Britain has been one of the key leaders in arming Ukraine in its fight against the Russian Empire, and Moscow is ready for payback. Sergei Naryshkin, the director of Russia's Foreign Intelligence Service, has openly stated, "Great Britain has for many centuries been and still remains a dangerous geopolitical adversary, and deploys every weapon in his arsenal to exploit political and racial polarization in Great Britain." But with the United Kingdom scheduled to hold elections on American Independence Day, as dated the 4th of July, as has been warned only Wednesday midweek last, Moscow will not miss an opportunity to destabilize the empire as profoundly as possible. The United Kingdom of Great Britain must be prepared. And not just the United Kingdom of Great Britain. According to intelligence reports, Russia plans to interfere in political processes during European Union elections in June and these United States' elections in November. Western intelligence agencies have already warned that Moscow is plotting acts of sabotage all across Europe. In May, Ann Keast-Butler, the directress of GCHQ, the government communications headquarters, earlier warned that Russia is preparing cyber attacks, and worse, against the United Kingdom. It is in cyber and information operations that Moscow can arguably be most deadly, aiming to exploit hot-button domestic issues and weaken support for Ukraine. The Russian Empire has a long history of meddling in United Kingdom affairs. The British Parliament's Intelligence and Security Committee has stated that Russia interfered in the 2014 Scottish independence referendum. This September marks the 10th anniversary. It is yet to be seen if there will be a second after the leader of Scotland, First Minister Humza Yousaf, resigned in April. Nevertheless, Scottish independence aspirations are still alive and ripe for Russia's manipulation. Russian government-run RT even has a subsection on its website titled, quote, "Scotland Referendum," unquote. Moscow is also adept at exploiting culture wars and portraying the United Kingdom of Great Britain as an imperialistic, colonial, and racist culture. Russian media amplifies how the greater British Empire's history of colonialism has also come back to light in a conflict with the British Commonwealth, demanding apologies, the return of exported goods, and reparations. It never misses any opportunity to amplify how UK museums are increasingly under pressure to return artifacts from the colonial era to their countries of origin. Russia's state-run mass propaganda service, Sputnik, for example, even offers hashtags related to the, quote, stolen artifacts, unquote. Russia has also criticized the United Kingdom's Commonwealth institutions. RT alleges that, through Commonwealth institutions and exploitative business practices, the British have contributed to the collapse of Africa's state-owned companies. In times of attacks on the royal family, Moscow has been pushing narratives accusing London of keeping Africa down. Russia also criticized UK Foreign Secretary Lord Cameron for having a colonialist mindset in India. In response to the ethnic clashes in Manipur, Cameron pushed for religious freedom and urged India to lift people out of poverty. Winston Churchill's particular legacy is another hot-button topic Russia likes to exploit. The cult of personality surrounding Churchill as the greatest Briton is finally facing scrutiny as some UK Britons rightly call him out as a white supremacist leading an empire worse than the Nazis. Their words. In times when Russia wants to agitate World War II history, Putin's spokesperson, Dmitry Peskov, claims the West's view of Russia is still predominantly clinging to Winston Churchill's Iron Curtain speech, which, by the way, was first stated by Joseph Goebbels. Churchill simply plagiarized the great propaganda minister of the Third Reich. Deputy Prime Minister Oliver Dowden correctly noted that online is the new front line. Russia does not need tanks and jets to undermine the United Kingdom of Great Britain. Sowing chaos via culture wars, Judeo-collaborationist counter-protests in British universities, and stoking divisions will do the job. As such, the United Kingdom needs to put the Kremlin on the defensive in the information space and aggressively counter Russian narratives. Moscow is interfering with democratic institutions, and it is time for Great Britain to take action. Exposing Putin's propaganda is a good first step, as is the use of sanctions to name and shame individuals involved in Russian and information warfare. But more needs to be done. London must launch offensive information operations in Moscow's sphere of influence, so its information warriors spend time, energy, and resources defending Russia rather than attacking. The United Kingdom has powerful information warfare capabilities and understands Moscow's thinking. The time to act is now. While the stakeholder capitalism is losing two leaders. The stakeholder capital movement is poised to lose two of its champions. It was Yester Septimania last week. Klaus Schwab announced that he will soon step down as executive chairman of the World Economic Forum. And JP Morgan CEO Jamie Dimon hinted on Monday, opening the work week last, that his retirement is nearing. Their departures could signal a changing of the guard in the business world. They were both early advocates of stakeholder capitalism, or the idea that CEOs should lead their companies for the benefits of all stakeholders and not just shareholders. But they may leave their posts as the principal remains under fire and faces an uncertain future. The stakeholder capitalism movement started in earnest in 2019. faced with pressure for broad business reforms from the likes of Democratic presidential hopefuls Elizabeth Warren and Bernie Sanders, the Business Roundtable, then chaired by Jamie Dimon, embraced stakeholder capitalism, Dimon and others announcing their splashy commitment via Fortune magazine. Around the same time, Schwab doubled down on his Davos Manifesto, which said that the purpose of a company is to engage all its stakeholders in shared and sustained value creation. When COVID hit, the shift toward stakeholder capitalism seemed unstoppable. But then the backlash came. When the post-COVID boom ended, many stakeholder companies laid off thousands of employees, hiked their prices, and backpedaled on their political activism. At the same time, wannabe white yellow niggers, such as the Asian Indian Vivek Ramaswamy, attacked the stakeholder approach as woke and a scam with some effect. The Business Roundtable and Dimon stopped overtly celebrating their stakeholder capitalism commitment. In 2023, the WEF, the World Economic Forum, scrubbed ESG, a term closely linked to the stakeholder approach, almost entirely from its annual meeting agenda. And for those of you who don't remember, the ESG acronym stood for environmental, social, and governance. Basically, a set of aspects including environmental issues, social issues, and corporate governance that should be considered in investing. Investing with ESG considerations is sometimes referred to as responsible investing, or in more proactive cases, impact investing. Obviously, I'm all for it, but, well, at this point in history, the powers that be have moved, they've abandoned us all. In this climate, and with Schwab's and Dimon's impending exits, where does stakeholder capitalism go from here? My son's husband asked the IMD Business School Dean-elect David Bach about such yesterceptimania, actually, just last week, over lunch in Lausanne. He's still bullish on the concept. He answered, stakeholder capitalism took 2 steps forward and 1 step backward. Well, the business world's sudden embrace of stakeholder capitalism 5 years ago represents progress, while current anti-ESG, anti-woke campaigns signal a retreat. The ongoing recalibration has taught companies that stakeholders are diverse and that making a profit is critical regardless of corporate principles. At the same time, according to the IMD Business School Dean-elect David Bach, what was it that he said again? Issues like climate change or systemic inequities aren't going away. So Bach predicts the result is that companies will continue to act on social, economic, and environmental issues that are material to them and their stakeholders. I'd add, myself, that the era of loudly professing one's belief in stakeholder capitalism and ESG is well and truly over, starting with the imminent departures of 12 of the movement's loudest voices, who, even though they were completely phony, had the wherewithal in terms of wealth to afford to put on a pretense. Now, last week's Wednesday Transmission Day saw Ireland, Norway, and Spain officially recognizing Palestine as an independent state. Israel's foreign minister subsequently ordered his country's ambassadors in Ireland and Norway to immediately return home, adding that Wednesday's decision sends a message to the world that terrorism pays. Well, the Jew would know. At any rate, the most pro-Palestinian nation in Europe has always been Ireland. In a reflection of the country's long-standing position of solidarity with the Palestinian cause, Ireland has become the latest nation to say it will intervene in the genocide case against Israel at the International Court of Justice. Ireland announced months ago it would file its intervention, adding to growing international pressure on Benjamin Netanyahu's government to dial back its devastating extermination campaign in the Gaza and end severe restrictions on food aid, pushing Palestinians towards mass famine and starvation, which of course is an additional form of genocide. Angel Ocasio joins us, so I give her a number of hearts and allow me, of course, to send her a little kiss here and go back to narrative. And here we are. And back to the task at hand. Now, in a speech delivered yesterday, Irish Foreign Minister Michael Martin said that both the Hamas 10/07 attack in Israel and Israel's genocide in Gaza represents the blatant violation of international law on a mass scale. The case was brought to the ICJ, International Court of Justice, by South Africa, and in an initial ruling in January, the court ordered Israel to take all measures within its power to prevent genocidal acts in Gaza, but stopped short of accusing it of genocide. According to reports, Ireland has been expected to include in its intervention the argument that Israel's blocking of food aid to Gaza should be considered an act of genocide. This is all based on a shared colonial experience. This solidarity is largely born out of a shared experience of subjugation by an occupying state. The island nation of Ireland was under English and then British rule for more than 800 years, after Anglo-Norman invaders seized huge stretches of land from the native Irish in the 12th century. While under British control, Ireland was often subjected to violent and discriminatory rule from London, most infamously with the Great Potato Famine in the 1840s, during which at least 1 million people are estimated to have died from hunger after the potato crop repeatedly failed. The failure of the British government to adequately help the starving population forced over 1 million more to emigrate. NGOs, non-governmental organizations, and top international human rights officials have repeatedly warned that Israel's restrictions on the entry of food aid will tip the Gaza into mass famine. Now, yesterday, last month, the United Nations Human Rights Chief, Volker Turk, said the practice may amount to abusing starvation as a weapon of war, which is very much what the Jewish or the Judeo-Bolshevik Commissars did in Ukraine when they instituted the mass famine called the Holodomor, which killed far more Ukrainians, between 14 to 15 million, than Jews died in the Holocaust. Well over twice as many. All done by Jews killing Ukrainians. And yet, the Ukrainians still elected a Jewish president. This is because they knew it was the only way to get the world to support them. Now, after many failed attempts to regain its own sovereignty, both violent and peaceful, Ireland was partitioned by the British in 1921. Part of the province of Ulster, in the north of the island, remained in the United Kingdom as Northern Ireland. The remaining territory left the Union a year later, becoming known as the Irish Free State and later the Republic of Ireland. Pointing out that Ireland was unlike other Western European states, many of which were themselves imperial powers, Jane Olmeyer, a history professoress at Trinity College in Dublin, has gone on record to state that Ireland was Britain's oldest colony, but like Palestine, Ireland had direct and sustained experience of imperialism. In her words, that shared colonial experience between the Irish and Palestinians has undoubtedly shaped how people from Ireland engage with post-colonial conflicts. Indeed, the doctoress Olmeyer has proven that Ireland provided the template for partition in historic Palestine in 1948. Both partitions were created largely along religious lines. Ulster was famously referred to as a Protestant state for Protestant people after its inception in 1921. In 1917, the British government declared there should be a national home for the Jewish people within historic Palestine. The United Nations presented a plan in 1947 to partition the land between Arabs and Jews, which the Palestinians rejected. Ronald Storrs, the first British governor of Jerusalem, described the plan for a Jewish homeland in Palestine as a little loyal Jewish Ulster in a sea of potentially hostile Arabism. The author and historian, Dr. Sean William Gannon, has confirmed that, decades later, it was the Israeli occupation of the remainder of historic Palestine from 1967 onward that consolidated Irish political and popular opinion behind the Palestinian cause. During and after the 30 years of sectarian violence in Northern Ireland, known as the Time of Troubles, the Palestinians' struggle for liberation was seen by its residents through the prism of their own conflict. Republican Irish nationalists, campaigning to split from the United Kingdom, generally sympathized with Palestinians. British loyalists and unionists in Northern Ireland typically sided with Israel. In 1980, the Republic of Ireland became the first European Union member to declare a need for an independent Palestinian state and has since pushed for a two-state solution. The Irish government describes peace in the Middle East as a key foreign policy priority and exposes Israeli policies as making peace more and more difficult to achieve. So understand that Palestinians are a domestic issue in Ireland. Ireland consistently criticized Israeli policies in the West Bank and Gaza before the Hamas attacks on October 7th of yesteryear, and since then, politicians and the public have expressed concern over what has been largely viewed as a heavy-handed Israeli response, to say the least. Simon Harris, the country's new prime minister, is unlikely to take a softer stance. Ireland's youngest ever leader highlighted the impact of the war on children in a speech to Parliament in November, remarking, "You cannot build peace on the mass graves of children." Israel has not shied away from firing back at Ireland. Its heritage minister, Amichai Ben Eliyahu, said in November that Palestinians in Gaza can go to Ireland or deserts, among other incendiary comments that even Netanyahu then tried to distance himself from. In February, Israel's ambassador to Ireland, Dana Ehrlich, said in an interview with radio station News Talk that she had only heard a one-sided view, portraying Israel as the only villain. Leo Varadkar, who recently resigned as Prime Minister of Ireland, alluded to that during St. Patrick's Day commemorations at the White House month before last, when he drew parallels between the Irish and Palestinian experiences. To quote his Varadkar, "Leaders often ask me why the Irish have such empathy for the Palestinian people, and the answer is simple. We see our history in their eyes. A story of displacement, of dispossession, national identity questioned or denied, forced immigration, discrimination, and now mass hunger." When Emily Hand, an Irish-Israeli girl, was released by Hamas after being held hostage for half 100 days, Varadkar's subsequent post on X saying she had been lost caused an uproar in Israel. The Irish ambassador was summoned to the Israeli Foreign Ministry, with Foreign Minister Eli Cohen accusing Varadkar of losing his moral compass and needing a reality check. Opposition parties in Ireland have taken an even stronger stance than the government, particularly Sinn Féin, a party that supports the reunification of Ireland and is active on both sides of the border. Its leader, Mary Lou McDonald, has said Gaza cannot become the graveyard of international law and has at times called for the Israeli ambassador to be expelled. Thankfully, her wishes have come true. This is all about a galvanized population. Public support for the Palestinians has been put on display during nationwide demonstrations that have been held in cities and towns across Ireland since the Gaza war began. Ghilan Rokba Abdel-Majid, the Palestinian ambassadress to Ireland, affirms that Irish support comes from a history of shared experiences. She told the American press that the Irish know how the Palestinians feel when now we reach this degree of hunger. To quote as she, this historical background that the Irish people themselves endured, they know exactly what's the meaning of occupation, colonization, oppression, dispossession. Sometimes in all the roads, in all the cities, I see the Palestinian flag. It's something that tells the Palestinians, you are not alone in this world. There are other people in this world who know how you're suffering. Of course, Ireland's position on the Israeli anti-Semitic genocide has made it an outlier among European governments. Zoe Lawlor, who leads the IPSC, the Irish Palestine Solidarity Campaign, has participated in demonstrations for the preceding 25 weeks before St. Patrick's Day in either her home city of Limerick or the capital of Dublin, affirming that there is deep empathy and sympathy in Ireland with Palestinian people. What we're seeing in Gaza has really mobilized people to an extent I have never seen. We're a population that also had a famine imposed on us by a colonizing power. So I think that's very resonant with people here. A January Amnesty International poll showed that 71% of people in Ireland believed Palestinians were living under an apartheid regime, while a poll in the Irish Times in February showed 62% believed Israel's attacks on Gaza were never justified. For activists like Lawlor and the opposition Sinn Féin, the Irish government's intervention at the ICJ was long overdue. Matt Carthy, Sinn Féin spokesperson on foreign affairs and defense, has since stated, and here I quote his tea at length and verbatim, Ireland is one of the few countries where Palestine and Palestinian issues on the conflict is very much a domestic political issue. There has been an amount of pressure being put on the Irish government to be, in the first instance, very strong in its rhetoric. Our experience of the peace process and our experience of the importance of international solidarity and interventions has made us acutely aware that this isn't something we can just sit back and watch on our TV screens. I do not think it is appropriate that a country like Ireland would have diplomatic relations with the State of Israel as it would with other states that aren't in gross violation of international law. And I think it would be a meaningful measure that the Irish government could take to expel the Israeli ambassador until the onslaught on Gaza is ended. Now, Transmission Day, this weekend Sunday, was an unusually, last weekend Sunday, was an unusually busy world news day in a year. No, make that an epoch. Full of them. The top prosecutor of the International Criminal Court, Karim Khan, announced he was seeking arrest warrants against Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and Defense Minister Yoav Gallant, as well as Yahya Sinwar, the most senior Hamas leader in Gaza, and 12 of the group's other top officials, Mohammed Diab, Ibrahim al-Mazri, and Ismail Haniyeh. And then there was also plenty of dry eyes following the news that Iran's president, Ibrahim Raisi, had died in a helicopter crash in the mountains of northern Iran, along with Foreign Minister Hossein Amir-Bar... Fuck. What was it again? It is fucking an alphabet. It's Hossein Amir Abdullahian. And other top officials I'm not even going to bother to go down the list. These fuckers, they don't have names. They have alphabets, okay? The Butcher of Tehran is not exactly a beloved figure, having overseen the near complete enslavement of Iranian women. They stand in the streets, a sea of black, buried under the shame of Islamic male lust, which declares a woman's body to be a temptation rather than a living creature entitled to basic freedoms. Kind of where we're headed this side of the Atlantic. The danger is not in the world losing a brutal, nasty man, but in the power vacuum he leaves behind. Khan's warrant for Netanyahu has been expected by Israeli and United States officials for weeks, though his decision to also pursue Hamas was more unexpected and disappointing to myself. As for Raisi, his death puts a coda on a short but transformative era in Iranian politics. For professional analysis on the ICC warrants, why not start with an analysis from a former president of the court itself? Chile Oboe Usuji has answered the question of what the indictments mean in practical terms, noting that once a warrant is issued, any of the court's 124 member states are under legal obligation to make an arrest. That obligation should not be underestimated, as Oboe Usuji himself so wrote. Just last year, Russian President Vladimir Putin canceled his plans to attend the BRICS, Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa summit in South Africa, in the apparent light of Pretoria's obligation to arrest him. That's the capital of South Africa, people, for those of you who don't know your geography. Another insight cometh from Kenneth Roth, former executive director of Human Rights Watch, who argues the Biden administration, after it attempted what Roth describes as a weak jurisdictional argument against arresting Netanyahu, must let the investigation run its course, just as it did for all the obvious Russian war crimes in the Ukraine. Meanwhile, do not grieve for the Butcher of Tehran. It may have been a weather-caused accident, but the removal from this earth of a murderer, torturer, and butcher, Iranian President Ebrahim Raisi, is a cause for celebration, not grief. As the Australian news circular, Flat White, recounts, Raisi was instrumental in taking Iran back to the Dark Ages, working with the Ayatollahs and Mad Mullahs to impose their fanatical fringe brand of Islam on the Iranian people, bringing imprisonment, torture, and death to those Iranians who opposed them. And that's before holding him to account for his central role in underwriting Islamist terrorism in the Middle East and beyond. May you burn in Jahannam, Islam's hell, Ebrahim Raisi. But although this monster has gone, will whoever replaces Raisi be worse? Even more fanatical and dangerous to world peace? That's a real risk, especially as Iran's supreme leader, the Ayatollah Khomeini, is 85 and ailing. Believe it or not, Raisi was considered relatively tolerable compared to some of his more extremist rivals, who now have a clear shot at his presidency, and then the supreme leadership. Iran experts concur that regardless of who replaces Raisi, the strategy he pursued is unlikely to change among clerical and political leadership. Even so, his death could leave a small opening for resurgent protest movements that have persisted under the surface. The only certainty is that there will be scant slow news days ahead for the region and the world. Now we turn towards the Twa China's frontal briefing. Baptism of fire for Lai. Taiwan's new president pledges never to yield to the Communist Chinese Empire. Lai Ching-te inaugurated on Monday, opening this workweek last, received a reflexively rabid response from Beijing, and Lai delivered his own message to Red China's Xi. New Taiwanese President Lai Ching-te used his inauguration speech on Monday, opening last workweek, to deliver a message to Beijing and its aspirations for unifying the island China with the mainland. Taiwan will not be subordinate to Communist China on the Asian mainland. From Tokyo to Beijing to Washington, all ears were on Lai's language and how he would frame his administration in relation to the People's Republic of China. New Taiwanese President Lai Ching-te has pledged to build on the foreign policy legacy of his precursor presidentress, Tsai Ing-wen, ramping up cooperation with partners such as the Japanese and American empires while trying to maintain a fragile status quo with Beijing. But for Lai to follow through, he'll not only need to dragon tame an increasingly hostile Communist China on the Asian mainland, but also work within the confines of the intensifying Sino-Japan-American rivalry, all the while balancing this with a strong, more Beijing collaborationist opposition in Taiwan's treasonous legislature. Lawmakers from nations, including the Japanese and American empires, attended the ceremony. But those fearing a departure from the status quo needn't have worried, as Lai largely stuck to the line of his predecessor presidentress. Days earlier, Taipei's mayor went in the other direction, meeting Liberal Democratic Party officials, including former Prime Minister Taro Aso, on his first Japan visit since taking office. The formalities over, Lai now faces an opposition-controlled legislature that will complicate policymaking on my island China. Already, traitor opposition lawmakers are pushing to rein in Lai's powers, sparking protests outside Yuan Parliament, while Red China kicked off 2 days of joint military drills involving mock strikes round my Taiwan on Thursday. Yet the increased oversight of the ruling party could ultimately serve to strengthen Taiwan's democracy. More concerning is what Red China might do during Lai's tenure to force unification with the mainland. With war having recently returned to Europe and the Mideast, I'm always looking at the dominoes that would have to fall to spark conflict in East Asia, and what like-minded countries in region can do to prevent that catastrophe. Exempli gratiae. The Empire of Japan has protested extremely inappropriate remarks by the People's Republic of China's Tokyo envoy earlier last week, which appeared to insinuate that the Japanese people would be brought into the fire of conflict due to their support for my self-ruled Taiwan. As for these United States, Ambassador to Japan, Rahm Emanuel, made the 2,000-kilometer journey from Tokyo to Okinawa's Yonoguni Island, just 160 kilometers from my NAT'L, my birth city, of Taiwan's capital, Taipei, on Friday into this weekend, as Washington and Tokyo look to present a united front amid growing concerns about a potential conflict over my Taiwan. The American Empire also plans to deploy an officer to its Tokyo embassy from July to monitor problematic behavior involving the Communist Chinese Empire. So as for the highlights this week, as already articulated, the new Taiwanese president, Lai Ching-te, began his term with a strong message for Beijing. The People's Republic of China offered condolences after the death of Iranian President Ibrahim Raisi, and both red communist and blue nationalist Chinese companies on either side of the black ditch of the Taiwan Straits are engaged in a technology price war over large language models and other artificial intelligence products. Taiwanese President Lai Ching-te, who was inaugurated on Monday opening this work week, delivered a strong speech calling on mainland China to maintain peace and saying he would resist attempts at coercion from Beijing. Lai, who served as vice president under outgoing presidentress Tsai Ing-wen, he is seen as more radical on Taiwanese independence than his predecessor presidentress, although he softened some during his campaign. The Communist Chinese Empire has an obligate level of response to even a hint of a declaration of independence by my Taiwan. That is driven both by ideological demands and personal needs. Anything other than extreme language on my Taiwan can make an official seem unreliable and kill their career. As a result, Red China's official rhetoric on its democratic neighbor is always full of fireworks. Judged by these standards, the Chi-Com response to Lai's speech was fairly mild, relying on cliches such as playing with fire and arguing that Lai wantonly advocated separatism. All of this language is par for the course, and Beijing has not yet matched it with any increased aggression like it has used in the past, such as cyber attacks or aero incursions. For one thing, Communist China on the Asian mainland has more pressing problems to worry about, principally its slumping economy. That makes Taiwan a backburner issue for now. Under other circumstances, Lai's election may have prompted a cycle of panic and response on the Asian mainland, but the Taiwanese leader is also significantly restrained by a divided government, with legislative power currently in the hands of the opposition KMT, the Kuomintang. Although the KMT's pro-Communist China elements are sometimes exaggerated, Beijing has influence within the party and may believe that Lai is contained. There is an incentive for everyone involved, from KMT politicians to Red China's Taiwan Affairs Office and security services, to boast about how successful they've been in opposing Lai's DPP, the Democratic Progressive Party, that has previously backfired on the Taiwan Affairs Office when it has failed to predict DPP success. Meanwhile, my Taiwan's KMT is planning a legislative power grab to curb the incoming Lai, but Taiwan's opposition bills have been delayed amid massive protests. So another attempt to pass legislation that curtails presidential power was expected Friday into this weekend. Taiwan's legislature adjourned Tuesday last week without approving sweeping bills to curtail the power of new President Lai Ching-te after thousands of protesters gathered outside Parliament to oppose legislation. Under the proposals from the KMT, the Kuomintang, and TPP, the Taiwan People's Party, which together command a majority in the legislative yuan, government officials could be jailed up to a year for remarks made during parliamentary hearings that legislators deemed to conceal facts or to be false. Critics say this essentially would make lawmakers the arbiters of truth in a divided political environment. Lai represents the DPP, the DPP being the Democratic Progressive Party, as did his predecessor presidentress, Tsai Ing-wen. If officials under scrutiny reply with questions of their own, as critics so note, a jail term of up to 6 months may apply. Former United States envoys and top lawyers are among those warning that these plans by these opposition parties are potentially unconstitutional. Inside the parliament on Tuesday, KMT and TPP lawmakers had commandeered the area around Speaker Han Kuo-yu's chair to ensure he could move proceedings forward without interruption. Some lawmakers were outfitted in protective gear, ready for more physical confrontations after politicians brawled over the bills on Friday. DPP lawmakers collectively wore white headbands, Taiwan's standard funeral attire for mourning, white being the color of death in Asia, with the words, "Democracy is dead," to highlight the opposition's attempts to pass the proposals without deliberation or any recorded vote. Outside the parliament grounds, a crowd of demonstrators that appeared to top 1,000 by midday continued to grow as hours passed, pouring rain stopped, and people joined after work and school. Security guards blocked the entrance while peaceful protesters rallied and gave speeches nearby. One was seen with a placard reading, "The legislature is abusing power, democracy is backsliding." According to organizer estimates, the crowd swelled to 30,000 on the eventide. Protest leaders and activists took turns speaking on stages, demanding due process and denouncing the betrayal of student activist turned KMT ally Wang Kuo-cheng, now a TPP lawmaker, as well as Han Kuo-yu. The protesters focused on the legislative process, which lacked deliberation of the sweeping proposals. The drag performer, Nymphia Wind, winner of the recent season of the TV series RuPaul's Drag Race, and an overnight sensation across Taiwan, also joined in support, much to my own dismay. But I've already expressed my this dysfunctional taunt projected by such individuals as he and Andre Tang when they are essentially meat sock puppets of the Dietrich Artel Act. They altogether demanded that the bills be sent back to committee for deliberation. Around midnight, the session adjourned and DPP lawmakers went to greet the protesters, urging them to show up at the next session on Friday. Mass protests are expected to gather, certainly they already have, amid a growing backlash from civil society and young people against what critics allege are the opposition's attempted power grab against the new president. Taiwan has been plunged into political turmoil, just as Lai Ching-te starts his term as president. In an early threat to his presidency, the KMT and TPP are seeking to pass legislation that would dramatically expand parliamentary powers and take control of an enormous slice of the budget. In my Taiwan, the president does not have the power to veto bills passed by the legislature. William Stanton and Stephen Young, twa retired United States diplomats who served as de facto ambassadors to Taiwan, joined a number of former officials and academics in criticizing these sweeping bills, notably the introduction of contempt of parliament charges, a requirement for the head of state to report to and take questions from legislators, and a broadening of the legislature's investigative powers. A joint statement signed by Stanton, Young, and others declared that the reforms surpass the scope and power of parliamentary authority found in most other constitutional democracies, including allowing for government officials to be jailed simply for asking questions during hearings. The statement reads that while contempt of parliament charges exists in other democracies, they are generally applied to defiance of lawfully ordered subpoenas or lying during judicial investigations. The signatories warning that these bills tarnish Taiwan's image for good governance and further create political rifts at a time it can ill afford to do so, given growing challenges and complexities from Beijing. The statement concluding, "No democracy has applied contempt charges to officials discharging duties during the course of regular hearings or for merely talking back." Despite the criticism and a growing public backlash, the opposition appears intent on pressing ahead. KMT lawmaker Chen Yu-jen posted a photo online showing herself sitting outside the chamber around 3:40 a.m. Referring to protesters, she wrote, "If you really care about procedural justice, just sit in your chairs and vote properly, and don't set a wrong example for the people outside." Leading lawyers in Taiwan have already condemned the opposition's attempts to pass these contentious bills without proper deliberation. The Taiwan Bar Association, a national body representing the legal profession, warned that the proposals have far-reaching consequences for Taiwan's constitutional order and urged the legislature to substantively discuss and review them. DPP lawmakers have accused the opposition coalition of undermining democracy. Nick Morrow, lead for global trade and analyst for Asia and China at the Economist Intelligence Unit, said in a note that the physical scuffles do not signal a deterioration of Taiwan's political stability or democratic institutions. Still, he said that it's looking like the KMT and TPP will play a largely obstructionist role in the legislative yuan. This could significantly dent the government's effectiveness over Lai's first term and will have consequences for his ability to address hot-button domestic issues in Taiwan, including sky-high home prices and sluggish wage growth. Meanwhile, the speaker, Han, a controversial figure from the KMT, has drawn criticism for asking legislators, for the first time in more than 3 decades, to use a show of hands rather than a recorded vote. The statement by the aforecited Stanton, Young, et alia, or et aliae in the Latin, meaning all the others, noted that break with standard practice, as well as the way the KMT and TPP have denied DPP lawmakers the chance to recommend amendments, debate, or even review individual articles within the proposals. The same cited critics adding that the demand for Taiwan's president to participate in a legislative question and answer session also runs counter to the Constitution, which only allows for the president to deliver a State of the Nation address, with even the KMT's former president Ma Ying-jeou, himself a legal jurist, having once said a Q&A proposal would confound the presidential role. But Fu Kunqi, the KMT's parliamentary leader, said the proposals must be cleared by the legislature to bring the politics of the Republic of China to a higher level, to be in line with democratic countries around the world, and to allow the sun to shine in. Consequently, Taiwan has seen massive popular protests this week last, aimed at the KMT-controlled legislature, which is pursuing bills that would considerably expand its own powers, including allowing it to hold hearings and punish people for not participating. Opponents say this offers a chance for show trials, driven by political ends. The KMT also seeks changes to the control yuan, the powerful political ombudsman body that has the power to impeach officials. The KMT is also attempting to revive the SID, the SID, the Special Investigation Division, which the Ministry of Justice abolished in 2016. The SID is known for opening the case that led to the imprisonment of the DPP's first president, Chen Shui-bian, on corruption charges in 2009. The SID also prosecuted some KMT politicians, including a complicated case against legislative yuan leader Wang Jinping in 2013 involving internal party struggles. The protests include supporters of Lai, as well as civil society groups concerned about the potential overreach of these bills, drawing comparisons to the successful Sunflower Movement in 2014. The demonstrations seem mostly focused on Taiwan civil society and values, rather than possible Chi-Com influence. On Tuesday, thousands of protesters gathered round the Legislative Yuan building, some holding signs saying, "I'm in contempt of Congress." These bills, which seem poised to pass, are largely aimed at allowing the KMT-controlled legislature to undercut the DPP presidency. This may be short-sighted. After all, The DPP could win back the legislature in the future, but Taiwanese politics is contentious. A brawl broke out in Parliament during debate over one of the reform bills, and a lawmaker literally ran away with it. My take? Ly's speech on Monday once again reiterated his and his party's position of unyielding support for Taiwanese sovereignty, but it didn't mark any escalation of that position. If anything, Ly's speech has been characterized as striking a more conciliatory tone than his party, the Democratic Progressive Party, or DPP, has in the past. He said he hoped to hold talks with Communist China on the Asian mainland, which were halted after Ly's predecessor presidentress, Choi Ing-wen, also from the DPP, took office in 2016. But if Ly was hoping to ease tensions with Beijing, that did not translate across the black ditch of the Taiwan Strait. As some observers have noted, it probably didn't matter what Ly said in his speech. Given the tense state of cross-strait relations, it is given that Beijing was always going to respond to the inauguration of another DPP president with a reflexive show of force. Still, that in and of itself is alarming, and not a good sign for those hoping that Ly may be able to improve relations after 8 years of ever-growing tensions. The Communist Chinese Empire's abuse of military drills also represents a continuation of the new cross-strait status quo. In 2022, after then U.S. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi visited Taiwan, the People's Republic of China ramped up its normal military intimidation tactics to include live-fire drills and incursions into Taiwan's ADIZ, its Aero Defense Identification Zone. Some aspects of those exercises mirrored what a potential blockade of my island China would look like, and this last week's exercises, while not as close to Taiwan, appear to have the same purpose. Still, while the tensions that have defined cross-strait relations for the past 8 years are in part a response to domestic politics in each country, they are also the result of growing Sino-American competition. Under both the Trump and Biden administrations, my natal herbs of Taipei and Washington have grown closer, with the American empire offering ever more visible defense assistance to Taiwan, a key partner in Washington's efforts to counter the Communist Chinese empire in region. So while Washington's other allies in the Asia-Pacific region may be growing concerned about a potential second term for former U.S. President Donald Trump, my own Taiwan's relations with these United States are unlikely to change regardless of who wins the American presidential election come November. For my Taiwan and mainland China, that means cross-strait relations are only likely to get ever more tense. It is in such context that I am obligated to follow up upon Red China's response to the Iran crash. Beijing offered condolences to Tehran on Monday over the death of Iranian President Ibrahim Raisi in a helicopter crash that killed 7 others, including Foreign Minister Hossein Amirabdollahian, over the weekend. The Communist Chinese Empire also hinted at its desire for continued regime stability rather than a power struggle. Chi-Com state media referred to the possibility of internal contention, but downplayed it, while the Communist Chinese dictator Xi Jinping praised Raisi's role in establishing security and stability. Beijing-Tehran ties are extensive, with Red China supplying Iran with tools of repression, as well as remaining the main buyer of Iranian oil. The praise for Raisi also reflects how the People's Republic of China doesn't care much about global communism when it comes to geopolitics, despite Xi's revival of communist rhetoric at home. In the 1980s, Raisi served as a judge on one of the prosecution committees that sentenced thousands of political prisoners to death, including Communist Party members. Equally, the Communist Chinese Empire's repression of Islam, doesn't bat an eyelid in Tehran. So, today's big question. What will happen next in Iran? Plenty of dry eyes, that's what. The death of Iran's president, Ibrahim Raisi, in a helicopter crash earlier this week last has been met with plenty of dry eyes. Even the ABC showed little sympathy over the death of the Butcher of Tehran, with its headline, "For Ibrahim Raisi, the Butcher of Tehran, life was one brutal rise, then he came in for a hard landing." It is the first time that an acting president has been killed in Iran, with the situation being especially dangerous for a deeply unpopular and cruel government. Like so many disingenuous dictators, Raisi promised to fight discrimination, corruption, and poverty, but ended up soaked in the blood of political prisoners and dissidents who desired nothing more than a normal life. Under Raisi's rule, the morality police, who are anything but, harassed women and revoked their former liberties with hijabs and chastity laws, dragging women back 1,000 years to comply with Islam. And still, Western protesters in universities don these garments out of respect for Islam, while women living inside Islam burn their hijabs on social media. Who can forget the protests for slaying Mahsa Amini when she was beaten by authorities for allegedly not wearing a hijab? Also killed in the crash was Foreign Minister Hossein Amir Abdollahian. The vacuum of power is expected to be immediately filled by the first vice president, Mohammed Mokhber, with election set by law within the next 100 days. Little is known about the helicopter crash, except that it took place while returning from the Azerbaijan border after attending a ceremony for a dam. The region is mountainous, with frequent bad weather. All resources, including the Revolutionary Guards, were sent to the search area. Once found, it was quickly concluded that there were no survivors. The weather was bad, with a heavy fog, and it is possible that this is genuinely the cause of the crash. Regardless, it will do little to quell speculation about which of Raisi's many enemies may have nudged the helicopter closer to the ground. There is even speculation that the helicopter itself might have been substandard and old, given Iran's politics, which has isolated it from supply lines needed to gain access to parts. Videos have been posted in celebration of Raisi's death from those who were brutally subjugated. Other hardline and equally cruel leaders have offered their condolences. Recep Tayyip Erdogan, the tyrant of Turkey Qatar, went on record to say, "I convey my best wishes to our neighbor, friend, and brother, Iranian people and government." As for whether or not there was foreign interference in the crash, suggestions of Israeli involvement were dismissed by the Australian magazine's foreign editor, Greg Sheridan, on the night before last edition of the Bolt Report. And here I quote therefrom, "I think that's extremely unlikely that Israel brought down the helicopter. Israel has not targeted Iranian government leaders. It has on occasion in the past targeted military leaders, especially from Iran, and especially when they are in Syria and conducting operations against Israel. Or if they are in Iraq, doing the same thing. This would be a very radical departure for Israel, and I don't think there'd be much upside for it. But the nuclear threat looms larger with Pacific Island intrigue. The road to a nuke-free world is looking ever rockier a year after G7 leaders adopted a landmark document on nuclear disarmament in Hiroshima. This last week, experts from around the globe held 2 days of discussions on nuclear arms reduction in Yokohama, ending with a call for dialogue on the impact of AI and other emerging technologies on disarmament. Earlier this month, the Russian dictator Vladimir Putin ordered drills involving tactical nuclear weapons as his war in Ukraine drags on. In November, an Israeli cabinet minister suggested that using an atomic bomb in the Gaza Strip was an option. The Empire of Japan is also concerned about recent remarks by American officials rationalizing the atomic bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, comments that came up in discussions about providing ammunition to the rogue terror state of Israel, which has slaughtered over 35,000 Palestinians in Gaza since October, with Gaza health authorities struggling to recover thousands more known to be buried under the rubble. Foreign Minister Yoko Kamikawa called the remarks inappropriate and unacceptable. Now, 90 years after the 1945 A bombings, the American empire is still talking shit. And it was only 9 years after the 1945 A bombings that the American empire conducted 6 hydrogen bomb tests at Bikini Atoll in the Marshall Islands, exposing all the islanders and 1,000 Japanese fishing boats to radiation. This March, the Kanagawa fishing port of Misaki held a gathering to mark the 70th anniversary of the exposure, which dealt a huge economic blow to the city. Elsewhere in the Black Pacific, after elections, the American empire has a window of opportunity in the Solomon Islands. The competition over Asia's swing states is heating up. The Communist Chinese Empire's growing economic and political reach has impelled the Empire of Japan, the Commonwealth of Australia, and India, along these United States, to try to gain influence in the countries not yet tightly aligned with either bloc. U.S. President Joe Biden has repeatedly characterized Asia as a battleground between autocracy and democracy. Observers who worry about such a contest point to recent pro-China turns in the Solomon Islands, which in 2019 severed its diplomatic relationship with Taiwan and then signed a security pact with the People's Republic of China, and the Maldives Islands chain, which in 2023 elected a president who criticized his predecessor's ties to India and vowed to draw closer to the Communist Chinese Empire. Last month's general election in the Solomon Islands, a remote southwest Pacific island nation, caught up in a geopolitical contest for influence between Western powers and Communist China on the Asian mainland, defied predictions and delivered a new government and leader. The newly elected Solomon Islands Prime Minister, Jeremiah Maneli, recently told Australia's Defence Minister that the island nation was reviewing its security relationship as it continues its swing toward the Communist Chinese Empire. Maneli, like his predecessor, is pro-Beijing. While not representing a complete break with the past, the new administration offers these United States and our allies a fresh chance to boost bilateral ties with an important partner in the Pacific. Meanwhile, the People's Republic of China is seeking to build close ties with key local elites in the Philippines, despite the government's turn against Red China under President Ferdinand Bongbong Marcos Jr. The localized politics of the Pacific region, combined with the key locations of many nations there, makest it a particularly intense battleground for Western and Communist Chinese influence. Recently, this tension surfaced dramatically in the French overseas territory of New Caledonia, where a heavy-handed French police crackdown on protests may weaken the country's efforts in the Pacific. The Pacific nuclear power of the Fifth French Republic, has sought to build its own anti-Communist China coalition in region, where the remnants of the French Empire have a resiliently lasting presence. To complicate matters, France is exposing Azerbaijan, the enemy of my son's people Armenia, itself moving closer to the Communist Chinese Empire, the Azeris, the Azerbaijani peoples, for subversive infiltration in New Caledonia. Now, despite having no presence in the Pacific, Baku, the capital of Azerbaijan's oil reserves and oil revenues therefrom, mean it has substantial lobbying influence worldwide. And as a communist Chinese satrap, they are now attacking the Fifth French Republic in the Pacific. This is how your world is drawing the lines towards World War III. Now, I just received an incoming notification from Skype. I'm going to check to see if I can open my notifications and access this, because it is something that looked fairly alarming. I can't seem to find out how to do that. Papua New Guinea. Let's look up what's going on here.
2,000 killed in a landslide.
There we are. Thank you so much for that. How did you get that so quickly?
I got it on the Skype today notification.
Thank you. Anything else you know about this?
No, I just looked into that.
Okay.
2,000 killed.
Thank you so much. I appreciate your interjections there. Did you just return from your shower?
Yeah, I'm eating the pizza.
Oh, that's cute. Thank you so much for participating. Papua New Guinea fears thousands missing after landslide. More than 2,000 people are feared to be buried alive, though the exact toll has been hard to establish. So sad. Again, for those who might not have understood what I meant by referencing the Black Pacific, this is the Black Pacific. This is Melanesia. It's called such because these people have melanin, which makes their skins as black as the Aborigines of Australia. And so I've got to drag an old map out so I can show Nemo, not tonight, but sometime soon, maybe Wednesday, the idea for an independent Aboriginal nation within Australia. Landlocked, surrounded, of course, by the white Australia, which is essentially everything outside the Australian heartland. And this is something that, of course, we can go into again soon enough. Right now, let's get back to tech and business. The AI price wars, still part of the Twa China's briefing. Another price war among Commu-Chinese technology companies has begun, this time over the availability of large language models, the linguistic data processing technologies increasingly adopted by corporations worldwide, despite their unpopularity with users and legal hiccups. On Tuesday, Alibaba slashed prices for a raft of artificial intelligence services by as much as 97%, followed by Baidu trotting out a suite of free products. Both firms are trying to establish themselves as the default, assuming there is a long-term shift toward the use of large language models that will create a dependent user base. I would bet on Alibaba coming out on top, given Baidu's shaky record on AI and its current public relations crises. The Chi-Com models are somewhat behind their Western counterparts, in part due to political concerns about the content produced, which fucks up everything in China. However, for those who are worried a large language model trained on Xi Jinping himself with his butt ugly face and what's called Xi Jinping thought will soon be available from Red China's internet regulators, which be precisely why the world's largest chip maker could flip a kill switch and remotely disable its machines in the event of an invasion. TSMC, Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company Limited, is the world's largest chip maker, and it produces a massive percentage of the world's most advanced computer chips. By all estimates over the past few years, at least around 90%. What happens if something were to happen in that part of the world to disturb this chip-making ability? It'd be catastrophic, of course, but TSMC and its main machine supplier, the Dutch company ASML, swear the machines wouldn't fall into hostile hands. Citing people close to the matter, Bloomberg reported that both TSMC and ASML have ways to disable the lithographic machines located in my Taiwan. This kill switch would be able to be remotely activated should such a drastic action ever be required. Officials from these United States' government have reportedly spoken to both companies about what might happen in the event of an invasion, with ASML reassuring officials it was able to stop the machines from falling into the wrong hands. The switch applies to the latest EUV, or extreme ultraviolet lithography machines, out of ASML. There are also, these are also some of the most complicated, expensive, and sizable chip-making machines around today. The machines themselves have taken years to develop, and even longer to actually implement, though are now responsible for producing the most intricate and powerful computer chips today. EUV machines demand highly trained specialists, components, resources, and more in order to function properly. It's extremely unlikely these machines could function anywhere near as effectively as they do today when disconnected from large parts of the world's economy, if that were to be the case. Yet this is all planning for hypothetical situations. Nothing is certain. Concerns over my Taiwan's national security are what have ultimately led to increased spending in chip-making facilities in these United States and Europe. The CHIPS, that's an acronym for a program, CHIPS, creating helpful incentives to produce semiconductors. CHIPS on the uppercase. The CHIPS Act in America has agreed to pay huge sums, enormous sums, to today's largest chip-making companies, including TSMC, Intel, and Samsung, in order to attract fab facilities or fabrication facilities to be built, maintained, and expanded on American soil. It seems to be working, too, to a degree. I mean, it'll increase productivity in America profoundly and give America the remaining 10% of what's produced, while Taiwan retains the other 90%. Though even by today's optimistic outlooks, a very high percentage of processors will still be manufactured in Taiwan for the foreseeable future. Thank the gods of my ancestors. Now, in terms of European trade tensions, the Communist Chinese Empire is hinting at retaliation as the European Union investigates Communist Chinese government subsidies in key sectors such as electric vehicles. The American tariff increase on electric vehicles announced last week may be followed by EU measures to protect its markets from a flood of cheap Chi-Com EVs, or electric vehicles. Although the European Union is ahead of these United States in EV introduction, it has big ambitions for the transition. Xi's visit to Europe this month seems to have done little to assuage fears within the Eurobloc about communist Chinese industrial overcapacity. You see, Europeans need to Trump-proof their Red China policy. Europe and the People's Republic of China are enjoying a diplomatic spring following a long winter in the wake of Red China's support for the Russian dictator Vladimir Putin's war against Ukraine. The Deutschen Kanzler, the German Chancellor Olaf Scholz, brought a large business delegation with him on his April trip to mainland China, his second visit there since taking office, and communist Chinese dictator Xi Jinping traveled to Paris, Budapest, and Belgrade, capital of Serbia, in early May. But the European leaders are still looking askance at Beijing for two major reasons. Xi's dual-use goods support for the Russian war against Ukraine makes Red China an indirect security challenge to Europe, even if Red China is not directly involved in the war. In the run-up to this spring's diplomatic engagements, United States Secretary of State Antony Blinken urged European allies to call out Communist Chinese support for Russia's war and hinted at further sanctions. The other reason is economic. The Communist Chinese Empire's industrial overcapacity, especially in EVs, the electric vehicles, and its cheap exports of manufactured clean energy products make Red China a real challenge to European economies and industries. Both U.S. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen and Scholz agreed, or rather urged, Communist Chinese policymakers to address its diplomatic, or rather domestic, they diplomatically asked Chi-Com policymakers to address their domestic overcapacity issue during recent trips to mainland China. Yellen warned the People's Republic of China against dumping cheap manufactured goods into American markets. She also explicitly said that the Biden administration would not rule out additional measures to protect American clean energy industries from Communist China's excess capacity. Scholz, however, has been much more skeptical toward both the possibility of imposing tariffs on Chi-Com EVs and an ongoing European Commission investigation into Communist Chinese subsidies out of fear that Beijing would retaliate against United German car makers in China that are producing cars in China for the European market, as well as selling cars in mainland China for the Communist Chinese market. But there is now a third factor shaping the relationship between Europe and the People's Republic of China: the American elections in November, and the stark choices that Europeans might be confronted with if former President Donald Trump returns to the White House. Amid the parade of outrages, what we're feeling isn't numbness. It's more like air sickness. The Trumpian vertigo of American politics, where the nation simply shrudges. The Atlantic magazine columnist Anne Applebaum recently asked, and here I quote she, "At what other moment in American history could a presidential candidate praise a functional serial killer and inspire almost no reaction at all?" Now, even by the standards of the times, what she was referring to did seem a vertigo-inducing moment. Amid an anti-migrant tirade at a rally earlier this month in New Jersey, which I said, as far as I'm concerned, a Long Island, Israel is free to Gaza. Donald Trump gave a shout out to the late, great Hannibal Lecter, referring to the fava bean-loving cannibal played by Anthony Hopkins in the 1991 film titled The Silence of the Lambs as a wonderful man. And the nation shrugged, because this was simply the latest in a long list of 2024's bizarre and disorienting moments, including an earlier recent reference to cannibalism from the president himself. ABC's George Stephanopoulos recently argued that, in his words, the scale of the abnormality is so staggering that it can actually become numbing. But Americans' reaction is less like numbness and more like a response to something like air sickness, which results when we experience a disconnect between our senses, a nausea-inducing conflict between what we know and what we see. Motion sickness is caused by a discrepancy between what the inner ear detects and what the eye sees. The effect can be vertiginous. So, the way people avoid being nauseated is by trying to ignore the dissonance. We've been led to believe that things work in a certain way, that there are mores and norms. We thought our world was right side up, but now it feels as if it's been turned upside down. Words don't mean what we think they do. Outrage is followed not by accountability, but by adulation. Standards shift, flicker, vanish. Nothing is stable. Vertiginous. More than a century ago, MEMန့RIAL Durkheim, the father of modern sociology, described what he called, quote, anomie, A-N-O-M-I-E, unquote. A condition of instability defined as, quote, resulting from a breakdown of standards and values or from a lack of purpose or ideals, unquote. Anomie could result from a conflict of belief systems, leading to a breakdown of social ties and any shared moral order. Call it anomie or call it vertiginous air sickness. We find ourselves in a land of confusion. Trump pays off a porn star and yet is hailed as a champion of Christian values. He mocks prisoners of war and calls dead soldiers suckers, and his MAGA base is thrilled by his patriotism. And as Tom Nichols notes in The Atlantic magazine today, or this month, Trump brags about his tight relationship with America's implacable adversary, Vladimir Putin, claiming that the Russian dictator will release detained Wall Street Journal reporter Evan Gershkovich for me, but not for anyone else. To hear conservative Christians argue that personal character does not matter, or to witness self-described constitutional conservatives defend a relentless attack on the rule of law is disorienting. To see advocates of law and order embrace rioters who attacked our Capitol and beat police officers to death is baffling. To watch the party of Ronald Reagan embracing isolationism and following Trump in truckling to the butcher of Ukraine, Vlad Putin, is bewildering. Mind-bending also is that despite Trump's fire hose of lies, 71% of Republicans describe him as honest and trustworthy. Recent polls suggest Trump is leading President Joe Biden in the swing states that will decide the November election. Maybe that's why following the news these days feels like swallowing crazy pills. You don't have to be a particularly cynical observer of American politics to recognize that, past a certain point, no norms endure that cannot be abandoned, and that any position can be flipped if doing so is expedient. Trump has been found liable for sexual abuse and defaming his victim. He incited a violent attack on our national capital, calling for terminating rules in the Constitution, while dining with a neo-Nazi and floating the idea of executing the nation's most senior general. He has been fined for fraud on a massive scale, faces more than 80 felony charges, and is accused of withholding and sharing top secret national security documents. And faced with all of this, the Republican Party says, yeah, we want 4 more years of that. Russell collaborationist, red Republican insurgent party leaders wearing red ties make lockstep pilgrimage to his felony trial in New York to show their fealty, while wannabe running mates mimic his rhetoric and echo his lies about the 2020 election. And now there's Nikki Haley, who has called Trump unhinged, toxic, diminished, and unqualified. Yesterday, last week, she said that she would vote for him anyway. All the proven frauds, adulteries, sexual assaults, threats, and potential felony convictions don't matter worth a good goddamn. Close to half the electorate seems to agree. Which brings us back to our chronic air sickness. Most of us took it for granted that Americans, by and large, shared certain ethical assumptions. Despite our differences, we imagined we all used roughly the same moral compass to judge right and wrong. But what if that's not true anymore? What if the guardrails of the American legal system turn out to be illusory or broken beyond repair? What if we have exhausted our reservoirs of democratic values and shared norms? And what if the constant turbulence buffeting our sense of reality itself is a sign that we are in a different world, one whose values we don't even understand? I suspect that the Judeo-revisionist Hannah Arendt would recognize some of the aspects of that world. In her book titled The Origins of Totalitarianism, which I was forced to read as part of my political science and ideology studies at UCSF, University of California at San Francisco, what the FBI and CIA used to call the Little Red Schoolhouse, she described the annihilation of truth and the collapse of moral reasoning. To quote as she, in an ever-changing, incomprehensible world, the masses had reached the point where they would, at the same time, believe everything and nothing, think that everything was possible, and that nothing was true. Or, to paraphrase the immortal line of Bette Davis's character, Margot Channing, in All About Eve, fasten your seatbelts, it's going to be a bumpy year. Trump 2.0 would be a shock for Asia. 2016. The good old days when Donald Trump only wanted to tax Communist Chinese imports by 45%. Now, with the former U.S. president telegraphing 60% plus tariffs, it's easy to see why Asia is in low-grade panic at the specter of a Trump 2.0 White House. Look no further than Tokyo, as Japanese officials spit out ready for the worst phrases that go viral in real time. Moshitora insinuates, if Trump returns. Hobotora, or pretty much Trump. Majitora, or seriously, it's Trump. And the dreaded Kakutora, Trump confirmed. Phrases riffing on the transliteration of Trump as Torompu. Now, Japanese post-traumatic stress disorder from Trump 1.0 remains acute. While the People's Republic of China was the target of the most aggressive trade policies of Trump's 2017 through 2021 presidency, export-driven Japan arguably sustained the most collateral damage. Ditto for Trump's tariffs on steel and aluminum. South Korea is nervous too. Seoul, the capital thereof, and their officials so fear Trump will defeat Joe Biden in November that they are partnering with Tokyo. Bitter memories dating from the Japanese Empire's 1910 takeover can no longer match concern that Trump will make trade wars great again. And they would be returning at a moment of maximum peril for President Yoon Suk-yeol's economy. And yeah, that's truly the fucker's name, Yoon Suk-yeol. I couldn't make that up. Not that Biden has hosted a picnic for Asia's biggest economy. His move on May 14th to quadruple to 100% the tariffs on Dy-Com manufactured electric vehicles and to slap levies on advanced batteries, solar cells, steel, aluminum, and medical equipment seem poised to out-Trump the Donald. Yet the threat Asia senses from Trump 2.0 is of a very different magnitude. Market-Leninist China's fragilities are growing less than 6 months before Americans go to the polls. This is no defense of the communist Chinese dictator Xi Jinping. The Xi era has been something of a lost decade for mainland China's development as a vibrant, market-driven economy. Today's communist China on the Asian mainland is less transparent than it was in 2012 when Xi took the helm. Its capital markets are not ready for prime time. Giant state-owned enterprises still dominate. The currency isn't even fully convertible, and the property crisis is fueling deflation. For Washington, the risk of a market-Leninist Chinese debt crisis is of the be careful what you wish for variety. 30 years on, the Empire of Japan is still grappling with the fallout from its 1990s bad loan crisis. Hitting the People's Republic of China with supersized tariffs would compound its troubles, and if the world's biggest trading nation enters an acute economic crisis, those problems will dwarf Washington's current anxieties about Red Chinese strength. The rest of Asia, of course, is on the front lines of Red China risks. Hence concerns about Trump's plans to remind Red China who's boss, and about Red China's own retaliatory machinations. A new round of America First policies would wreak havoc in Asia. Along with his new tariffs, Trump plans to strip Beijing of most favored nation trade status. That could cause chaos for global supply chains, including surging costs of doing business. Trump would almost certainly demand his next Treasury Department label the People's Republic of China a currency manipulator. The Empire of Japan could be at risk of a designation too, considering the yen's 9.7 drop this year is well ahead of declines in the yuan. That's the Chinese international currency, in case you didn't know. It seems a safe bet that Trump would cajole the Federal Reserve to slash rates immediately, perhaps sharply. In 2019, Chair Jerome Powell did the Fed's credibility no favors by appearing to bow to Trump's rate cut demands. At the time, Trump threatened to fire Powell for tightening credit. The stakes are much higher today. Since Trump left office, the United States national debt topped 34 trillion United States dollars, and Washington lost a second AAA rating. When Fitch Ratings downgraded these United States of America last August, it cited the political polarization behind the January 6th, 2021 insurrection among the reasons. None of these forces breeds confidence in the forces underpinning the globe's reserve currency, the US dollar. Trump's 1.0 team apparently considered a plan to devalue the dollar. Any attempt along those lines would go badly, fast. The shockwaves would make the 2008 Lehman Brothers crisis seem quaint. The mere devaluation, well, the mere suggestion of devaluation might have the Empire of Japan, the People's Republic of China, and other top holders of United States Treasury securities moving to dump titanically large amounts of dollars, tanking world markets. Asia would also see a bull market in security concerns in a second Trump term. Trump 1.0 tried to strong-arm Dy-Nippon, Greater Japan, America's best friend in Asia, into paying about 8 billion United States dollars in annual fees to maintain American troops there. Trump has already said he expects to demand more from allies than from enemies. Tokyo and Seoul are also bracing for Trump's next soiree with Kim Jong-un. Might Trump invite the little North Korean tyrant into the White House? And once again, look the other way as Pyongyang, capital of North Korea, develops its nuclear capabilities in ways that imperil both Tokyo and Seoul. Perhaps the most pressing concern is that Trump's transactional nature might get the better of Washington's top allies. In recent months, Japanese Prime Minister Fumio Kishida's ruling Liberal Democratic Party has been angling for audiences with Trump to lobby against a potential grand bargain trade deal with the Communist Chinese Empire. In a February appearance on Fox News, Trump said, "I like President Xi a lot," and gushed that he's a smart, brilliant, everything perfect leader. It doesn't take a leap of the imagination to envision Trump pursuing a group of two-pact at the expense of Dy-Nippon, Korea, and other allies in Asia, even my own Taiwan. Anyone who doubts these scenarios, unhinged as they sound, hasn't been paying attention. Since the 1980s, businessman Trump has been scapegoating Asia for most of America's problems. Back then, the Empire of Japan was the economic boogeyman. Today, it's Communist China on the Asian mainland. At least back in 2016, Asia didn't live in daily fear of a rogue White House hell-bent on economic revenge. Trump 2.0 could be even scarier than that. And doesn't Asia know it? During his first term, Trump showed little patience for European big business deals with the Communist Chinese Empire, while those same countries rallied on the American security umbrella in Europe. The potential return of Trump risks more than a new trade war between these United States and Europe. It could also damage the alliance and scorch the first seeds of a coordinated transatlantic Red China policy. In a worst-case scenario, Trump will abuse his leverage over Ukraine and the American role in Europe's security in order to force a more antagonistic Red China policy on Europe. For some European leaders and constituencies, the prospect of Trump's return seems to be enough of a reason to nudge closer to the People's Republic of China, despite making public pledges to de-risk. After all, why should Europe risk two of its most important economic relationships, those with the Communist Chinese and American empires, at once? However, Europeans should not take the uncertainty of the upcoming American elections as a pretext for wishfully thinking that they can maintain business as usual with mainland China or compartmentalize their service to the Commu Chinese market from elsewhere. It is not American policy toward the Communist Chinese Empire that is the main problem, even with the return of Donald Trump, but the serious economic and security challenges emanating from the People's Republic of China and Xi's implicit support for Pravatel Putin, the ruler of Russia. How do I explain this? Europe's old communist China policy playbook, from Trump's first term, hedge its bets and maintaining a warm relationship with Beijing in case American trade and security policy turn against Europe, will eventually prove to be ineffective regardless of who occupies the White House. If Trump returns, his trade instincts on the communist Chinese empire will be even more hawkish than they were before, as expositions published via the Washington Post have proven. He will try to force his ideas on Europeans, who should not surrender to his whims. However, Europeans cannot cozy up to the People's Republic of China as an alternative. A hawkish stance on Red China has become a bipartisan consensus in these United States since 2016. President Joe Biden has not overturned Trump's tariffs, and although he has placed a different emphasis on outcompeting communist China on the Asian mainland at home, the protectionist turn in American economic policy toward mainland China will remain. Continued European hedging and closer relationships with Beijing would ultimately, would become a liability for Europeans not only when dealing with Trump, but also with the entire United States foreign policy establishment. It's a strategy that will eventually receive pushback from Washington, D.C. The Communist Chinese Empire has become a formidable economic and strategic competitor for Europe. The days when the People's Republic of China was a cheap manufacturing destination for large European companies are gone. Red China's export-oriented industrial policies have created a highly competitive domestic market and driven the prices of manufactured goods down, creating a recurring cycle of overcapacity challenges. The People's Republic of China's prolonged abuse of both implicit and explicit subsidies now erodes not only the profits generated by European companies in mainland China, but also those companies' market share at home. Exempli gratiae. The rise of Dy-Com EV makers means that United German automakers will not enjoy the same level of profitability in Red China and will be rivaled in their dominant position in Europe, and may possibly even lose the competition in their home market to highly competitive Dy-Com electric vehicles that are made possible partly due to continued subsidies by the Communist Chinese government. European companies need to recognize that there is an expiration date on the current made in China and for China business strategy, especially in traditional manufacturing sectors such as automobiles. And despite European hopes that the People's Republic of China can be lured away from supporting Russia's war against Ukraine, the only success in this regard has been Red China's indirect criticism of Russian nuclear threats. Apart from that, the Communist Chinese Empire has positioned itself as a pro-Russian mediator, calling for peace talks in Switzerland, with Russian participation, and always on Russian terms. At the same time, mainland China is delivering crucial parts for Russia's war machine. This support for the Russian Empire undermines the security of the Ukraine, and thus, by extension, the security of Europe itself. In case Trump returns, these alienating forces between Europe and Communist China will not disappear. In the worst case, Europeans will be caught between an unpredictable Trump and a predictably authoritarian and unabatedly assertive Xi. To prepare for this scenario, European policymakers need a new Red China playbook that combines a sense of urgency to Trump-proof the transatlantic relationship with a realistic view of Communist China on the Asian mainland. From the People's Republic of China's perspective, it may seem as if Europeans are just following the United States' lead on Ukraine, and that if the administration changes to a more Russia-friendly Trump, Europe might be open to follow mainland China's pro-Russian mediating stance. Instead, Europeans must make clear to Xi, following his trip to Europe, that Ukraine's independence and territorial integrity are fundamental to European security interests, and that they will continue their support for Ukraine and continue to pressure the People's Republic of China to revoke its support for Russia's war machine, even if Trump returns to the White House and seeks a deal with Putin. Any such deal can only be disadvantageous for Ukraine as long as Red China quartermasters Russia's military. Also, on trade policy, Europe must resist pressure to follow Trump's most hawkish instincts on the communist Chinese empire. It would be unwise and potentially costly if Europe allowed its relationship with communist China on the Asian mainland to be hijacked by a Trump administration. But it should also not allow the payoffs of economic dependence on mainland China to dictate the continent's long-term economic security and resilience. Europe has to recognize that business opportunities in the People's Republic of China are changing, and so too should the business-minded Europeans who condition their relationship with Red China on preserving existing economic benefits. Europeans should take so-called de-risking seriously for their own good and actively shape the sectorial exposure and degree of linkage with the People's Republic of China. In emerging sectors, such as quantum computing and space technology, where the initial linkage is weak and the risk of empowering the Chi-Com military outweighs economic benefits, it is much easier to avoid a deepening dependence on mainland China by deploying more advanced regulatory framework, such as investment screening and corporate disclosure requirement. These tools will have a direct impact on filtering out unfair practices and even security threats. Europeans should also leverage the emerging global supply chain redistribution to improve the resilience of the European economy against internal and external shocks. And if an unpredictable Trump ends up in the White House, Europe needs to leverage its own power toward Beijing. This will only work if it speaks with one voice instead of the contradicting cacophony that the communist Chinese empire currently hears from the continent. With the European Commission pushing for stricter trade and economic policy, member states working to dilute the Commission's efforts for their own short-term gains, and countries such as MEMŻRIAL, or Hungary, adopting outright commu-Chinese positions on foreign policy questions, and criticizing the European Commission for its attempts to create an equal level playing field with the People's Republic of China. It is an encouraging sign that French President Emmanuel Macron invited European Commission Presidentress Ursula von der Leyen to Paris during Xi's visit, but she should not just be a sidekick as she was during Macron's visit to Beijing, when he posed himself as if he were the leader of Europe. The European Commission and member states should be selective in their economic engagement with the People's Republic of China, and they should not be afraid of making controversial decisions. To this end, the European Union needs to introduce an offset mindset to manage the balance of economic interdependence with the Communist Chinese Empire across the entire spectrum of issue areas, rather than merely focusing on a small number of industries. safe zone cooperation, such as efforts to address global challenges, including climate change, could offset stalemates in strategic and security issues. The People's Republic of China does not become a better partner or a more promising opportunity just because Donald Trump might be returning to the White House. Europe correctly sees Communist China on the Asian mainland as a mixed bag of risks and opportunities. While the current playbook seeks to maximize opportunities, the new playbook needs to prioritize economic risk management and resilience building, especially with an irrational president in these United States, and limit Red China's disruptive impact on Europe's security with its support for Russia's war. Europeans must start preparing now. The Communist Chinese Empire's new trade war with the West has already begun. Albeit, ultimately, Beijing is limited in how much damage it can inflict. Now, just checking into live streaming. When attending a business summit in Shanghai earlier this year, my son's husband was struck by how downbeat the mood was. The People's Republic of China's stagnant economy, in particular the slow-motion meltdown of the property market, had clipped investor confidence across a number of industries. One Italian businessman told him the event had many fewer international attendees than previous years. But the apprehensive mood was cut through by the bullshiness of one senior executive from a leading Dy-Com electric car company as he set out a plan for what seemed like world domination. The beaming exec declared, "America, Europe, Japan, and South Korea are our high-potential markets." His optimism was not misplaced. In post-pandemic People's Republic of China, electric cars have come out on top as a national security success story. The market leader, BYD, sold more cars globally in the last 3 months of 2023 than Tesla. Communist Chinese brands are expected to take a quarter of European new EV sales this year. The mainlander Chinese are so chuffed with the success of their electric cars that they are dubbed one of the Zinsongying. 3 new things: EVs, solar panels, and Li-ion batteries. That's Li for the element lithium, and ion, lithium-ion batteries, which the Chinese call Li-ion or lion batteries. Past the age of mass production of clothes and toys, these are Red China's champions in the 2020s. This competitiveness is exactly what sows fear amongst American and European rivals, which be why, with a shout-out unto the young Mademoiselle Victoria Lorraine Hobbs, it's so fortuitous that American scientists have discovered a vast reservoir of untapped lithium hiding in wastewater from a Pennsylvania gas fracking site. According to the new study published on April 16th in the journal Scientific Reports, this wastewater, produced by the hydraulic fracturing of rocks inside the Marcellus shale gas wells, contains enough lithium to supply up to 40% of American demand. Currently, 90% of the world's $8 billion United States dollars worth of lithium supplies are produced in the Commonwealth of Australia, Chile, and the People's Republic of China. This rare element is essential for the production of electric vehicular batteries, smartphones, laptops, smartwatches, and electronic cigarettes. And demand for it is currently booming, with prices surging by roughly 500% year on year. Right now, these United States have only one operational lithium mine in Nevada, meaning huge quantities of the element must be imported to meet demand. However, given the importance of lithium for current plans for a green energy transition, the United States Department of Energy officials have set a target for all lithium used in these United States to be produced domestically by 2030. Currently, more mines are scheduled to open in states such as Nevada, North Carolina, and my own Golden, California. Yet lithium mining remains controversial as it can release carbon dioxide into the atmosphere and destroy natural environments by leaking toxic chemicals into soil. This new discovery could lead to a new way of obtaining this vital element without the need for more mines. Researchers discovered Pennsylvania's lithium source because of fracking in region, which pumps water into the ground to force natural gas out, a process that comes with its own severe environmental costs. After measuring the wastewater from this process, the scientists found that it also contained enormous quantities of lithium. The fracking byproduct is usually considered to be waste. In a statement, Justin Mackey, a researcher at the National Energy Technology Laboratory, said, "We just didn't know how much was in there. Wastewater from oil and gas is a burgeoning issue. Right now, it's just minimally treated and re-injected." However, thanks to the new discovery of lithium, workers can potentially extract the element and make use of the fracking byproduct. Lab results have demonstrated that the element could be extracted from wastewater with up to 90% efficiency. The researchers have suggested that future research should focus on the environmental impact of lithium extraction from the water and the building of a pilot facility that could do so efficiently. In qualifying that shifting to all clean energy all the time is a challenge, Paul Denham, Senior Research Fellow at the National Renewable Energy Laboratory, has openly opined that, in his own words, some of it is absolutely being wasted. It's pretty easy to do 80% or so. We don't know the exact number because we haven't gotten there yet, but it just gets a lot more difficult to get to truly 100% every hour of the year. But some of that can be sent to other regions, and some of it can also be stored. In interim, all the other states in Union ought consider themselves most fortunate that my former Golden Bear Flag Republic of California is a solar superpower experiencing a second gold rush centered on the toxic shores of Lithium Lake, for the fool's gold known as pyrite. My Golden State Nation has added a significant amount of battery storage in the last few years. Recently, it was revealed that a toxic, shrinking lake in Southern California has even more lithium dissolved deep beneath its surface than previously thought. Enough, in fact, to produce the equivalent of nearly 400 million electric vehicular batteries. For context, there are roughly 285 million registered cars and lorries in these United States. That misunderstood mineral, pyrite, is hiding a big secret. We used to make fun of fool's gold. Now, it might fuel our future. Lithium is steadily becoming the most important element for the future, as it's found on smartphones, laptops, electric cars, and is even central to future tech like nuclear fusion reactors. However, extracting lithium has many costs, both financial and environmental, so it's big news that a new study suggests that pyrite, also known as fool's gold, could be a potential source of lithium. While this pyrite/lithium interaction isn't well understood, it could mean that past and present oil and gas operations could paradoxically be a source of the very mineral that aims to replace those greenhouse gas-spewing fuels. And my California is now home to the world's largest lithium-ion or Li-ion battery storage system for the grid, with more storage projects opening soon. Why, just last month, my Golden Bear flag state nation stored a record amount of power. California's lithium lake demonstrates that these United States could survive without economies across the Atlantic, which is bad news for the Celts and Continentals of Europe whenever Republicans rule America, despite American imperial aid for the Ukraine finally having passed. Last week, Joe Biden announced a raft of new tariffs on Dy-Com goods, the most eye-catching being a 100% tariff on Dy-Com electric cars, 4 times the current rate. In Brussels, the European Commission has begun a number of anti-dumping probes into Dy-Com EVs, solar panels, and medical equipment. The Commission's presidentress, Ursula von der Leyen, has so far resisted American entreaties to present a united front on tariffs, but has pledged to penalize Commu-Chinese companies if these investigations prove their low prices damage the EU economy. A new trade war has begun. And the Communist Chinese government, under Xi Jinping, is not one for taking provocations lying down. To punish France for taking a leading role in the Commission's investigation into Dy-Com EVs, and for favoring French car makers with subsidies not available to the foreign, the People's Republic of China began an investigation into brandy imports, 99% of which comest from France. On Sunday, the Communist Chinese Empire also launched an anti-dumping investigation into imports of a thermoplastic widely used by these United States, the European Union, the Empire of Japan, and Taiwan in its car industries. But ultimately, Beijing is limited in how much damage it can inflict. Its fundamental problem is that it exports much more to these United States and the European Union than vice versa. What's more, with its economy already in the doldrums, any revenge will hurt it too. The Communist Chinese Empire could go after the United German and American automakers, for example, who make up 3/5 of its car imports, but that would hurt Commu-Chinese consumers, as well as the Dy-Com joint ventures that the foreign automakers partner with. Or it could target American grains and oilseeds, which account for 2/3 of United States exports to mainland China by value and are protected by a powerful lobby in Washington, but that would also only hike prices for consumers and businesses at home. Protectionism hurts both sides, and in this case, as in Trump's trade war, the West can afford to go lower. It has also been suggested that the People's Republic of China could target key electoral states in these United States, hitting Biden where it matters in this crucial election year. A Swedish trade non-governmental organization has calculated that more than a quarter of Biden's 2020 winning margin could be put at risk in Arizona, Georgia, and Wisconsin if Red China blocked exports from those states and hurt local jobs. But would a Trump victory really be better for the Communist Chinese Empire, considering the former president is the original mastermind of the trade war against Beijing? Ursula von der Leyen has repeatedly suggested that if the People's Republic of China took a harder line on the revanchist and revisionist Russian Empire, Europe's relationship with Beijing would be better. But even if Russia surrenders tomorrow, thanks to Communist Chinese help, the scale of the economic and security challenges emanating from Communist China on the Asian mainland itself have become too large for Washington and Brussels to ignore. In reality, This trade war has many more years to run. Hence, the American empire is forming a global AI safety network with key allies. U.S. Secretary of Commerce Gina Raimondo says the American empire is collaborating with other countries, including the Empire of Japan and the United Kingdom with her Dominion of Canada, to manage the risks posed by artificial intelligence. The American empire is widely seen as the global leader in artificial intelligence. Because we need it here, we have no natural intelligence. Thanks to companies like OpenAI, Google, and Meta, responsible for destroying the natural intelligence, so they now have to replace it with artificial intelligence. But the United States government says it needs help from other nations to manage the risks posed by AI technology, which they understand is naturally smarter than, well, Americans. An international summit on AI safety in Seoul, capital of South Korea, on Tuesday, the American empire delivered a message from Secretary of Commerce Gina Raimondo announcing that a global network of AI safety institutes spanning these United States, the Empire of Japan, the United Kingdom with her Dominion of Canada, and other allies will collaborate to contain the technology's risks. She also urged other countries to join up. In a statement released ahead of the announcement, Secretary Raimondo said, "Recent advances in AI carry exciting, life-changing potential for our society, but only if we do the hard work to mitigate the very real dangers. It is paramount that we get this right and that we do so in concert with our partners around the world to ensure the rules of the road on AI are written by societies that uphold human rights, safety, and trust." The American imperial government has previously asserted that advances in AI create national security risks, including the potential to automate or accelerate the development of bioweapons or to enable more damaging cyber attacks on critical infrastructure. One challenge for the American empire, alluded to in Raimondo's statement, is that some national governments may not be eager to fall in line with its approach to AI. She said that these United States, the Empire of Japan, the United Kingdom with her Dominion of Canada, Singapore, and the European AI Office would work together as the founding members of a global network of AI safety institutes. The Commerce Department declined to comment on whether the People's Republic of China had been invited to join the new AI safety network. Fears that the Communist Chinese Empire will abuse advanced AI to empower its military or threaten these United States led first the Trump administration and now the Biden administration to roll out a series of restrictions on Chi-Com access to key technology. The American and Communist Chinese empires have at least opened a line of communication. A meeting between President Biden and the Communist Chinese dictator Xi Jinping in November saw the two superpowers agree to hold talks on AI risks and safety. Representatives from the superpowers met in Switzerland last week to hold the first round of discussions. The Commerce Department said that representatives of the new Global AI Safety Network's members will meet in my Golden Gated San Francisco later this year. A blueprint issued by the agency says that the network will work together to develop and agree upon methodologies and tools for evaluating AI models and ways to mitigate the risks of AI. This document says, "We hope to help develop the science and practices that underpin future arrangements for international AI governance." A Commerce Department spokesperson said that the network would help nations tap into talent, experiment more quickly, and agree on AI standards. The Seoul Summit on AI safety this week in South Korea was co-hosted by the Greater British Government, which convened the first major international meeting on the topic last November. That summit culminated in more than 28 countries, including these United States, members of European Union, and the People's Republic of China signing a declaration warning that artificial intelligence is advancing with such speed and uncertainty that it could cause serious, even catastrophic, harm. Ergo, across the Golden Sea of Japan, no Japanese-issued imperial patents for AI-created inventions. As a Japanese government consul gears up to discuss regulations aimed mainly at developers of generative artificial intelligence as early as this summer, allow me to summate a review of AI-related, in disambiguation from AI-generated, content. I immediately count off such on the fingers of a single hand. With my pinky, a personally advised ethical mesh point. The pursuit of technological development cannot come at the cost of human dignity. In trying to govern AI, the United Nations and other institutions need an approach as dynamic, innovative, and creative as the pursuit of the technology itself. That's my personal advisement as your Vulcan interventionist. On my ring finger, thus, the week before last, a Tokyo court ruled against granting patents to inventions generated by artificial intelligence in a dispute over whether AI, in disambiguation from human beings, can be recognized as an inventor. With my fuck you finger, researchers from the Tokyo Institute of Technology, Fujitsu, and others have announced the development of a large Japanese language model that can serve as a foundation for generative AI using the supercomputer Fugaku. And that's kind of matches with my middle finger, which sounds a lot like fuck you. Now, dealing with my pointer finger, dealing with irate customers can be extremely stressful for call center workers, but telecoms provider SoftBank presents a very Japano-cultural solution. Artificial intelligence-enabled software that softens the tone of customers' voices. Finally, with my opposable thumb, the Empire of Japan's Industry Ministry is reviewing the Imperial State's Basic Energy Plan at a time when data centers are increasing in line with the spread of generative AI, which consumes significant amounts of power when processing large volumes of information. You see, the story that has been keeping itself under the radar is that in a world obsessed with cutting energy use by becoming increasingly technological and tyrannical, the rise of AI has been heralded as some kind of holy apostle. In reality, AI chews through an enormous amount of energy, with ChatGPT taking up the same as 120 American homes. Data centers are hungry for power, and just like electric cars, they are set to strain these so-called green grids to breaking point. AI already secretly uses as much energy as a small country, and it's only the beginning. The energy needed to support data storage is expected to double by 2026. You can do something to stop it. In January, the IEA, the International Energy Agency, issued its forecast for global energy use over the next 12 years. Included, for the first time, were projections for electricity consumption associated with data centers, cryptocurrency, and artificial intelligence. The IEA estimates that, added together, this usage represented almost 2% of global energy demand in 2022, and that demand for these uses could double by 2026, which would make it roughly equal to the amount of electricity used by the entire imperial state of Japan. AI's energy consumption is growing and a growing barrier to sustainable tech progress. We need to weigh innovation against environmental impact. In the rapidly evolving AI landscape, the focus has long been on technological advancements and breakthroughs, what they call EAC, E/ACC. EAC, anyone? That's the oft-employed abbreviate of effective accelerationism, the 21st century philosophical movement that advocates for an explicitly pro-technology stance. Its proponents believing that unrestricted technological progress is a solution to universal human problems like poverty, war, and climate catastrophe. We want AIs that think like humans, and we want them now, goddammit. However, this relentless pursuit of innovation often overlooks a critical aspect: the environmental impact. As GenAI, another abbreviate, GEN.AI, generative artificial intelligence tools like ChatGPT become increasingly integral to our daily lives, their energy consumption and carbon footprint have emerged as pressing issues. Between 2017 and 2021, the electricity used by major cloud compute providers like Meta, Amazon, Microsoft, and Google more than doubled, contributing significantly to greenhouse gas emissions. This sets the stage for a new study on the matter, rather playfully titled Power-Hungry Processing, subtitled Watts, as in, kilowatts, gigawatts, WATTS, named after the inventor, driving the cost of AI development. Get it? It's like a question but a pun. Watts, driving the cost of AI development, with a question mark. As written by Sasha Lucioni and Yassini Giannidi, both employees of an AI company called Hugging Face, which provides an open-source online platform for the machine learning community that supports the collaborative, ethical use of artificial intelligence. In collaboration with Emma Strubel of Carnegie Mellon University and Allen Institute for AI, sourced paper offering an in-depth analysis of the energy consumption and carbon emissions associated with AI, specifically during the model inference, i.e., the deployment/public use phase. Regardless of that, because there's no point in even trying to articulate it, because you can look it up yourself, and going in that direction is going to take us down a tech terminology path that would have me defining everything at that level of detail. Let's just say we live in the digital age, where many of the processes that guide our lives are hidden from us inside computer code. We are watched by machines behind the scenes that bill us when we cross toll bridges, guide us across the internet, and deliver us music we didn't even know we wanted. And often find we don't. All of this takes material to build and run: plastics, metals, wiring, and water, and all of that comes with costs. Those costs require trade-offs. None of these trade-offs is as important as in energy. As the world burns up toward increasingly dangerous temperatures, we need to conserve as much energy as we can get to the lower amount of climate heating gases we put into the air. That's why the IEA's numbers are so important, and why we need to demand more transparency and greener AI going forward. And it's why right now we need to be conscientious consumers of new technologies, understanding that every bit of data we use, save, or generate has a real-world cost. One of the areas with the fastest growing demand for energy is the form of machine learning called generative AI, which requires a lot of energy for training and a lot of energy for producing answers to queries. Training a large language model like OpenAI's GPT-3, for example, uses nigh 1,300 MWH, or megawatt hours, of electricity, the annual consumption of about 130 American homes. According to the IEA, a single Google search takes 0.3 watt-hours of electricity, while a ChatGPT request takes 2.9 watt-hours. By the way, an incandescent light bulb draws an average of 60 watt-hours of juice, so you get some comparison by which to comprehend the enormity of what I'm trying to convey. The IEA calculates that if ChatGPT were integrated into the 9 billion searches done each day, the electricity demand would increase by 10 terawatt hours a year, the amount consumed by about 1.5 million European Union residents. Amid rapid deployment of generative AI systems like ChatGPT last year, some prominent researchers and tech leaders began to speak more loudly about the potential for AI algorithms to become difficult to control and perhaps even a threat to humanity. Talk of the most far-off threats has since faded, but policymakers around the world are concerned about more immediate problems, such as the potential for generative AI tools like ChatGPT to spread disinformation and interfere with elections. In January, some voters in New Hampshire received robocalls using an AI-generated fake of Joe Biden's voice. Last October, President Biden issued a wide-ranging executive order to address the potential and pitfalls of fast-moving leaps in AI, most evident with the startling abilities of ChatGPT. The Commerce Department was ordered to work on a number of initiatives to develop AI safety standards and also to develop a plan for global engagement on promoting and developing AI standards. Biden's executive order also required the United States National Institute of Standards and Technology, which is part of the Commerce Department, to establish an American AI Safety Institute to systematically test AI models to understand how they could be misused and how they might behave. Now, for our major cross-cultural conclusion tonight, which will take up the remainder of transmission. Just checking in. Good. This side of the Atlantic, the expansion of Asian American studies has been fueled by racial attacks and activism. Asian American studies courses are beginning to draw from more disciplines. I mean, if Republicans are real men, what are Democrats? There are 161 days until the election, and the Democrats have a manhood problem. One a pill won't fix. Before we pop into that, allow me to explain why a president's definition of masculinity matters. It's not just about the men they are appealing to. It's about women and 2S LGBTQIA plus people who are impacted by that definition. In many ways, the 2024 election will be about which vision of masculinity voters want for the future and what it means for those on the receiving end of their policy and politics, particularly women, POCs, the POCs, the peoples of color, 2S LGBTQIA plus Americans, and other marginalized groups. With trois old white men again on the ballot this fall with divergent views on the direction of our empire, the one we elect will impact all of our lives and will do much to define our democracy. And there is one place where it is undeniable the Republican Party has already won. That's defining what it means to be an American man. Theirs is a dark vision of white patriarchy helmed by forever Trumpers. As is all too clearly evident, The Democrats don't offer any clear or compelling alternative vision. The Democrat Francis Ford Coppola's Megalopolis is a passion project gone horribly wrong. Maybe some cinephiles will see value in The Godfather director's long gestating epic. Many more, though, will be left scratching their heads. The revered 70s Golden Age filmmaker Francis Ford Coppola is 85 years old and was, until quite recently, consumed by a never-finished passion project. After decades of stalling and delays, Coppola poured 120 million United States dollars of his own money into making Megalopolis, a retro-futurist sci-fi noir drama of industry, which reimagines New York City as the center of a new kind of ancient Roma. Coppola's ambition is admirable, as is his dogged commitment to getting something made on his own terms. So I don't exactly relish in reporting that Megalopolis, the for now final result of all that thought and work, is a near unmitigated disaster. I reviewed the flick with hope, wishing against wish that Coppola just might pull it off and prove all the doubters and naysayers wrong. Forget those crummy reports from industry screenings in Los Angeles last month. Perhaps the snob cinephiles at Cannes misunderstood the film, and I myself could embrace Coppola's grand, mad vision. Maybe my son and the Blood Boys would see value in what Coppola has made. All we did instead, however, was scratch our heads in utter disbelief. Megalopolis is a choppy ramble of a movie stuffed with poorly elucidated ideas. It's as if someone has spent 120 million United States dollars, more money than most Americans could ever hope to make in a lifetime, and to film the chicken scratch scrawls of a notebook, hastily staged with actors and garish green screen effects. It is, I am afraid, tedious nonsense. Adam Driver, in a fitting haircut, a bowl cut, plays Caesar Catalina, a genius city planner who holds remarkable political sway, perhaps more so than even the mayor of New Rome, Franklin Cicero, played by Giancarlo Esposito. The twain are at odds, much like the real Catalina and Cicero, as the city struggles to gather round a collective dream for its future. Cicero is practical and short-sighted, while Catalina campaigns for an utopia he believes will be made possible by a mysterious invention called Megalon. No, sadly, not the monster that Godzilla once fought. Megalon instead here is an adaptive material that can essentially create buildings that evolve and grow with the people who inhabit them. At least that's what I was barely able to grok from my one viewing of the film. And I'm not going to see it again. Now, as Cicero and Catalina duke it out in a war of words and policy, other forces are conspiring to make their own runs at the throne. There is Catalina's cousin, Claudio, played by Shia LaBeouf, who is the grandson of Crassus, John Voight, an immensely wealthy banker. Claudio is a laughing-stock party boy, rumored to be sleeping with his own sisters, but is dangerously clever for a degenerate ne'er-do-well. Further complicating matters is the improbably named Wow Platinum. Yes, that's the character, played by Aubrey Plaza, who hosts a finance news TV show and is having an affair with Catalina. Meanwhile, the mayor's daughter, Julia, played by Natalie Emanuel, is cozying up to Catalina, drawn to his whirring mind and brooding intrigue. On and on, Coppola unspools these threads, yanking this way and that as he struggles toward meaning, I suppose. At one turn, it seems that Megapolis will be about Julia investigating the mysterious death of Catalina's wife. Then the movie turns to focus on Platinum and her machinations. There is a bizarre digression into a scandal involving a pop star, Vesta, played by Grace VanderWaal, who is celebrated for her virginity. That last bit all unfolds during a gladiatorial circus event put on for a wedding at Madison Square Garden. If any of this sounds interesting, I assure you it is not. Coppola's dull but voluble script says very little, or at least very little that can be cogently deciphered. The film plays as if the entire thing was rewritten after the actors had shot their parts and gone home. Nothing! No reaction shot, no transition between scenes, seems to sync. And that lack of synchronization leaves the performances completely at sea. Driver, whose natural charisma complements Coppola's faux classical tone, manages some gravitas here and there, but few others fare as well. Plaza lays it on thick in all the wrong color palette. LeBouf hams it up, maybe just to have something to do on set. Poor Emmanuelle, stilted and drab, suffers the worst, though her flat line reading is probably not really her own fault. Julia is a woman-shaped void, meant only to gaze up in wonder at Catalina's brilliance so that we in the audience might too. She also, of course, bears his child, who represents the future of us all. This is so Ayn Randian, I'm going to have to do a separate video essay on this, as just how Ayn Randian all this shit is, considering Coppola is a Democrat. Now,
Has the movie been released? Has it been released?
fuck, what the fuck was that? My earbuds just fell out.
It's Peter Moon. It's Peter Moon.
Jesus.
Has this movie been released?
Oh! When my earbud fell out, your voice sounded so strange. I thought you were a girl. That's my deaf ear hearing you. And now that I've got the other earbud back in the ear that works, yeah, the movie's released. That's how we managed to suffer a copy of... Well, of course, due to my son's husband's connections, we probably were able to see this in a manner other people can't. We watched it in the comfort of his estate, so he gets basically an illegal copy. But yeah, it's in theaters.
But it's in the Cineplexes now?
Yes, unfortunately.
This is, you wonder if Francis, it sounds like he's, over Italianized it with the names and stuff. Like he can't get out of being an Italian. Like his Italianosity is what made The Godfather what it was.
Yes.
It honored and respected his heritage.
Yes.
But now he's overplayed his Italian hand. In other words, and I once saw this website, which you would have found fascinating. I can't ever find it again. I just read it once. And this was like 20 years ago, where it talked about it said that the Iliad, meaning in the events of the Iliad, which were all based upon, in fact, the whole work by Homer is misattributed. Mm-hmm. It's like plagiarized, and it's all based upon the events that took place during the time of Machiavelli, and the just rapacious lust for power that took place with the popes and all the nonsense that went on in the era of Lucretia Borgia, Da Vinci, Lorenzo de Medici, Machiavelli. I mean, very colorful characters in history. Mm-hmm. And that they said that the Iliad was actually telling the tales of what happened at that time period. Mm-hmm. And then it was all falsified through scholarship and whatnot. I don't know that that's true, but it was an intriguing compartmentalization of consciousness. Mm-hmm. And I could never find it again because, after just reading it, I said, I just take it in one ear and go out the other. And then I start thinking about it, and I'd like to go back and refer to it. But
I get what you're saying. It's an intellectual castle. It's a
Yeah, but
Go on.
without that, that time period was indeed. And I just saw something on Lucretia Borgia the other day, which had her whole history was completely. Her character was assassinated because one of her father's enemies, her family's enemies, was a major historian. So it went into her life, and it's quite different than what you might think. Nevertheless, that period of Italian history, it wasn't even called Italy then. It was very rich, but it was all about power, all about power dynamics. And Francis Ford Coppola is like, it's like he's Joe Biden. He's being a he's Biden. It's like he's lost his ability. If you say that it's not transitioning well, because there's a certain point, and Lenny Riefenstahl said this, and other directors have said it. You shot all this footage. Now the big task is editing, and the biggest task of editing is to watch all the damn footage. This is what I do with your books.
Yes.
I sit there and I listen to this, and you have to put it all together, and it's very challenging. Well, film editing is even more time consuming, where she'd sit in the film stall all day and watch all this stuff, and then it's the art of putting it together. Now, Francis Ford Coppola, I mean, he must have shot a lot of footage, and then he has to put it together, and it's like at some point you want return of investment, and like, good God, and it's like, what monstrosity have I created, if you might say? This sounds like a very sad state of affairs, and somebody like him, this is the and he's doing it on his own.
Yeah. Essentially, more or less. Yeah. Go on.
Yeah, it's kind of like George Lucas. He does things on his own, and they were now. Don't forget that they were very close. Don't forget that they were very close. Although, I think I don't remember if they went. I know that Coppola was sort of a mentor to George Lucas to some extent, and that he was producing something called the Cotton Club that didn't go anywhere.
That's right.
And George Lucas, I think there was a rift between them because he wouldn't bail him out or whatever. I don't know. Those are just press reports. But and there were all these film directors that kind of made it. I think Martin Scorsese was one of them in that time period. But you can't dismiss his alignment with, he was independent, yet he wasn't. Just kind of like George Lucas. So, what is it? But it sounds like he's, had a big Biden moment. I haven't seen it.
Oh, it's absolute madness.
The problem with these so-called great filmmakers who know how to put a movie together, they don't have the Douglas Dietrich quotient.
Thank you.
Or the Peter Moon quotient. But the Douglas Dietrich quotient is because it goes so much into politics. It's like, and these people are trying to solve the problem. They're trying to get the key that I couldn't find in my dream the other night.
Yes.
And they're trying to get that key, and they're saying, I'm gonna explain. I'm Michael Moore. I'm gonna explain it all. I'm the great storyteller. This is what everybody wants to be, the great storyteller. And I'm gonna put it all together with my, I'm gonna look at all the facts and figures. I'm gonna look at all, and I'm gonna put it together, and I'm gonna write the great American novel. The great American novel, is nothing to do with America. It's yeah. But I've been listening to you for at least 20 minutes.
Okay.
And the AI, and I have things to say. I don't know if you want to hear them or if
Sure.
You with your.
Oh no, I mean, we can easily, since I was just going into the culture talk, I can easily pick that up again on Wednesday. No problem.
Well, I have some astonishing integrated things to say. I didn't want to come down.
Oh,
I didn't want to come down because I want to get my sleep.
Understood.
And I had a very disturbing dream last night.
Let me say that I was in a very challenging situation with a very infamous character,
Okay.
and I don't want to go into it on the air.
Understood.
I might tell you privately later, but
Understood.
basically there was this encounter where I disabled this person from having a razor, took away his razor,
Okay.
which is only going to do harm with it.
Right.
And then I began to sequester myself in a house that was where I lived. And I had a father. It wasn't my known father. He echoed somebody who was of great, had some power, had some, it was a very nice house, and I think he was dressed in a suit or whatever. But I was saying I have to keep all the doors locked. Keep all the doors locked.
Right.
And I was making sure all the doors were locked. And then this potential assailant came in. I said, we got to keep him out. And he comes in, and then he was out of it. He'd been drugged by the dentist, and his tooth had been pulled.
Ooh.
And he was in no condition. And I said that I felt for him, and but I wanted nothing to do with him. And he was escorted away because his tooth was pulled, which meant that was the shin was taken out of him. His mojo was gone.
Yeah.
That was a good dream, but it was horrifying to sit there and look at how arresting this son of a bitch was, and he was potentially dangerous. And even though I disabled him, it's like more like taking a knife out of a murderer's hand.
Right.
And taking it out, I was able to do that, but he wanted it back. His volition to do harm was so strong. And then that was disturbing. I didn't like that dream because it has to do with the very sensitive stuff we're getting into.
Of course.
Or the world is moving into. Then I had another dream where I was with in a cafe, or not a cafe, a restaurant in a hotel. I was eating breakfast with these two guys. One of them, which I remember, and he's a Jewish friend of mine. He's a very good friend, and we're leaving the restaurant. There was but we're sort of dressed like construction, like we're doing, work, like t-shirt and jeans or something like that, because we're doing work, not a hard hat or anything like that. And he says, so we go out to my car, and he goes, and I'm saying goodbye. I put up the car, and he goes, he's listening with his friend. He goes, oh, you have a Sable. I used to have a Sable. This is like more expensive version of a Taurus. Okay. And he goes, he says, Sables have this noise, but there's something with that noise. And it's like he's implying that there's something wrong with the motor of the car. And let me see, and I kind of back it up, back it in, and then somehow I don't know if they're in the car with me or not, but I drive the car around a very big parking lot, and I say, okay, it's okay, the car's okay, it's fine. And it was. Then I pull up to the sidewalk where there's it's sort of like a shopping strip. This is where the hotel or the restaurant is, whatever. And we go back in, and I go back in to pay the bill. Now, why I'm paying the bill after the fact? Because it's like, as if I needed to go get my wallet or something. And we go back in, and I go back to the table, and I take this piece of paper and write on it, and the staff is very nice. They're very well dressed, and they say, oh, but and they're making a big issue. I don't know if it's with me or with themselves, that I'm writing on 4-star paper. 4-star paper. Now, in this dream, 4-star is like 5-star. There's no better than 4-star in this dream.
Right.
Reason. 4-star is top of the line, whereas actually 4-star is just very nice, but it's one below 5-star.
Yeah.
And they're saying, well, it's they don't have to say it. Like, we're not 4-star customers just because of the way we're dressed. But it doesn't really matter. They're not having an issue with us eating there. and but you know, they had this big issue of 4-star, and why don't you just, pay the bill and get the hell out of there? It's like, why is this big deal? How expensive can a piece of paper be? Well, this has to do with, the piece of paper has to do with my writing. I'm writing on 4-star paper, writing 4-star, and maybe that means that I haven't quite got into the 5-star element, where that's where we're headed. But I go into the lobby, and now I'm by myself, and I say, this is all 4-star. What am I doing here in 4-star world? What does this have to do with anything? And I said, this is what people do. They hang around with 4-star people, and then they either scam them or get them to, venture with them.
Yeah.
Or you might find a spouse by going to on a cruise where wealthy, like who goes on cruises? Either people that are trying to meet wealthy people, or semi people, or people who are wealthy or semi-wealthy. And I find such experiences to leave a lot to be desired, although they could be fun. To meet somebody from Chicago, and what the hell do you need a friend in Chicago for? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, it's because you don't have enough friends where you live. People are always angling, and often it's for relationships. And what do you need a relationship with somebody in Chicago? Why can't you have one here? It's all that sort of thing. People looking to meet people. And then I had and part of that dream was some friend of mine who'd done some stupid seminar. It was some stupid scammy seminar where they wanted to learn some stupid scammy seminar type thing. But and that's where I started thinking of how, you go to a 4-star enclave or a 5-star enclave to, buddy up and meet people to, sell your shtick to, whatever it is.
Yeah. So
that was the dream. But then there's more, because I had, and it's because we're getting into sensitive subjects, and it also changed the whole trajectory of the newsletter I'm working on, which is turning out to be a very interesting newsletter. But I started it because that's due at the solstice.
Yeah.
But you're talking, and then I turn you on, and you're immediately talking about the vast amounts of energy needed for AI, and of course this would make sense, because the more you get into computer, there's this factor, I forget what they call the factor, but in computing, you've explained it.
I'd have to look it up again, but it's the factor, of course. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about.
Yes.
Things become exponential,
yes.
and you need more power. Well, the ultimate AI, and this is where we get into the crescendo, the apocalyptic crescendo, if you want to call it that. The time reactor solves these problems. It solves these problems in spades. And just as, the Pink Panther starts stepping towards Douglas Dietrich to do.
Yes.
It was also stepping towards David Anderson.
Yes.
Now I'm going to have to integrate what I'm about to say into my newsletter.
Right.
And this is the astonishing thing, is that when I go back, and this is like about 18 years ago, when David had sent me this mysterious postcard, and I will probably review that in the next transmission, focus on that. This postcard that he had sent from Israel that was quoted, that said, it was an FDR quote, in politics, nothing happens by accident. If it happens, you can be sure it was planned that way. And it was an FDR quote but it was all written in cryptic code.
Right.
And then I sent it out to everybody to decode it in my newsletter, and it was returned 24 hours later. I got, within 24 hours, I got a call from my friend at Montauk, whose boyfriend had decoded it, and it told me, it said, in politics, nothing happens by accident. it happens, you can bet it was planned that day.
Yeah.
That way. It was a quote by FDR. And when I wrote that, I wrote to David, and David was out of communication at this point. He is totally out of, this was like 2 years before he'd invite me to Romania. And he said, he wrote back, he says, well, you have decoded the first layer. There's a deeper encryption. He said, that's just to, foul up anything, because it's going to go through mail. And it was sent from Tel Aviv. Okay. It's a picture of Bethlehem.
Yeah.
And it was sent from Tel Aviv. I was earlier thought it was sent from Bethlehem, but it was sent from Tel Aviv. And it was I remember him telling me about how they all get drunk in Tel Aviv or in Israel on one day, and he was going through the airport and they were all drunk. All the Hasidim were drunk, or the Orthodox were drunk. But I later talked to him about that, and he told me that basically the encrypting code that I never could break, Marianne hired a professional cryptographer. He couldn't break it. Joe Matheny couldn't break it, the code within the code. And it came down to, he told me personally that he thought when he was in Israel, he might be a goner.
Right.
They might eliminate him.
Yeah.
And he said it was directing me to the patent filing, because he said that he felt if there was anybody who could do anything with this, it would be me. Okay.
Yeah.
Which completely, flabbergasted me, because I said, this is not what I do. Now, I've learned enough since to where if you gave me, I don't know if $120 million of Francis Ford's money would take it. But if you handed me a enclave of researchers and scientists at my beck and call, put you and me in, put me and Sugar Daddy together, and we could probably build it. Although I say put you in there, God, I don't know. I was thinking, there might be this random chaotic factor that might just, distract me.
True enough. Yes.
Yeah, but it might be too much. But the thing is, and then there great existential questions arise, like what are you doing this for? And then there would be other factors that creep in, and other agendas that would creep in. But the point of it is that these agendas are all laid out, and it might have been in space and time. I have to go back and review that. In space and time, nothing happens. He might have changed it. But then I cornered him on that question when I did a public interview, which is on my website. It's just for members. It used to be public. But he says, I pinpointed him on that question and was trying to elicit that out of him, but he totally changed direction and started talking about China.
Okay.
And he just sidestepped my question. Marianne noticed it as well. Now, there's a reason he will sidestep questions, in my opinion, and it's not necessarily because of going through a short-term mind control device, which is always a possibility. It's because when you start hopping timelines, which he's probably been subjected to even before he created this device, because why he always says your friend in time. Time is fluid. And so when you change the timeline, you, like say, and I have this in my newsletter, I go to visit him, I go 1 week into the future, and I go up and I give you $100 bill with a serial number on it, and you give me back a 20. It's a test with a serial number on it. I take the $20 back with me, and I also have all these restaurant receipts. When I get back into time, go back and visit him, go back into like 1 week earlier, I cancel my credit card. I cancel my credit card, but then when 1 week happens later and I return on the flight to San Francisco, everything's a bit different. It's the same flight, the same airplane, pretty much the same people. I'm in a different seat, and when I get there, you don't have any $20 bill in your wallet that fits that serial number, and the 100, I have, I have the $20 bill. I still have that $20. I have that, and I have all the receipts. But when I go to match the receipts at the places I went to eat, they don't match. They don't have any record of them. You see, the time has changed.
Yes.
Why he says the time, when you change the timeline, you change it forever.
Yes.
But that doesn't mean that, and when I've canceled my card, I canceled that card. I have to get a new card. Okay. And I don't have the bills from the future. I had an experience that was out of time, and I didn't have to pay for it in this world, or in the world that I went back to. So what you have is you have a fluidity of timelines. Stuart Swerdlow, who would experience stuff like this, would call these bleed throughs. Only they were usually not so pragmatic in their description or nature. They were more psychologically, quote unquote, traumatic or phenomena based, weird stuff. So this could explain why David is sometimes on one train of thought and then he completely slips or avoids. Now there could be I'm sure there is avoidance, from a security angle on certain things, or it's just not registering. And I think there's actually probably a combination of factors that could include the mind wiping. But even if there wasn't the mind wiping, there is a natural mind wiping that takes place when you go from this time to that time, because time is fluid. It's fluid, and we're experiencing it in a solidified fashion. Now, what's more relevant to the work we're doing is that he did this in Israel.
Right.
He was in Israel, and he thought he was going to be a goner.
Yeah.
Now, the reason this is important is because they were obviously interested in his technology. Now, they would have, at the time, he said his initial interest in the technology was to preserve organs, to put them in stasis. Now, they would be interested in that from just a pure money grab.
Yeah.
If they were the investors. I can't say whether they were or not. Now, I don't know to what degree his technology had been advanced, but the thing is, there's a big contradiction here. I just realized, because he said that was to direct me to the patent. Well, the patent filing that he finally released to me and Alan Steinfeld and Deepak Chopra was
of all people.
but it's because he was interested. He was trying to get his support for the foundation.
Understood.
2009. So he's directing me either to a patent that's in the future or to other patents that he has not released, because he's got some 15 or other patents. Yeah. So he might have been directing me to other patents. So there is a contradiction there, which could be explained. And a paradox is Greek, which basically means outside of our normal way of thinking. So it's something that you can't explain by our normal thinking. So it's extroverting you out of normal thought. And so that's like you said, if you go back in time and kill the ancestor of a plant, the plant in the present its DNA will be different.
Yes.
And you're operating on two different time continuums, and there's and this is what in Qigong we call infinite mind. There's an infinity of continuums and an infinity of potentialities, and you're living in the present. And the present is where you have to be. All martial arts teach you to be in the present moment, and you don't want to be off in living in the past, living in memories, living in blah blah. You want to be in the present and making the most of the present. Now, the fact that this took place in Israel all of a sudden, and that they were, by his own words, targeting him for potential, or felt he was being targeted for potential assassination.
Right.
This says they would be interested in his time reactor for more than just financial reasons.
Yes.
And they would be more in perhaps even changing time to make they would use time as a weapon. And in any power-oriented group would. So all of a sudden, the fact that AI needs it, the fact that Israel would like to have it, puts me more into, puts me one step closer to, Madison Square Garden.
Yeah.
Which is not necessarily where I want to be. I never even got to see the old Forum in LA, where the Lakers used to play basketball in the Forum. The Staples Center to me I don't like it. I haven't seen basketball there, but I, attended book conference there.
Okay.
It's just utilitarian.
Okay. Yeah.
But so this is where we're, we've got AI, and the time reactor solves the problems for AI, astonishingly so. Now I interfaced with an AI, and what they call AI, and it was just so stupid in terms of when I get in, it's like, you better be careful. I'm mocking what it said is, these things aren't proven. Blah, 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 blah. And it's like, okay, you're not even, what is it? This Mercury Morris is a famous running back for the Miami Dolphins, and they had a perfect season. They were 17-0 when the New England Patriots were, they just had to win the Super Bowl to win the to have an even better record than the Miami Dolphins, but they lost to the New York Giants. And Mercury Morris would be on commercials, and he'd say, and people hated him for it. He'd say, don't talk to me, about the New England Patriots. Don't talk to me when you get into my neighborhood. Talk to me when you get on my block. In other words, when you've won all those games.
Right.
You're saying, how are you going to feel when the New England Patriots, they'll have, instead of being 17-0 like you, they'll be 19-0. And he says, don't even talk to me when you get into my neighborhood. Talk to me when you get on my block. And the New England Patriots never made it to his block. And that's what, this stuff is coming to my neighborhood.
Right. Okay.
The AI,
yeah.
And the Israel factor, which is very disturbing. Everything about this is very disturbing.
Yeah.
Why don't you just go away, Douglas? Why don't you go away? So this is, and then, what's going to happen in Romania this summer? I expect to have some encounters with David, and it's like I have no expectations. I have no anticipations, only that I will have business to conduct, but I have no idea what the business. I have an idea of what it could, would, or should be, and what I bring to the table. I've always known that I bring something to the table.
Right.
So, and then with the astrology, it's nothing short of anticipatory, without expectation, and then the world situation. I mean, they're desperately need the foresight and insight that you and I have to offer.
Yes.
Desperately need it, but they don't want it. And the reason they don't want it is they want to do it on their own. And I want to give an example. That my friend in Hollywood maybe I've said too much, but he had this whole Masonic lodge that he created a huge, expensive theater for, so they could show their shtick.
Right.
And he created all the videos to do the shtick. And he didn't tell them that, but he would produce them for X amount of money. It was a nice chunk of change. It would have done very well for him. He had them all produced, ready to sell them to him.
Right.
But he didn't tell them that.
Okay.
And he created the theater. He was the only one who knew how to use the theater.
Right.
It was very advanced.
Yes.
Then he found out after years, like, why are they happy build this theater and they're not doing anything? They were going behind his back, his fellow Freemasons, and trying to get somebody else to do it. And these people, they were investing all sorts of money, stupid money, and it would never get done right.
Right.
This is, in other words, why didn't they go back to him? It's like he had the keys. And he wasn't being offensive or obnoxious. It's like they didn't want to empower. They didn't want to empower him.
Of course not.
Why? So they're going to somebody who's outside. They were probably not even Freemasons. They didn't want to empower one of their own.
Right. Yes.
And it has to do with power, and you can't have it. It's like, don't ask for more. And that's why these people don't want to give power. Oh, you're giving it to them. They're not 4-star. Now, in the dream, I was like in a working mode. Like this particular friend of mine he's more than a contractor. He owns I guess you could call it he does a service for contractors. So he's his own business. It's a family business, and it's very lucrative. So it's not like, it's not like he's poor.
Right.
But he will go in and knock out walls or whatever needs to be done for the job. He will generally have people doing it for him, but he's capable of doing it himself. And I was like with him in that sort of mode where I do work on my house, and it was like we're actually in a working man sort of mentality. And we weren't wearing 4-star clothes. And we're eating in the restaurant, which means we've consumed our food, and then the staff is going, oh, how do we handle these? We'll take their money. We don't mind their business, but please don't use our 4-star paper. And it's being in the world of wealthy people that have wherewithal, and then there's some scam going on, and it's the world of scam, and I'm saying, it's like I really don't care. I don't care about their, and I will often stay in 4-star places. I mean, I don't think I've ever stayed in a 5-star place. But I'm not really, like when I first got to Romania, my sponsor says, how are your accommodations? Hey, they're fine, Yeah. They're fine. It's like, I'm not sit there to fuss about accommodations, unless, something is really horrendous. So and then I remember taking my 5-star friend to Romania, and she had problems with the hotel we stayed in. They had to change rooms. She was with my daughter and another friend, and they had to change rooms a few times. And then when we got to the Atlanticron, she stayed in the B&B across the river, and the woman did not like her. And the woman was great. She was lovely. And I said, you have problems you have problems with 2-star places. And she says, no, I have no problem with 2-star. I said, well, they have problems with you.
Yes.
Because she was like a 5-star person.
Right.
And it exuded all of this lively 5-star energy. It's like she's practically like a movie star.
Okay.
The way she is. And she's magnetic.
Okay.
All the men were like frothing at her.
Oh.
And so it's like, you can't, in other words, if you're a 5-star person and you go hang out in a 2-star place, people will resent you if you look and act like a 5-star person.
Yes, it's true.
Yeah, you don't want to do that.
Yeah.
You want to be one of the people. You want to relate to human beings.
Yes.
Otherwise, you're in, like Hillary Clinton, eats in a cafe and she doesn't leave a tip.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it becomes an outrage. Oh, I forgot. And then so she goes back and she has to be told to leave a tip.
Right.
So this is, what one is dealing with. So it's that world of, I wouldn't even accuse, Sugar Daddy of having that mindset, because he's creating his own world.
Yes.
It's a much more creative world than Francis Ford Coppola
Thank you so much. Yes.
or George Lucas. He just doesn't happen to be in the movie making business, at least that I know of.
Yes. No.
It's not what he does.
No.
It's not that he couldn't do it, but it's like that's why I'm reluctant to move in that direction at all, because it's not what I do. Then okay, I'm making, and then it gets into the whole, production and doing this and doing that, and you're beating the hell out of yourself to produce a movie.
Yeah.
And to create it, and then the creative thing, and where did it go wrong?
Yeah.
So, the AI is going to need.
Yeah, but the term you were looking for was Moore's Law, the exponential growth at the heart of the rapid increase of computing capabilities, and the observation that the number of transistors on computer chips doubles approximately every 12 years is known as Moore's Law. It's not a law of nature, of course, just for our listeners to understand, but an observation of a long-term trend in how technology is changing. And that's why Peter Moon is saying it makes absolute sense that the more powerful the processing, the more energy is consumed. Aside from that, the other thing to bring to your attention, Peter, is Nemo Albano is with us, so perhaps you could ask him some questions about what he was talking about with George Edward Knight the other night.
Yeah. Nemo, hi, Nemo. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I was listening to part of the broadcast, and I wanted to, kind of zero in on what you said about James Forrestal, because I found it very interesting. I appreciate all the research you've done in that direction. He is one of the most enigmatic pieces of what they call ufology, and in addition to conspiracy in general. But he died, didn't he fall out a window or jump out a window?
That is quite...
They try to portray it as a suicide.
Yes.
Right. And you said, and specifically, it had to do with his knowledge of Unterland?
Yeah, that's what George Knight and Douglas explained. I just asked them the question, what do they know about this individual? Because I noticed that he was anti-Zionist individual. He was against the establishment of Israel, nation of Israel.
I didn't know that. That's fascinating. And so was he aligned? You answer these questions, Nemo. Douglas can pipe in if you misstate something.
Right.
I didn't know they came from Douglas and George, but because you were the one who was talking about it, so
brought up the subject. Introduced the topic.
Or authoritatively, and you might give me simpler answers that I want than Douglas, who might go off on a.
I just remember that he was in charge of the naval intelligence during the expedition to Antarctica. Is that right, Doug? And
right.
He witnessed, and when he was there, he witnessed a bunch of the men that were assigned to that expedition get wiped out by the Third Reich.
Yes.
In exile.
Quite correct. Yes.
That would make sense, but I've never heard it in this context, and this will be a part of our Black Sun Revisited book.
So he was a
Yes.
liability. They couldn't keep him alive because he could have told the public about this, because he would have had a change of heart too, knowing, oh shit, I joined the wrong side and I'm on the losing side.
Yes.
But why? But there were plenty of other people that saw that. I'm sure that they didn't eliminate. It's that he was he was a loose cannon.
Yes.
Yeah. He was
Continue.
suffering from depression and other things.
Or at least that's certainly what they said when they institutionalized him. Obviously, when you get institutionalized, you're going to automatically become depressed.
Yeah.
Well, see, this is the thing. Like say, when I was in Scientology my last year, I knew when to keep my mouth shut.
Yes.
And other people would vocalize. I remember sitting next to L. Ron Hubbard's former personal communicator, Ken Urquhart. He was like, top right next to Hubbard. His office was right outside. He's got all sorts of delightful stories to tell in the net. And I'm sitting right next to him in a big event. And there's this crazy ass mission that Miscavige has sent. And they're talking to him, they say, all right, this stupid woman is saying, now there's a bus outside, in Texas accent, there's a bus outside, it's got all these devils and angels painted on it, and it says Dianetics and Scientology. She says, that person's going to jail. They're going to jail for misusing the trademarks. Now, this was a Scientologist who was an old-time Scientologist who had a bus, and he, painted it out of his own enthusiasm.
Mm-hmm.
So they said they're going to go to jail for misusing the trademarks of Dianetics and Scientology. I mean, here you're going to punish your own people who's been supporting you for 20 years.
Yes.
And they're saying all sorts of stupid shit. And so-and-so's going to jail. They're going to jail. And they actually tried to put certain people in jail, long-time people. And she says, I want you to write on this piece of paper. Everybody's got a piece of paper on the seats. I want you to write what you think of the mission. And I'm sitting there and I'm looking at Ken. And I don't, and he was like, I mean, he was LRH's Hubbard's butler in St. Hill Manor in England. He's been around a long time. And very mild-mannered, soft-spoken guy.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think Hubbard ever yelled at him once, interacting. And I'm watching him write, and I can see what he's writing. He goes, I am against you. And I'm writing, well, I think, the mission is good and it should be supported, what they're saying. I'm just giving them a PR answer. And we turn out and they just basically ran him off the premises. They ran him off the premises as soon as they got that note. Jesus. And it was, and he writes about it. I didn't see it. I heard about it. And of course I had, I had met with him a few times in the city and over the years, and he retired to Scotland. We would communicate once in a while. He'd read my newsletters about Romania. He said, where's all this going? I said, I don't know. You could see that it was a trajectory going somewhere. But in other words, like, he was more, I knew not to rock the boat,
Yeah.
because I felt the same way he did, but I wasn't going to vocalize it. So I have a very stern constitution that way.
Yes.
And very stern, and I'm not going to sit there and, get out there and protest if I don't like what they're doing in Catalonia. I don't necessarily have the same views as Marina Sarin on that subject, but then again, I also concede that I'm not in the middle of it.
Right.
I've got views on Catalonia which come from a different angle. Nevertheless, whatever they were, I'm not going to go out there and yell on the streets.
Yes.
I'm not going to do a Munich beer hall push. I'm not going to do that because I don't want to be shot.
Right. Right.
And so with Forrestal,
yes,
like he could not maintain his own emotional equilibrium. That's the main problem with him.
Or at least that's the certainly when I'm sorry.
That's the apparency of what went wrong with him.
Right. Or yeah. Now, in just so people understand, our man Nemo has gone for a smoke. He'll be right back. I don't know if he can hear us, but he'll let us know as soon as he's back, I presume. But Secretary of the Navy James Forrestal was along for the ride on Operation High Jump. And he was eventually, or fairly shortly thereafter, thrown out of a window of the mental ward of Bethesda Naval Hospital. Now, it was always commonly assumed that he was murdered for attempting to go public on CIA covert operations. But what I can confirm is that he wanted to go public with a lot of stuff. And so he was witness to the wipeout, essentially the devastating defeat of the major last battle of the Atlantic on Antarctica. And
he thought he was going to be Julian Assange. Apparently, that's
yeah. I mean, that's not how would I say it? A bad. That's not a bad analogy. Kind of. It's I mean, I think it's kind of an insult to poor James Forrestal. I think it would be an insult to any.
Well, yeah, I understand what you mean by insult, but this is also what Ian Fleming, was supposedly going to come and reveal to Ivan Sanderson, and fly into New Jersey and tell him what happened with the Philadelphia experiment.
Right.
And then he ends up with a heart attack.
Of course.
Now, because these guys work in intelligence.
Yeah.
He was at the highest level of naval intelligence, and he was allowed to tell his James Bond stories, which were fiction.
Fictionalized. Fictional.
Yeah, but in other words, he was given great carte blanche to do so much and to use the New York media to publicize his work. So so these guys think that the knowledge they have is theirs. This is a different level of, it's kind of like a tell-all book. You've been Johnny Cash's secretary for 40 years, and then, he dies and you write a story about him and you cash in.
Yeah.
About all his drug use and stuff like this.
Yeah.
And then these people think that the information is theirs. They don't realize it's just like Alan Dulles said to JFK, you don't even know who I work for. You can't, he says, he's going to fire him. I think he did fire him. He says, you don't even know who I work for.
Right.
So that's the problem that Forrestal or people like that, as much as they're on the inside, they don't realize the consequences of who they're working for. There's a certain existential crisis that they have. Like, I don't think that he was just eliminated because why was he on that? He was on the ship. He had a breakdown of some sort. He couldn't handle it.
Yes, he couldn't handle what he saw. That's correct.
Yeah, and so he felt, this would explain why they say we can't explain UFOs. It would be too traumatic to the public. It would be too traumatic to their religion.
Thank you.
There would be people who would have a similar existential crisis.
Yes.
If you told them, Jesus wasn't the person the church told you. The church has been lying to you. Mm-hmm. Even though they've been pedophiling to you, we all know that they haven't been lying to you about the basic truth of the church. It's like this, and so there is a bit of truth to that. And then you say, well, the UFOs we've been, lying to you out the kazoo. It's really a lot of saucers from Germany. They escaped to Unterland in Argentina, and all that stuff you've read about is, in obscure publications is ultimately true. We've been lying our asses off to you.
Yeah.
And the only threads of truth are in conspiracy channels like Alex Jones. Watch him.
God. Oh God.
That's
Yeah.
the problem.
Mhm.
It's like it's just continual manipulation of information, and but I didn't realize I should have asking you the question. But I'm still glad I asked Nemo, because then I didn't get a half-hour answer. So, I thank Nemo for his participation. But no, so that's interesting. As I say, key point, and when did he do his jump? Was it before Roswell?
Fuck, we'd have to look that up. Let's. I couldn't. Well, shit. It might have been. Let's say.
Listen, he was in office as Secretary of Navy until September 17th, 1947. Before that, he was Undersecretary of Office. He was in office as the United States Secretary of Defense. He was a Secretary of Defense until 1949.
Yes.
He died on May 22nd, 1949, age 57.
Yes. Before after Roswell. After Roswell.
Yeah, it says he was a supporter of naval battle groups centered on aircraft carriers, which made sense. He'd go to on the aircraft carrier with Byrd. He tried to weaken the proposed Department of Defense for the Navy's benefit, but was hard-pressed to run it from 47 to 49. After Truman named him Secretary of Defense, the two men were often at odds, and Truman forced Forrestal's resignation. Thereafter, Forrestal's mental health rapidly deteriorated, declining to the point in which he underwent medical care for depression. While a patient, he died by suicide from fatal injuries sustained after falling out a 16th floor window. It sounds to me like, and I he had enough of a breakdown, to have jumped.
Okay.
He was definitely not qualified. Something disqualified him. It's clear this guy had an existential meltdown.
Yes.
Which one could understand.
Yes.
And and then my question would be, how did these other people deal with it? I've talked about this guy who witnessed Admiral Byrd, who gave this lecture, and every so many minutes into the lecture, periodically during the lecture, Admiral Byrd would say, "There's nothing like a cup of Maxwell House coffee in the morning." Non sequitur.
Jesus.
Just every 5 minutes or so. There's nothing like a cup of Maxwell House coffee in the morning.
What the? That's awful. I mean, that's just disturbing to witness something like that. By the way, here's a meme. You can download it. It's in the text box from Nemo.
It's a different fellow.
Yeah. Oh. Different.
Do you know anything about Admiral Bobby Inman? Or is it Einman?
Oh, this is a different one. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Very little. Heard of him, but don't know much about him. I know it's pretty much what they said. Admiral Bobby Inman, former deputy director of the CIA, but other than that, I don't know much. Obviously, these memes, they kind of ruined their own message by using that
image.
Yeah, that horrible image. Yeah, but so I'm glad you
realized. Quote from him.
Yeah.
Israeli spies have done more harm and have damaged the United States more than the intelligence agents of all other countries on Earth combined. They are the gravest threat to our national security.
Did he wind up killed or assassinated as well?
I'd have to look that up.
Yeah. By the way, if you can find the meme with Forrestal.
Yeah, I'll post that.
Yeah. And aside from that, I don't know anything about that particular individual. Thank you, Peter. Yeah, back to you, and continue your whatever train of thought you wish. I mean, we've got some time yet.
Well, it just becomes apparent that we're moving towards this trajectory with the time reactor and AI. In other words, the AI will find the time reactor sooner or later.
Yes.
out of sheer necessity.
Yes.
And then it would also empower AI.
Mhm.
So I'd have to wonder what he knows about AI,
Mhm.
if at all.
Right.
If he goes down, and it's hard to believe he doesn't,
Mhm.
but that's, because he could sit there in his office working alone
Mhm.
and just have his mind abstractly, and he'd working on things he wouldn't say to his wife or anybody. He'd just be boom, 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 like a savant.
Yes.
He's capable of doing that, and where it's I don't know what more to say, but you certainly redirected where I'm going with this newsletter. I don't, and then there's, this ghost company in Philadelphia. What's it called?
Ghost robotics.
Ghost Robotics. Yeah, this is just crazy ass stuff that's being produced.
Yes.
Where does it go? And then how much, Pluto is a planet that purges.
Yes.
It purges. And when it aligns, or when planets like Uranus or Pluto align or misalign with Mars, it's where you get real action. And Mars is Jupiter and Pluto are going to be in a trine as Jupiter moves into Aquarius, the first phase of Aquarius, that's where things get done. Generally positive. Pluto and Jupiter working together. When Mars moves in there, and it'll move pretty fast, that's also a positive, where things kind of get, Pluto and Mars are trining, working together. That's where possibly, I hate to say it, but, where Hamas might get ferreted out. But I don't think that's what's going to happen.
Right.
Where something gets with war and with, kind of like Pluto is like a roto-rooter. It goes and gets into things. And when it's in Aquarius, it's going to move into Capricorn, and that's where it's going to do its final number with politics. Its final number with government, politics, and corporations. And it's gonna be in there from September, right after Labor Day, till a couple weeks after the election. So you're gonna see all sorts of stuff going on, just like, Bidenomics versus MAGA Trump. And what I'm more curious is to what else is going to go on. What else is going to go on? We have the Trump trial. The jury will be given instructions. They're going to debate the instructions on tomorrow. And then the jury's going to go in. And it just takes one juror to say, this is BS. And then it becomes a hung jury. Or they might all come back in 12 minutes and say guilty or not guilty. It could be, it's going to be one of three eventualities. You're going to say, oh, this is bullshit, not guilty. Oh yeah, he's obviously guilty, which will result in an appeal immediately.
Right.
And it's an appeal that if it doesn't win in the New York Appellate Court, I think I don't know if it's eligible to go to, no, it's a criminal court. It could go to the Supreme Court.
Okay.
And where he would definitely win in the Supreme Court if the appellate didn't hold it up or reject it. And I say he'd win in the Supreme Court because they're favorable to him.
Yes.
Aside from the merits of the case, which would be very meritorious, the only way you could declare him guilty is to infer. You're inferring that he's guilty. And that's not the way this criminal system works. It's like, did he do this? We can certainly reasonably assume he did it, but that's a reasonable assumption. It's not It's not for sure. So the thing is, I don't think he'd end up in jail if they found him guilty, because he could appeal that. And I don't think they'd consider him a flight risk until after the day of the election and he loses. Then then he might be a flight risk.
The truth is, of course, if he's convicted in New York, nobody knows what's going to happen. I mean, theoretically, it's up to the judge MEM<silence>RIAL, however you pronounce his name, who's not required to imprison Trump if he's convicted by a jury. I don't know if people understand that. First,
he could just say set and suspended. He could say that.
Well, first-time offenders in nonviolent cases are usually sentenced to probation and fines when they're at the level of power that Trump is at. So,
do you think this judge, who was very prejudiced to Trump, very prejudiced against him, and should have recused himself on the case because of the conflict of interest with his daughter being a heavy Democrat? He's obviously a politically influenced Democrat. He's done all sorts of shenanigans. But do you think that if this guy, just like that last guy that did this civil case, or no, it's not a civil case. This is the case that was going to take all his assets. That case, where he had to post a bond, that's still under review. She's supposed to win on appellate, but that guy was just, he even said privately, or was put in the press, he says, sometimes I feel like God here. I'm God. Like, if this judge has an opportunity to put Trump in jail, I can't see that he wouldn't do it.
Well, either way, Trump can still run for president, even if he's convicted.
Yeah, running from behind bars. I think everybody would love that.
Well, I don't think that's what's going to happen.
Basically, but don't you agree that everybody would love it? It would be just such good
copy. Oh, yeah. At that point, we're just in a reality television.
The press would love it. The Fox would love it because they'd say, "Oh, look at his polls numbers are going up."
Yes.
And then the CNN would like it because they're going, "Oh, conviction! Now look at he's in jail," and all of it would lead to higher ratings. That's why they'd really like it, and it would just be, and then people would be, slinging shit.
Oh, of course, which is what people do. I mean, basically, what the main actor in this Coppola fiasco was Jon Voight, who was privy to Coppola's Megapolis for a quarter of a fucking century, 25 fucking years. And even though Coppola's an outspoken Democrat, Jon Voight is a MAGA Trump cultist, for lack.
And Jon Voight is in this movie?
Yeah, he's the Megalopolis actor, and he's known for basically. He spoke out for Trump in a recent video that made the rounds and defended the 4 times indicted Trump, saying that he'd been ridiculed and destroyed as Jesus was. That shows you his extreme position on this. And
I can't believe that the two of these would be in on something like this. I can't believe it.
Well, I think it goes a long way towards explaining why it came out so bad. Don't you think? But Voight said,
I can't disagree with you.
Thank you. It doesn't make any sense. And Voight said that Trump was targeted for his information that can knock down the corrupt swamp and is the only man that can destroy the negative propaganda that has been sworn into this office. But there you go.
You said Trumpaganda.
Did I say that? I didn't mean to say that.
That's a good word. I think you just coined a new word, and I think it's very good.
Unconsciously.
I know, but Trumpaganda, I like it, and Trumpaganda could be used for him, saying, he's a blowhard.
Understood.
Trumpaganda, and it could also be used against him.
Yes.
The Trumpaganda, or the Trumpaganda could be the stuff that's saying this is just Trumpaganda. It's like Trump derangement syndrome. It's Trumpaganda. Or blowing the blowhard side of them. So that's a great word. I like it. Trumpaganda.
Okay. There, you're welcome. Meanwhile, Coppola was going on, after he invited John Voight to have his say, Coppola was just saying, men like Donald Trump are not in charge at the moment. There's a trend happening in the world. A trend towards the neo-right, even fascist division, which is right. Of course, he's going to say that shit. And that anyone who was alive during World War II and saw the horrors that took place, we don't want a repeat of that. It's always the same shit. So it's like, no wonder. You know what really stood out about this film, aside what I'll go into on Wednesday, when I go back into the horror of the place of woman in the film, and just the Ayn Randian nature of the film, is that it's basically its datedness. I mean, basically, this guy started making this film 30 years ago, and it is, you talk about a time travel moment. You might think that this is intentional. I don't think so. This guy started making the film 30 years ago, and it is stuck 30 years ago in time. There's only a few.
It would make total sense that he's not, that he wouldn't come forward with the times. That's very common. And
thank you.
And he says, well, he's got to be true to his original vision. And his original vision is unfortunately dated.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, there's only a few computers in the film. You barely glimpse them. There's no reference to cell phones or the internet. And everybody is getting their news from papers, from newspapers.
That's embarrassingly bad.
Thank you. It's just woefully inapt for our times. The entire political frame of reference is therefore trapped into the past. It's simply irrelevant. It's an irrelevant vision. Yeah, go on.
That's, I guess, to be expected.
Thank you. But no, actually, it shouldn't be. It shouldn't be.
But when you invest that much money into something, and that much part of your time, your heart and soul into it, you can get, misdirect yourself.
Thank you. I mean,
I'd like to have you do a interview with Francis Ford Coppola and see what he has to say. It might be interesting, and it might result in some form of ontological shock for him.
Yeah.
You're this wealthy, and you're a director. Yeah. You're used to big shots telling you what you can and can't do.
Yeah.
But I think he's somebody who's probably prided himself on fighting them and getting away with a lot.
Yeah.
Because, he's been a successful film director, and, he lost sight of the fact that this is not the first monstrosity. I think the Cotton Club was also a monstrosity.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't really watch it, so I don't have any judgment on it.
Right. Neither have I. But go on.
Yeah. But this is what happens with people.
But bear in mind, this is the last statement he will ever make. He's not going to be squeezing out anything after this. It's just this is the last thing he had to say to us before he checked out. It's just awful. I do not think if I interviewed him, he could say anything that's worth a shit. I mean, just basically with some of what he's already said. The crap about what's happening in America, in our republic, in our democracy, is exactly how Rome lost their republic thousands of years ago. Our politics have taken us to the point where we might lose a republic. And so it's not people who have become politicians who are going to be the answer. It's the artists of America. So in other words, it all comes down to him. He's the savior. And all he has to show us is stuck in the past. He's staying in his comfort zone where people read newspapers. He's not moving beyond that. Our reality be damned. So he's just like this ghost who's trying to say that he's more important than the politicians and falling back on the same old cliche. Now, of course, I'm a person who's a very traditional historian. Actually, I call myself a renegade historian, but my history, my historicity, my historical literacy is very much based on the classical history of basically history. Not only, unlike what Mark Twain says, history doesn't necessarily repeat itself, but it damn well rhymes. Oftentimes I'm guilty of quoting that because it sounds nice, and that way you avoid.
It's true. It's true.
It is, and it's not. I actually have the historical traditionalist perspective, what historians used to believe. And remember, Mark Twain, it's true in a sense what he said, of course, but he's very much a poet. He's very much a wordsmith. And what he says sounds good, and it feels good, because then at least we say, okay, we're not doomed to repeat history. But honestly, as a historian from a very classical perspective, I do believe that history not only repeats itself, that it must repeat itself. Of course, you study history so that you can try and alter it in whatever way you can if the situation that's going to repeat looks like it's something that would negatively impact you or the culture or civilization you care about. And I think on those terms, very large terms all the time, unlike your average person who it's just too busy trying to survive. So I have this option, other people do not. I can think big. But history does repeat itself, indeed must repeat itself. There's ways to try and temper that, or at least, the ship is heading in a direction, but the ship is so vast that when you try to swerve, you've got to deal with drift, and you've got to deal with many other factors such as inertia, the mass of the ship. Civilizations, no matter what you know, all you can do is say, well, we're headed there, and we can do our best to try and minimize the damage. We see the iceberg. We're on the Titanic. We see the iceberg. But knowing what's going to happen, we can at least swerve as much as we possibly can to minimize the damage and take a lot longer to sink than we did. That's what you can do. But you really, with that mass, with that inertia, with that drift, you're fucking stuck. And so this is how civilization works. You are stuck. There is this inertia that is vast, which is what makes the prediction of the future possible. So I try to operate on this very conservative historical perspective, not politically, but historically. And, Coppola, he has nothing to say even at that level of thought. His entire film is this, ironically, for a Democrat who says men like Donald Trump are not at the moment in charge, he produces this Ayn Randian. It is basically like a remake of Atlas Shrugged or The Fountainhead. It's like, it's about an architect. It's mostly it's like he suddenly just made The Fountainhead all over again. It's bizarre. It's completely just... and what do you get out of it? It's like I said, I'll save it for Wednesday because it'll be the lead in to everything else that I'm going to say. But yeah, it's comes down to he is a male chauvinist fucking pig. Everything in there is like the women are just tools, props. Everything is centered on the men. And it's all stuck in the past. It is retro. It is retrograde. It is so retrograde that it is offensive. So there you go with that. Interviewing him would just produce more babble, more pablum. It's like he's past the point where he could be awakened, to the to how bad he is. That's how irrelevant he now is. There you go with that. He's lost the plot. So back to Peter.
He's lost his, this is just symptoms of what happens when people get old.
Yeah, Megaflopolis.
Yeah, and it's,
Yeah, in other words, it's not uncommon. It's just like, Joe Biden falling on the, falling on the stairs, or can't find his way out of the press briefing room, and Michael Douglas saying he's as sharp as a tack.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
What you know what a mad world. And it just passes for it's acceptable, that we have imagine if Genghis Khan acted like Joe Biden.
Well, that's unimaginable.
Yeah, in other words, or anybody of that ilk is just like but Mao was, I think Mao's degeneration handled very deftly.
Yeah.
He was kind of always revered and respected by his people. He wasn't, but he was left to kind of sit in the background and come out and, maybe smile and nod at Nixon or whatever.
Yeah.
But he was past his prime.
Yeah.
I can't imagine he was making any decisions, but his people respected him.
Well, I understand what you're saying, but just to put that in some perspective, he, believe me, what you're saying is quite true. Functionally, this guy was, he was more and more estranged, deranged, reactionary, but his, what happened was, of course, the Communist Party recognized that, and it was a completely different Communist Party from the Communist Party that rules China today.